Introduction, Part 1 of Volume 1 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1 by James Cook. Introduction, Part 1. Formal title: A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, performed in His Majesty's ships, the Resolution and Adventure, in the years 1772, 3, 4, and 5. Written by James Cook, Commander of the Resolution, in which is included Captain Furneaux's narrative of his proceedings in the adventure during the separation of the ships, in 2 volumes illustrated with maps and charts, and a variety of portraits of persons and views and places, drawn during the voyage by Mr. Hodges, and engraved by the most eminent masters. General Introduction. Whether the unexplored part of the southern hemisphere be only an immense mass of water, or contain another continent, as speculative geography seemed to suggest, was a question which had long engaged the attention, not only of learned men, but of most of the maritime powers of Europe. To put an end to all diversity of opinion about a matter so curious and important, was His Majesty's principal motive in directing this voyage to be undertaken, the history of which is now submitted to the public. But, in order to give the reader a clear idea of what has been done in it, and to enable him to judge more accurately how far the great object that was proposed has been obtained, it will be necessary to prefix a short account of the several voyages which have been made on discoveries to the southern hemisphere, prior to that which I had lately the honour to conduct, and which I am now going to relate. 1519. Magellan's. The first who crossed the vast Pacific Ocean was Ferdinand Magellan's, a Portuguese who, in the service of Spain, sailed from Seville with 5 ships on the 10th of April 1519. He discovered the straits which bear his name, and having passed through them on the 27th of November 1520, entered the South Pacific Ocean. In this sea he discovered 2 uninhabited islands, whose situations are not well known. He afterwards crossed the line, discovered the Ladrone Islands, and then proceeded to the Philippines, in one of which he was killed in a skirmish with the natives. His ship, called the Victory, was the first that circumnavigated the globe, and the only one of his squadron that surmounted the dangers and distresses which attended this heroic enterprise. The Spaniards, after Magellan's had showed them the way, made several voyages from America to the westward, previous to that of Alvaro Mendana de Neira in 1595, which is the first that can be traced step by step, for the antecedent expeditions are not handed down to us with much precision. We know, however, in general that, in them, New Guinea, the islands called Solomon's, and several others were discovered. Geographers differ greatly concerning the situation of the Solomon Islands. The most probable opinion is, that they are the cluster which comprises what has since been called New Britain, New Ireland, etc. 1595 Mendana. On the 9th of April 1595, Mendana, with intention to settle these islands, sailed from Callao with 4 ships, and his discoveries in his route to the west were the Marquesas, in the latitude of 10 degrees south, the island of San Bernardo, which I take to be the same that Commodore Byron calls the Isle of Danger; after that, Solitary Island, in the latitude of 10 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 178 degrees west; and lastly, Santa Cruz, which is undoubtedly the same that Captain Carteret calls Egmont Island. In this last island Mendana, with many of his companions, died, and the shattered remains of the squadron were conducted to Manila by Pedro Fernandez de Queiroz, the chief pilot. 1605. Queiroz. This same Queiroz was the first sent out, with the sole view of discovering a sunken continent, and, indeed, he seems to have been the first who had any idea of the existence of one. He sailed from Callao the 21st of December, 1605, as pilot of the fleet, commanded by Luis Paz de Torres, consisting of 2 ships and a tender, and steering to the west-southwest on the 26th of January, 1606, being then, by their reckoning, 1,000 Spanish leagues from the coast of America. They discovered a small low island in latitude 26 degrees south. 2 days after, they discovered another that was high, with a plain on the top. This is probably the same that Captain Carteret calls Pitcairn's Island. After leaving these islands, Queiroz seems to have directed his course to west-northwest and northwest, to 10 or 11 degrees south latitude, and then westward, till he arrived at the Bay of St. Philip and Iago, in the island of Tierra del Espiritu Santo. In this route he discovered several islands, probably some of these that have been seen by later navigators. On leaving the Bay of St. Philip and St. Iago, the 2 ships were separated. Queiroz, with a Capitana, stood to the north, and returned to New Spain, after having suffered greatly for want of provisions and water. Torres, with the Almiranta and the tender, steered to the west, and seems to have been the first who sailed between New Holland and New Guinea. 1615. Le Maire and Schouten. The next attempt to make discoveries in the South Pacific Ocean was conducted by Le Maire and Schouten. They sailed from the Texel on the 14th of June 1615, with the ships Concord and Horn. The latter was burnt by accident in Port Desire. With the other, they discovered the straits that bear the name of Le Maire, and were the first who ever entered the Pacific Ocean by the way of Cape Horn. They discovered the island of Dogs in latitude 15 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 136 degrees 30 minutes west, Cendre Grant in 15 degrees south latitude and 143 degrees 10 minutes west longitude, Vaterland in 14 degrees 46 minutes south and 144 degrees 10 minutes west, and 25 leagues westward of this, Fly Island in latitude 15 degrees 20 minutes, Traitors and Cocos Islands in latitude 15 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 173 degrees 13 minutes west. 2 degrees more to the westward, the Isle of Hope, and in the latitude of 14 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 179 degrees 30 minutes east, Horn Island. They next coasted the north side of New Britain and New Guinea, and arrived at Batavia in October 1616. 1642. Tasman. Except some discoveries on the western and northern coasts of New Holland, no important voyage to the Pacific Ocean was undertaken till 1642, when Captain Tasman sailed from Batavia with 2 ships belonging to the Dutch East India Company, and discovered Van Diemen's Land, a small part of the western coast of New Zealand, the Friendly Isles, and those called Prince William's. 1594. Sir Richard Hawkins. Thus far I have thought it best not to interrupt the progress of discovery in the South Pacific Ocean, otherwise I should before have mentioned that Sir Richard Hawkins in 1594, being about 50 leagues to the eastward of the River Plate, was driven by a storm to the eastward of his intended course, and, when the weather grew moderate, steering towards the Straits of Magellan's, he unexpectedly fell in with land, about 60 leagues of which he coasted, and has very particularly described. This he named Hawkins Maiden Land, in honour of his royal mistress, Queen Elizabeth, and says it lies some 60 leagues from the nearest part of South America, 1689 strong. This land was afterwards discovered to be 2 large islands by Captain John Strong of the Farewell, from London, who, in 1689, passed through the straits that divides the eastern from the western of those islands. To this strait he gave the name of Falkland Sound in honour of his patron Lord Falkland, and the name has since been extended, through inadvertency, to the 2 islands it separates. Having mentioned these islands, I will add, that future navigators will misspend their time if they look for Pepys Island in 47° south, it being now certain that Pepys Island is none other than these islands of Falkland. 1675 La Roche. In April 1675 Anthony La Roche, an English merchant, in his return from the South Pacific Ocean, where he had been on a trading voyage, being carried by the winds and currents far to the east of Strait Le Maire, fell in with a coast, which may possibly be the same with that which I visited during this voyage, and have called the island of Georgia. Leaving this land and sailing to the north, La Roche, in the latitude of 45° south, discovered a large island, with a good port towards the eastern part, where he found wood, water, and fish. 1699 Halley. In 1699 that celebrated astronomer, Dr. Edmund Halley, was appointed to the command of His Majesty's ship, the Paramour Pink, on an expedition for improving the knowledge of the longitude and of the variation of the compass, and for discovering the unknown lands supposed to lie on the southern part of the Atlantic Ocean. In this voyage he determined the longitude of several places, and after his return constructed his variation chart, and proposed a method of observing the longitude at sea by means of the appulses and occultations of the fixed stars. But, though he so successfully attended to the 2 first articles of instructions, he did not find any unknown southern land. 1721 Roggeveen. The Dutch in 1721 fitted out 3 ships to make discoveries in the South Pacific Ocean, under the command of Admiral Roggeveen. He left the Texel on the 21st of August, and arriving in that ocean, by going round Cape Horn, discovered Easter Island, probably seen before, though not visited by Davis. Footnote: see Vaser's description of the Isthmus of Darien. End footnote. Then, between 14° 41' and 15° 47' south latitude, and between the longitude of 142° and 150° west, fell in with several other islands, which I take to be some of those seen by the later English navigators. He next discovered 2 islands in latitude 15° south, longitude 170° west, which he calls Bowman's Islands, and lastly Single Island, in latitude 13° 41' south, longitude 171° 30' west. These 3 islands are undoubtedly the same that Bougainville calls the Isles of Navigators. 1738 Bouvet. In 1738 the French East India Company sent Lozier Bouvet with 2 ships, the Eagle and Mary, to make discoveries in the South Atlantic Ocean. He sailed from Port L'Orient on the 19th of July in that year, touched at the island of St. Catherine, and from thence shaped his course towards the southeast. On the 1st of January 1739 he discovered land, or what he judged to be land, in latitude 54° south, longitude 11° east. It will appear in the course of the following narrative that we made several attempts to find this land without success. It is therefore very probable that what Bouvet saw was nothing more than a large ice island. From hence he stood to the east in 51° of latitude to 35° of east longitude, after which the two ships separated, one going to the island of Mauritius, and the other returning to France. After this voyage of Bouvet, the spirit of discovery ceased, till his present Majesty formed a design of making discoveries, and exploring the southern hemisphere, and in the year 1764 directed to be put in execution. 1764 Byron. Accordingly, Commodore Byron, having under his command the Dolphin and Tarner, sailed from the Downs on the 21st of June the same year, and having visited the Falkland Islands, passed through the Straits of Magellan's into the Pacific Ocean, where he discovered the Islands of Disappointment, George's, Prince of Wales, the Isles of Danger, York Island, and Byron Island. 1766 Wallis. He returned to England the 9th of May 1766, and, in the month of August following, the Dolphin was again sent out under the command of Captain Wallis, with the Swallow, commanded by Captain Carteret. They proceeded together till they came to the west end of the Straits of Magellan's, and the Great South Sea in sight, where they were separated. Captain Wallis directed his course more westerly than any navigator had done before him in so high a latitude, but met with no land till he got within the tropic, where he discovered the islands of Whitsunday, Queen Charlotte, Egmont, Duke of Gloucester, Duke of Cumberland, Maitea, Otaheite, Eimeo, Tapamanu, Howe, Scilly, Boscawen, Keppel, and Wallis, and returned to England in May 1768. Carteret. His companion Captain Carteret kept a different route, in which he discovered the islands of Osnaburg, Gloucester, Queen Charlotte's Isles, Carteret's, Gower's, and the strait between New Britain and New Ireland, and returned to England in March 1769. 1766 Bougainville. In November 1766 Commodore Bougainville sailed from France in the frigate La Boudeuse, with the storeship L'Etoile. After spending some time on the coast of Brazil and at Falkland Islands, he got into the Pacific Sea by the Straits of Magellan's in January 1768. In this ocean he discovered the four Farkadines, the Isle of Lanciers, and Harp Island, which I take to be the same that I afterwards called Lagoon, Thrum Cap, and Bow Island. About 20 leagues farther to the west he discovered 4 other islands, afterwards fell in with Maitea, Otaheite, Isles of Navigators, and Forlorn Hope, which to him were new discoveries. He then passed through between the Hebrides, discovered the shoal of Diana, and some others, the land of Cape Deliverance, several islands more to the north, passed the north of New Ireland, touched at Batavia, and arrived in France in March 1769. This year was rendered remarkable by a transit of the planet Venus over the sun's disk, a phenomenon of great importance to astronomy, and which everywhere engaged the attention of the learned in that science. In the beginning of the year 1768, the Royal Society presented a memorial to His Majesty, setting forth the advantages to be derived from accurate observations of this transit in different parts of the world, particularly from a set of such observations made in a southern latitude, between the 140th and 130th degrees of longitude, west from the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, and that vessels properly equipped would be necessary to convey the observers to their destined stations, but that the Society were in no condition to defray the expense of such an undertaking. In consequence of this memorial, the Admiralty were directed by His Majesty to provide proper vessels for this purpose. Accordingly, the Endeavour bark, which had been built for the coal trade, was purchased and fitted out for the southern voyage, and I was honoured with the command of her. The Royal Society soon after appointed me, in conjunction with Mr. Charles Green the astronomer, to make the requisite observations on the transit. It was at first intended to form this great, and now a principal business of our voyage, either at the Marquesas, or else at one of those islands which Tasman had called Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Middleburg, now better known under the name of the Friendly Islands. But while the Endeavour was getting ready for the expedition, Captain Wallis returned from his voyage round the world, in the course of which he had discovered several islands in the Southern Sea, and among others Otaheite. This island was preferred to any of those before mentioned, on account of the conveniences it afforded, because its place had been well ascertained, and found to be extremely well suited to our purpose. I was therefore ordered to proceed directly to Otaheite, and after astronomical observations should be completed, to prosecute the design of making discoveries in the South Pacific Ocean, by proceeding to the south as far as the latitude of 40 degrees. Then, if I found no land, to proceed to the west between 40 degrees and 35 degrees, till I fell in with New Zealand, which I was to explore, and thence to return to England by such route as I should think proper. 1768. Cook's first voyage. In the prosecution of these instructions, I sailed from Deptford the 30th July, 1768, from Plymouth the 26th of August, touched at Madeira, Rio de Janeiro, and Straits Le Maire, and entered the South Pacific Ocean by Cape Horn in January the following year. I endeavoured to make a direct course to Otaheite, and in part succeeded, but I made no discovery till I got within the tropic, where I fell in with Lagoon Island, two groups, Bird Island, Chain Island, and on the 13th of April arrived at Otaheite, where I remained 3 months, during which time the observations on the transit were made. I then left it, discovered and visited the Society Islands and Oheteroa, thence proceeded to the south, till I arrived in the latitude of 40 degrees 22 minutes, longitude 147 degrees 29 minutes west, and on the 6th of October fell in with the east side of New Zealand. I continued exploring the coast of this country till the 31st of March 1770, when I quitted it, and proceeded to New Holland, and having surveyed the eastern part of that vast country, which part had not before been visited, I passed between its northern extremity and New Guinea, landed on the latter, touched at the island of Savu, Batavia, the Cape of Good Hope, and St. Helena. In the account given of St. Helena in the narrative of my former voyage I find 2 mistakes. Its inhabitants are far from exercising a wanton cruelty over their slaves, and they have had wheel carriages and porters' knots for many years. And arrived in England on the 12th of July, 1771. In this voyage I was accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, the first a gentleman of ample fortune, the other an accomplished disciple of Linnaeus, and one of the librarians of the British Museum. Both of them distinguished in the learned world, for their extensive and accurate knowledge of natural history. These gentlemen, animated by the love of science, and by a desire to pursue their inquiries in the remote regions I was preparing to visit, desired permission to make a voyage with me. The Admiralty readily complied with a request that promised such advantage to the Republic of Letters. They accordingly embarked with me, and participated in all the dangers and sufferings of our tedious and fatiguing navigation. The voyages of Messrs. de Surville, Kerguelen, and Marion, of which some account is given in the following work, did not come to my knowledge time enough to afford me any advantage; and as they have not been communicated to the world in a public way, I can say little about them, or about 2 other voyages, which, I am told, have been made by the Spaniards, one to Easter Island in the year 1769, and the other to Otaheite in 1775. End of Introduction, Part 1. Introduction, Part 2 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Introduction, Part 2. Before I begin my narrative of the expedition entrusted to my care, it will be necessary to add here some account of its equipment, and of some other matters equally interesting connected with my subject. Soon after my return home in the Endeavour, it was resolved to equip 2 ships to complete the discovery of the southern hemisphere. The nature of this voyage required ships of a particular construction, and the Endeavour being gone to Falkland Isles as a storeship, the Navy Board was directed to purchase 2 such ships as were most suitable for this service. At this time various opinions were espoused by different people touching the size and kind of vessels most proper for such a voyage. Some were for having large ships, and proposed those of 40 guns, or East India Company's ships. Others preferred large good sailing frigates, or 3-decked ships, employed in the Jamaica trade, fitted with roundhouses. But of all that was said and offered to the Admiralty's consideration on this subject, as far as come to my knowledge, what, in my opinion, was most to the purpose, was suggested by the Navy Board. As the kind of ships most proper to be employed on discoveries is a very interesting consideration to the adventurers in such undertakings, it may possibly be of use to those who, in future, may be so employed, to give here the purport of the sentiments of the Navy Board thereon, with whom, after the experience of 2 voyages of 3 years each, I perfectly agree. The success of such undertakings as making discoveries in distant parts of the world will principally depend on the preparations being well adapted to what ought to be the first considerations, namely, the preservation of the adventurers and ships, and this will ever chiefly depend on the kind, the size, and the properties of the ships chosen for the service. These primary considerations will not admit of any other that may interfere with the necessary properties of the ships. Therefore, in choosing the ships, should any of the most advantageous properties be wanting, and the necessary room in them be in any degree diminished for less important purposes, such a step would be laying a foundation for rendering the undertaking abortive in the first instance. As the greatest danger to be apprehended and provided against on a voyage of discovery, especially to the most distant parts of the globe, is that of the ships being liable to be run aground on an unknown, desert, or perhaps savage coast, so no consideration should be set in competition with that of her being of a construction of the safest kind, in which the officers may, with the least hazard, venture upon a strange coast. A ship of this kind must not be of a great draught of water, yet of a sufficient burden and capacity to carry a proper quantity of provisions and necessaries for her complement of men, and for the time requisite to perform the voyage. She must also be of a construction that will bear to take the ground, and of a size which, in case of necessity, may be safely and conveniently laid on shore to repair any accidental damage or defect. These properties are not to be found in ships of war of 40 guns, nor in frigates, nor in East India Company's ships, nor in large 3-decked West India ships, nor indeed in any other but North Country built ships, or such as are built for the coal trade, which are peculiarly adapted to this purpose. In such a vessel an able sea officer will be most venturesome, and better enabled to fulfil his instructions than he possibly can, or indeed than would be prudent for him to attempt, in one of any other sort or size. Upon the whole, I am firmly of opinion that no ships are so proper for discoveries in distant unknown parts as those constructed as was the Endeavour, in which I performed my former voyage. for no ships of any other kind can contain stores and provisions sufficient, in proportion to the necessary number of men, considering the length of time it will be necessary they should last. And even if another kind of ships would stow a sufficiency, yet on arriving at the parts for discovery, they would still, from the nature of their construction and size, be less fit for the purpose. Hence it may be concluded, so little progress had been hitherto made in discoveries in the southern hemisphere, for all ships which attempted it before the Endeavour were unfit for it, although the officers employed in them had done the utmost in their power. It was upon this consideration that the Endeavour was chosen for that voyage. It was to those properties in her that those on board owed their preservation, and hence we were enabled to prosecute discoveries in those seas so much longer than any other ship ever did or could do. And although discovery was not the first object of that voyage, I could venture to traverse a far greater space of sea, till then unnavigated, to discover greater tracts of country in high and low southern latitude, and to persevere longer in exploring and surveying more correctly the extensive coasts of those newly discovered countries, than any former navigator perhaps had done during one voyage. In short, those properties in the ships, with perseverance and resolution in their commanders, will enable them to execute their orders, to go beyond former discoverers, and to continue to Britain the reputation of taking the lead of nations in exploring the globe. These considerations concurring with Lord Sandwich's opinion on the same subject, the Admiralty determined to have 2 such ships as are here recommended. Accordingly 2 were purchased of Captain William Hammond of Hull. They were both built at Whitby, by the same person who built the Endeavour, being about 14 or 16 months old at the time they were purchased, and were, in my opinion, as well adapted to the intended service as if they had been built for the purpose. The largest of the 2 was 462 tons burden. She was named Resolution, and sent to Deptford to be equipped. The other was 336 tons burden. She was named Adventure, and sent to be equipped at Woolwich. It was at first proposed to sheathe them with copper, but on considering that copper corrodes the ironwork, especially about the rudder, this intention was laid aside, and the old method of sheathing and fitting pursued, as being the most secure; for although it was usual to make the rubber bands of the same composition, it was not, however, so durable as iron, nor would it, I am well assured, last out such a voyage as the Resolution performed. Therefore, till a remedy is found to prevent the effect of copper upon ironwork, it would not be advisable to use it on a voyage of this kind, as the principal fastenings of the ship being iron, they may be destroyed. On the 28th of November 1771 I was appointed to the command of the Resolution, and Tobias Furneaux, who had been second lieutenant with Captain Wallis, was promoted on this occasion to the command of the Adventures. Our complements of officers and men were fixed, as in the following table: Resolution. Officers and men. Officers' names: Captain 1. James Cook. Lieutenants 3. Robert P. Cooper, Charles Clerker, Richard Pickersgill. Master 1. Joseph Gilbert. Boatswain 1. James Gray. Carpenter 1. James Wallis. Gunner 1. Robert Anderson. Surgeon 1. James Patten. Master's mates 3. Midshipmen 6. Surgeon's mates 2. Captain's clerk 1. Master at arms 1. Corporal 1. Armourer 1. Armourer's mate 1. Sailmaker 1. Boatswain's mate 3. Carpenter's mate 3. Gunner's mate 2. Carpenter's crews 4. Cook 1. Cook's mate 1. Quartermaster 6. able seamen 45. Marines: Lieutenant 1, John Edgecombe, Sergeant 1, Corporals 2, Drummer 1, Privates 15. Total 112. Adventure: Officers and men, officers' names: Captain 1, Tobias Furneaux, Lieutenants 3, Joseph Shank, Arthur Kemper, Master 1, Peter Fannin, Boatswain 1, Edward Johns, Carpenter 1, William Offord, Gunner 1, Andrew Gloag, Surgeon 1, Thomas Andrews, Master's Mate 2. Midshipmen 4, Surgeon's Mates 2, Captain's Clerk 1, Master-at-Arms 1, Master-at-Arms Mate 1, Sailmaker 1, Sailmaker's Mate 1, Boatswain's Mate 1, Carpenter's Mate 2, Gunner's Mate 2, Carpenter's Crews 1, Cook 4, Cook's Mate 1, Quartermasters 4, able seamen 33. Marines: Lieutenant 1, James Scott, Sergeant 1, Corporals 1, Drummer 1, Privates 8. Total 81. I had all the reason in the world to be perfectly satisfied with the choice of the officers. The second and third lieutenants, the lieutenant of marines, 2 of the warrant officers, and several of the petty officers, had been with me during the former voyage. The others were men of known abilities, and all of them on every occasion showed their zeal for the service in which they were employed during the whole voyage. In the equipping of these ships they were not confined to ordinary establishments, but were fitted in the most complete manner, and supplied with every extra article that was suggested to be necessary. Lord Sandwich paid an extraordinary attention to this equipment, by visiting the ships from time to time, to satisfy himself that the whole was completed to his wish, and to the satisfaction of those who were to embark in them. Nor were the Navy and Victualling Boards wanting in providing them with the very best of stores and provisions, and whatever else was necessary for so long a voyage. Some alterations were adopted in the species of provisions usually made use of in the Navy. That is, we were supplied with wheat in lieu of so much oatmeal, and sugar in lieu of so much oil, and when completed, each ship had 2 years and a half provisions on board, of all species. We had besides many extra articles, such as malt, sauerkraut, salted cabbage, portable broth, saloup, mustard, marmalade of carrots, and the inspissated juice of wort and beer. Some of these articles had before been found to be highly antiscorbutic, and others were now sent out on trial, or by way of experiment. The inspissated juice of beer and wort, and marmalade of carrots especially. As several of these antiscorbutic articles are not generally known, a more particular account of them may not be amiss. Of malt is made sweet wort, which is given to such persons as have got the scurvy, or whose habit of body threatens them with it, from 1 to 5 or 6 pints a day, as the surgeon sees necessary. Sauerkraut is cabbage cut small, to which is put a little salt, juniper berries, and aniseeds. It is then fermented, and afterwards close packed in casks, in which state it will keep a good long time. This is a wholesome vegetable food, and a great antiscorbutic. The allowance to each man is 2 pounds a week, but I increased or diminished their allowance as I thought proper. Salted cabbage is cabbage cut to pieces and salted down in casks, which will preserve it a long time. Portable broth is so well known that it needs no description. We were supplied with it both for the sick and well, and it was exceedingly beneficial. Salut, and rob of lemons and oranges, were for the sick and scorbutic only, and wholly under the surgeon's care. Marmalade of carrots is the juice of yellow carrots, inspissated till it is of the thickness of fluid honey, or treacle, which last it resembles both in taste and colour. It was recommended by Baron Storch of Berlin as a very great antiscorbutic, but we did not find that it had much of this quality. For the inspissated juice of wort and beer we were indebted to Mr. Pelham, secretary to the commissioners of the Victualling Office. This gentleman, some years ago, considered that if the juice of malt, either as beer or wort, were inspissated by evaporation, it is probable this inspissated juice would keep good at sea, and if so, a supply of beer might be had at any time by mixing it with water. Mr. Pelham made several experiments, which succeeded so well that the commissioners caused 31 half barrels of this juice to be prepared, and sent out with our ships for trial, 19 on board the Resolution, and the remainder on board the Adventure. The success of these experiments will be mentioned in the narrative, in the order as they were made. The frame of a small vessel, 20 tons burden, was properly prepared and put on board each of the ships to be set up, if found necessary, to serve as tenders upon any emergency, or to transport the crew in case the ship was lost. We were also well provided with fishing nets, lines, and hooks of every kind for catching of fish, and, in order to enable us to procure refreshments in such inhabited parts of the world as we might touch at, where money was of no value, the Admiralty caused to be put on board both the ships several articles of merchandise, as well to trade with the natives for provisions, as to make them presents to gain their friendship and esteem. Their lordships also caused a number of medals to be struck, the one side representing his Majesty, and the other to the two ships. These medals were to be given to the natives of new discovered countries, and left there as testimonies of our being the first discoverers. Some additional clothing, adapted to a cold climate, was put on board, to be given to the seamen whenever it was thought necessary. In short, nothing was wanting that could tend to promote the success of the undertaking, or contribute to the conveniences and health of those who embarked in it. The Admiralty showed no less attention to science in general, by engaging Mr. William Hodges, a landscape painter, to embark in this voyage, in order to make drawings and paintings of such places in the countries we should touch at, as might be proper to give a more perfect idea thereof, than could be formed from written descriptions only. And it being thought of public utility, that some person skilled in natural history should be engaged to accompany me in this voyage, the Parliament granted an ample sum for the purpose, and Mr. John Reinhold Forster and his son were pitched upon for this employment. The Board of Longitude agreed with Mr. William Wales and Mr. William Bailey to make astronomical observations, the former on board the Resolution, and the latter on board the Adventure. The great improvements which astronomy and navigation have met with, from the many interesting observations they have made, would have done honour to any person whose reputation for mathematical knowledge was not so well known as theirs. The same board furnished them with the best instruments for making both astronomical and nautical observations and experiments, and likewise with 4 timepieces or watch machines, 3 made by Mr. Arnold, and 1 made by Mr. Kendall on Mr. Harrison's principles. A particular account of the going of these watches, as also the astronomical and nautical observations made by the astronomers, has been before the public, by order of the Board of Longitude, under the inspection of Mr. Wales. Besides the obligation I was under to this gentleman for communicating to me the observations he made, from time to time during the voyage, I have since been indebted to him for the perusal of his journal, with leave to take from it whatever I thought might contribute to the improvement of this work. For the convenience of the generality of readers, I have reduced the time from the nautical to the civil computations, so that whenever the terms AM and PM are used, the former signifies the forenoon, and the latter the afternoon of the same day. In all the courses, bearings, etc., the variation of the compass is allowed, unless the contrary is expressed. And now it may be necessary to say that, as I am on the point of sailing on a third expedition, I leave this account of my last voyage in the hands of some friends who, in my absence, have kindly accepted the office of correcting the press for me, who am pleased to think that what I have here to relate is better to be given in my own words than in the words of another person, especially as it is a work designed for information and not merely for amusement, in which it is their opinion that candour and fidelity will counterbalance the want of ornament. I shall therefore conclude this introductory discourse with desiring the reader to excuse the inaccuracies of style, which doubtless he will frequently meet with in the following narrative, and that, when such occur, he will recollect that it is the production of a man who has not had the advantage of much school education, but who has been constantly at sea from his youth, and though with the assistance of a few good friends he has passed through all the stations belonging to a seaman, from an apprentice boy in the coal trade to a post captain in the Royal Navy, he has had no opportunity of cultivating letters. After this account of myself, the public must not expect from me the elegance of a fine writer, or the plausibility of a professed bookmaker, but will, I hope, consider me as a plain man, zealously exerting himself in the service of his country, and determined to give the best account he is able of these proceedings. James Cook, Plymouth Sound, July 7th, 1776. End of introduction, part 2. Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 1 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 1. From our departure from England to leaving the Society Isles for the first time. Chapter 1. Passage from Deptford to the Cape of Good Hope, with an account of several incidents that happened by the way, and transactions there. 1772, April. I sailed from Deptford April 9th, 1772, but got no farther than Woolwich, where I was detained by easterly winds till the 23rd, when the ship fell down to Long Reach, and the next day was joined by the Adventure. Here both ships received on board their powder, guns, gunners' stores, and marines. 1772, May. On the 10th of May we left Long Reach, with orders to touch at Plymouth, but in plying down the river the Resolution was found to be very crank, which made it necessary to put into Sheerness in order to remove this evil, by making some alteration in her upper works. These the officers of the yard were ordered to take in hand immediately, and Lord Sandwich and Sir Hugh Palliser came down to see them executed in such a manner as might effectually answer the purpose intended. 1772, June. On the 22nd of June the ship was again completed for sea, when I sailed from Sheerness, and on the 3rd of July joined the Adventure in Plymouth Sound. The evening before we met off the Sound Lord Sandwich in the Augusta yacht, who was on his return from visiting the several dockyards, with the Glory frigate and Hazard sloop. We saluted his lordship with 17 guns, and soon after he and Sir Hugh Palliser gave us the last mark of the very great attention they had paid to this equipment, by coming on board to satisfy themselves that everything was done to my wish, and that the ship was found to answer to my satisfaction. At Plymouth I received my instructions, dated the 25th of June, directing me to take under my command the Adventure, to make the best of my way to the island of Madeira, there to take in a supply of wine, and then proceed to the Cape of Good Hope, where I was to refresh the ship's companies, and take on board such provisions and necessaries as I might stand in need of. After leaving the Cape of Good Hope, I was to proceed to the southward, and endeavour to fall in with Cape Circumcision, which was said by Monsieur Bouvet to lie in the latitude of 54 south, and in about 11 degrees 20 minutes east longitude from Greenwich. If I discovered this cape, I was to satisfy myself whether it was a part of the continent which had so much engaged the attention of geographers and former navigators, or a part of an island. If it proved to be the former, I was to employ myself diligently in exploring as great an extent of it as I could, and to make such notations thereon, and observations of every kind, as might be useful either to navigation or commerce, or tend to the promotion of natural knowledge. I was also directed to observe the genius, temper, disposition, and number of the inhabitants, if there were any, and endeavour, by all proper means, to cultivate a friendship and alliance with them, making them presents of such things as they might value, inviting them to traffic, and showing them every kind of civility and regard. I was to continue to employ myself on this service, and making discoveries either to the eastward or westward, as my situation might render most eligible, keeping in as high a latitude as I could, and prosecuting my discoveries as near to the South Pole as possible, so long as the condition of the ships, the health of the crews, and the state of their provisions would admit of, taking care to reserve as much of the latter as would enable me to reach some known port, where I was to procure a sufficiency to bring me home to England. But if Cape Circumcision should prove to be part of an island only, or if I should not be able to find the said cape, I was in the first case to make the necessary survey of the island, and then to stand on to the southward, so long as I judged there was a likelihood of falling in with the continent, which I was also to do in the latter case, and then to proceed to the eastward in further search of the said continent, as well as to make discoveries of such islands as might be situated in that unexplored part of the southern hemisphere, keeping in higher latitudes, and prosecuting my discoveries, as above mentioned, as near to the pole as possible, until I had circumnavigated the globe. After which I was to proceed to the Cape of Good Hope, and from thence to Spithead. In the prosecution of these discoveries, wherever the season of the year rendered it unsafe for me to continue in higher latitudes, I was to retire to some known place to the northward, to refresh my people and refit the ships, and to return again to the southward as soon as the season of the year would admit of it. In all unforeseen cases, I was authorized to proceed according to my own discretion, and in case the Resolution should be lost or disabled, I was to prosecute the voyage on board the Adventure. I gave a copy of these instructions to Captain Furneaux, with an order directing him to carry them into execution, and in case he was separated from me, appointed the island of Madeira for the first place of rendezvous, Port Praya, in the island of St. Iago, for the second, Cape of Good Hope for the third, and New Zealand for the fourth. During our stay at Plymouth, Messrs. Wales and Bailey, the two astronomers, made observations on Drake's Island, in order to ascertain the latitude, longitude, and true time, for putting the timepieces and watches in motion. The latitude was found to be 50 degrees 21 minutes 30 seconds north, and the longitude 4 degrees 20 minutes west of Greenwich, which in this voyage is everywhere to be understood as the first meridian, and from which the longitude is reckoned east and west to 180 degrees each way. 1772 July. On the 10th of July the watches were set a-going in the presence of the two astronomers, Captain Furneaux, the first lieutenants of the ships, and myself, and put on board. The two on board the Adventure were made by Mr. Arnold, and also one of those on board the Resolution; but the other was made by Mr Kendall upon the same principle, in every respect, as Mr Harrison's timepiece. The commander, first lieutenant, and astronomer, on board each of the ships, kept each of them keys of the boxes which contained the watches, and were always to be present at the winding them up, and comparing the one with the other; or some other officer, if at any time, through indisposition, or absence upon any other necessary duties, any of them could not conveniently attend. The same day, according to the custom of the Navy, the companies of both ships were paid 2 months' wages in advance; and, as a further encouragement of their going this extraordinary voyage, they were also paid the wages due to them to the 28th of the preceding May. This enabled them to provide necessaries for the voyage. On the 13th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, I sailed for Plymouth Sound, with the Adventure in company, and on the evening of the 29th anchored in Funchiale Road, in the island of Madeira. The next morning I saluted the garrison with 11 guns, which compliment was immediately returned. Soon after I went on shore, accompanied by Captain Furneaux, the 2 Mr Forsters, and Mr Wales. At our landing we were received by a gentleman from the vice consul, Mr Sills, who conducted us to the house of Mr Luffnans, the most considerable English merchant in the place. This gentleman not only obtained leave for Mr Forster to search the island for plants, but procured us every other thing we wanted, and insisted on our accommodating ourselves at his house during our stay. The town of Funchiale, which is the capital of the island, is situated about the middle of the south side, in the bottom of the bay of the same name, in latitude 32 degrees 33 minutes 34 seconds north, longitude 17 degrees 12 7/8 seconds west. The longitude was deduced from lunar observations made by Mr Wales, and reduced to the town by Mr Kendall's watch, which made the longitude 17 degrees 10 minutes 14 seconds west. During our stay here, the crews of both ships were supplied with fresh beef and onions, and a quantity of the latter was distributed among them for a sea store. 1772 August. Having got on board a supply of water, wine, and other necessaries, we left Madeira on the 1st of August, and stood to the southward with a fine gale at N.E. On the 4th we passed Palma, one of the Canary Isles. It is of a height to be seen 12 or 14 leagues, and lies in the latitude 28 degrees 38 minutes north, longitude 17 degrees 58 minutes west. The next day we saw the Isle of Ferro, and passed it at a distance of 14 leagues. I judged it to lie in the latitude of 27 degrees 42 minutes north, and longitude 18 degrees 9 minutes west. I now made 3 puncheons of beer of the inspissated juice of malt. The proportion I made use of was about 10 of water to 1 of juice. 15 of the 19 half barrels of the inspissated juice, which we had on board, were produced from wort, that was hopped before inspissated. The other 4 were made of beer, that had been both hopped and fermented before inspissated. This last requires no other preparation to make it fit for use, than to mix it with cold water, from 1 part in 8 to 1 part in 12 of water, or in such other proportion as might be liked, then stop it down, and in a few days it will be brisk and drinkable. But the other sort, after being mixed with water in the same manner, will require to be fermented with yeast, in the usual way of making beer; at least it was so thought. However, experience taught us that this will not always be necessary, for by the heat of the weather, and the agitation of the ship, both sorts were at this time in the highest state of fermentation, and had hitherto evaded all our endeavours to stop it. If this juice could be kept from fermenting, it certainly would be a most valuable article at sea. On finding that our stock of water would not last as to the Cape of Good Hope, without putting the people to a scanty allowance, I resolved to stop at St Jago for a supply. On the 9th, at 9 o'clock in the morning, we made the island of Bonavista, bearing south-west. The next day we passed the Isle of Mayo on the right, and the same evening anchored in Port Praya, in the island of St Jago, in 18 fathoms water. The east point of the bay bore east, the west point south-west a half south, and the fort north-west. I immediately dispatched an officer to ask leave to water, and purchase refreshments, which was granted. On the return of the officer, I saluted the fort with 11 guns, on the promise of its being returned with an equal number. But by a mistake, as they pretended, the salute was returned with only 9, for which the governor made an excuse the next day. The 14th, in the evening, having completed our water, and got on board a supply of refreshments, such as hogs, goats, fowls, and fruit, we put to sea and proceeded on our voyage. Port Praya is in a small bay, situated about the middle of the south side of the island of St Jago, in the latitude of 14 degrees 53 minutes 30 seconds north, longitude 23 degrees 30 minutes west. It may be known, especially in coming from the east, by the southernmost hill on the island, which is round and peaked at top, and lies a little way inland, in the direction of west from the port. This mark is the more necessary, as there is a small cove about a league to the eastward, with a sandy beach in the bottom of it, a valley, and cocoa-nut trees behind, which strangers may mistake for Port Praya, as we ourselves did. The 2 points which form the entrance of Port Praya Bay are rather low, and in the direction of west-south-west and east-north-east, half a league from each other. Close to the west point are sunken rocks, on which the sea continually breaks. The bay lies in north-west near half a league, and the depth of water is from 14 to 4 fathoms. Large ships ought not to anchor in less than 8, in which depth the south end of the Green Island, a small island lying under the west shore, will bear west. You water at a well that is behind the beach at the head of the bay. The water is tolerable but scarce, and bad getting off, on account of a great surf on the beach. The refreshments to be got here are bullocks, hogs, goat, sheep, poultry, and fruits. The goats are of the antelope kind, so extraordinarily lean that hardly anything can equal them, and the bullocks, hogs, and sheep are not much better. Bullocks must be purchased with money. The price is 12 Spanish dollars a head, weighing between 250 and 300 pounds. Other articles may be got from the natives in exchange for old clothes, etc. But the sale of bullocks is confined to a company of merchants, to whom this privilege is granted, and who keep an agent residing upon the spot. The fort above mentioned seems wholly designed for the protection of the bay, and is well situated for that purpose, being built on an elevation which rises directly from the sea on the right, at the head of the bay. We had no sooner got clear of Port Praya than we got a fresh gale at N.N.E., which blew in squalls, attended with showers of rain. But the next day the wind and showers abated, and veered to the south. It was, however, variable and unsettled for several days, accompanied with dark gloomy weather and showers of rain. On the 19th, in the afternoon, one of the carpenter's mates fell overboard and was drowned. He was over the side, fitting in one of the scuttles, from whence it is supposed he had fallen, for he was not seen till the very instant he sunk under the ship's stern, when our endeavours to save him were too late. This loss was sensibly felt during the voyage, as he was a sober man and a good workman. About noon the next day the rain poured down upon us, not in drops but in streams. The wind, at the same time, was variable and squally, which obliged the people to attend the decks, so that few in the ships escaped a good soaking. We, however, benefited by it, as it gave us an opportunity of filling all our empty water casks. This heavy rain at last brought on a dead calm, which continued 24 hours, when it was succeeded by a breeze from south-west betwixt this point and south. It continued for several days, and blew at times in squalls, attended with rain and hot sultry weather. The mercury in the thermometers at noon kept generally from 79 to 82. On the 27th spoke with Captain Furneaux, who informed us that one of his petty officers was dead. At this time we had not one sick on board, although we had every thing of this kind to fear from the rain we had had, which is a great promoter of sickness in hot climates. To prevent this, and agreeable to some hints I had from Sir Hugh Palliser and from Captain Campbell, I took every necessary precaution by airing and drying the ship, with fires made betwixt decks, smoking, etc., and by obliging the people to air their bedding, wash and dry their clothes, whenever there was an opportunity. A neglect of these things causeth a disagreeable smell below, affects the air, and seldom fails to bring on sickness, but more especially in hot and wet weather. We now began to see some of those birds which are said never to fly far from land, that is, man-of-war and tropic birds, gannets, etc. No land, however, that we knew of, could be nearer than 80 leagues. On the 30th at noon, being in the latitude of 2 degrees 35 minutes north, longitude 7 degrees 30 minutes west, and the wind having veered to the east of south, we tacked and stretched to the southwest. In the latitude of 0 degrees 52 minutes north, longitude 9 degrees 25 minutes west, we had one calm day, which gave us an opportunity of trying the current in a boat. We found it set to the north 1/3 of a mile an hour. We had reason to expect this, from the difference we frequently found between the observed latitude and that given by the log, and Mr. Kendall's watch shewed us that it was set to the east also. This was fully confirmed by the lunar observations, when it appeared that we were 3 degrees 0 minutes more to the east than the common reckoning. At the time of trying the current, the mercury in the thermometer in the open air stood at 75.5, and when immersed in the surface of the sea at 74, but when immersed 80 fathoms deep, where it remained 15 minutes, when it came up, the mercury stood at 66. At the same time we sounded, without our finding the bottom, with a line of 250 fathoms. The calm was succeeded by a light breeze at southwest, which kept veering by little and little to the south, and at last to the eastward of south, attended with clear serene weather. End of Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 2 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 1. Passage from Deptford to the Cape of Good Hope, Part 2. 1772, September. At length, on the 8th of September, we crossed the line in the longitude of 8 degrees west, after which the ceremony of ducking, etc., generally practised on this occasion, was not omitted. The wind now veering more and more to the east, and blowing a gentle top-gallant gale, in 8 days it carried us into the latitude 9 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 18 degrees west. The weather was pleasant, and we daily saw some of those birds which are looked upon as signs of the vicinity of land, such as boobies, man-of-war, tropic birds, and gannets. We supposed they came from the Isle of St. Matthew or Ascension, which isles we must have passed at no great distance. On the 27th in the latitude of 25 degrees 29 minutes, longitude 24 degrees 54 minutes, we discovered a sail to the west standing after us. She was a snow, and the colours she shewed, either a Portuguese or St. George's ensign, the distance being too great to distinguish the one from the other, and I did not choose to wait to get nearer, or to speak with her. The wind now began to be variable. It first veered to the north, where it remained 2 days with fair weather. Afterwards it came round by the west to the south, where it remained 2 days longer, and, after a few hours calm, sprung up at south-west. But here it remained not long, before it veered to south-south-east, and to the north of east. Blew fresh, and by squalls, with showers of rain. 1772 October. With these winds we advanced but slowly, and, without meeting with anything remarkable, till the 11th of October, when, at 6 hours 24 minutes 12 seconds, by Mr. Kendall's watch, the moon rose about 4 digits eclipsed, and soon after we prepared to observe the end of the eclipse, as follows: by me at 6 hours 53 minutes 51 seconds, with a common refractor. By Mr. Forster 6 hours 55 minutes 23 seconds. By Mr. Wales 6 hours 54 minutes 57 seconds, quadrant telescope. By Mr. Pickersgill 6 hours 55 minutes 30 seconds, 3 feet refractor. By Mr. Gillett 6 hours 53 minutes 24 seconds, naked eye. By Mr. Hervey 6 hours 55 minutes 34 seconds, quadrant telescope. Mean 6 hours 54 minutes 46½ seconds by the watch. Watch slow of apparent time 3 minutes 59 seconds. Apparent time 6 hours 58 minutes 45½ seconds, end of the eclipse. Ditto 7 hours 25 minutes 0 seconds at Greenwich. Difference of longitude 0 hours 26 minutes 14½ seconds, equivalent to 6 degrees 33 minutes 30 seconds of longitude. The longitude observed by Mr. Wales was, by the moon and Aquilae, 5 degrees 51 minutes, by the moon and Aldebaran 6 degrees 35 minutes, mean 6 degrees 13 minutes 0 seconds, by Mr. Kendall's watch 6 degrees 53 7/8 minutes. The next morning, having but little wind, we hoisted a boat out, to try if there was any current, but found none. From this time to the 16th, we had the wind between the north and east, a gentle gale. We had for some time ceased to see any of the birds before mentioned, and were now accompanied by albatrosses, pintadoes, shearwaters, etc., and a small grey petrel, less than a pigeon. It had a whitish belly and grey back, with a black stroke across from the tip of one wing to the tip of the other. These birds sometimes visited us in great flights. They are, as well as the pintadoes, southern birds, and are, I believe, never seen within the tropics, or north of the Line. On the 17th we saw a sail to the northwest, standing to the eastward, which hoisted Dutch colours. She kept us company for 2 days, but the 3rd we outsailed her. On the 21st, at 7 hours 30 minutes 20 seconds a.m., our longitude, by the mean of 2 observed distances of the sun and moon, was 8 degrees 4 minutes 30 seconds east. Mr. Kendall's watch at the same time gave 7 degrees 22 minutes. Our latitude was 35 degrees 20 seconds north. The wind was now easterly, and continued on till the 23rd, when it veered to the north and northwest, after some hours calm, in which we put a boat in the water, and Mr. Forster shot some albatrosses and other birds, on which we feasted the next day, and found them exceedingly good. At the same time we saw a seal, or, as some thought, a sea lion, which probably might be an inhabitant of one of the isles of Tristan da Cunha, being now nearly in their latitude, and about 5 degrees east of them. The wind continued but 2 days at N.W. and S.W., then veered to the S.E., where it remained 2 days longer, then fixed at N.W., which carried us to our intended port. As we approached the land, the sea fowl, which had accompanied us hitherto, began to leave us; at least they did not come in such numbers, nor did we see gannets, or the black bird, commonly called the Cape hen, till we were nearly within sight of the Cape. Nor did we strike sounding until Penguin Island bore N.N.E., distant 2 or 3 leagues, where we had 50 fathom water. Not but that the soundings might extend farther off. However, I am very sure that they do not extend very far west from the Cape; for we could not find ground with a line of 210 fathoms, 25 leagues west of Table Bay, the same at 35 leagues, and at 64 leagues. I sounded these 3 times, in order to find a bank, which, I had been told, lies to the west of the Cape, but how far I never could learn. I was told before I left England, by some gentlemen who were well enough acquainted with the navigation between England and the Cape of Good Hope, that we sailed at an improper season of the year, and that I should meet with much calm weather near and under the line. This probably may be the case some years; it is, however, not general. On the contrary, we hardly met with any calms, but a brisk S.W. wind in those very latitudes where the calms are expected. Nor did we meet with any of those tornadoes so much spoken of by other navigators. However, what they have said of the current setting towards the coast of Guinea, as you approach that shore, is true; for, from the time of our leaving St. Jago, to our arrival in the latitude of 1½ degrees north, which was 11 days, we were carried by the current 3 degrees of longitude more east than our reckoning. On the other hand, after we had crossed the line, and got to the S.E. trade wind, we always found by observation, that the ship outstripped the reckoning, which we judged to be owing to a current setting between the south and west. But on the whole, the currents in this run seemed to balance each other, for upon our arrival at the Cape, the difference of longitude by dead reckoning kept from England, without once being corrected, was only 3/4 of a degree less than that by observation. At 2 in the afternoon on the 29th, we made the land of the Cape of Good Hope. The Table Mountain, which is over the Cape Town, bore east-south-E, distance 12 or 14 leagues. At this time it was a good deal obscured by clouds, otherwise it might, from its height, have been seen at a much greater distance. We now crowded all the sail we could, thinking to get into the bay before dark; but when we found this could not be accomplished, we shortened sail, and spent the night standing off and on. Between 8 and 9 o'clock, the whole sea, within the compass of our sight, became at once, as it were, illuminated, or what the seamen call all on fire. This appearance of the sea, in some degree, is very common, but the cause is not so generally known. Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander had satisfied me it was occasioned by sea insects. Mr. Forster, however, seemed not to favour this opinion. I therefore had some buckets of water drawn up from alongside the ship, which we found full of an innumerable quantity of small globular insects, about the size of a common pin's head, and quite transparent. There was no doubt of their being living animals when in their own proper element, though we could not perceive any life in them. Mr. Forster, whose province it is more minutely to describe things of this nature, was now well satisfied with the cause of the sea's illumination. At length daylight came and brought us fair weather, and having stood into Table Bay, with the Adventure in company, we anchored in 5 fathom water. We afterwards moored N.E. and S.W., Green Point on the west point of the bay, bearing N.W. by W., and the church, in one with the valley between the Table Mountain and the Sugarloaf, or Lion's Head, bearing S.W. by S., and distant from the landing place near the fort 1 mile. We had no sooner anchored than we were visited by the captain of the port, or master attendant, some other officers belonging to the company, and Mr. Brant. This last gentleman brought us off such things as could not fail of being acceptable to persons coming from sea. The purport of the master attendant's visit was, according to custom, to take an account of the ships, to inquire into the health of the crews, and in particular if the small pox was on board, a thing they dread above all others at the Cape, and for these purposes a surgeon is always one of the visitants. My first step after anchoring was, to send an officer to wait on Baron Plattenberg, the governor, to acquaint him with our arrival, and the reasons which induced me to put in there. To this the officer received a very polite answer, and upon his return we saluted the garrison with 11 guns, which compliment was returned. Soon after I went on shore myself, and waited upon the governor, accompanied by Captain Furneaux and the 2 Mr. Forsters. He received us with very great politeness, and promised me every assistance the place could afford. From him I learned that 2 French ships from the Mauritius, about 8 months before, had discovered land in the latitude of 48° south, and in the meridian of that island, along which they sailed 40 miles, till they came to a bay in which they were about to enter, when they were driven off and separated in a hard gale of wind, after having lost some of their boats and people, which they had sent to sound the bay. One of the ships, viz. La Fortune, soon after arrived at the Mauritius, the captain of which was sent home to France with an account of the discovery. The governor also informed me that in March last 2 other French ships from the island of Mauritius touched at the Cape, in their way to the South Pacific Ocean, where they were going to make discoveries, under the command of Monsieur Marion. Aituro, the man Monsieur de Bougainville brought from Otaheite, was to have returned with Monsieur Marion, had he been living. After having visited the governor and some other principal persons of the place, we fixed ourselves at Mr. Brant's, the usual residence of most officers belonging to English ships. This gentleman spares neither trouble nor expense to make his home agreeable to those who favour him with their company, and to accommodate them with every thing they want. With him I concerted measures for supplying the ships with provisions, and all other necessaries they wanted, which he set about procuring without delay, while the seamen on board were employed in overhauling the rigging, and the carpenters in caulking the ship's sides and decks, etc. Messrs. Wales and Bailey got all their instruments on shore, in order to make astronomical observations, for ascertaining the going of the watches and other purposes. The results of some of these observations shewed, that Mr. Kendall's watch had answered beyond all expectations, by pointing out the longitude of this place to within 1 minute of time to what it was observed by Messrs. Mason and Dixon in 1761. 3 or 4 days after us, 2 Dutch Indiamen arrived here from Holland, after a passage of between 4 and 5 months, in which one lost, by the scurvy and other putrid diseases, 150 men, and the other 41. They sent, on their arrival, great numbers to the hospital in very dreadful circumstances. It is remarkable that one of these ships touched at Port Praya, and left it a month before we arrived there, and yet we got here 3 days before her. The Dutch at the Cape, having found their hospital too small for the reception of their sick, were going to build a new one at the east part of the town, the foundation of which was laid with great ceremony while we were there. 1772 November. By the healthy condition of the crews of both ships at our arrival, I thought to have made my stay at the Cape very short; but as the bread we wanted was unbaked, and the spirit, which I found scarce, to be collected from different parts out of the country, it was the 18th of November before we had got every thing on board, and the 22nd before we could put to sea. During this stay, the crews of both ships were served every day with fresh beef or mutton, new baked bread, and as much greens as they could eat. The ships were caulked and painted, and in every respect put in as good a condition as when they left England. Some alterations in the officers took place in the Adventure. Mr. Shank, the first lieutenant, having been in an ill state of health ever since we sailed from Plymouth, and not finding himself recovering here, desired my leave to quit, in order to return home for the re-establishment of his health. As his request appeared to be well founded, I granted him leave accordingly, and appointed Mr. Kemp first lieutenant in his room, and Mr. Burney, one of my midshipmen, second in the room of Mr. Kemp. Mr. Forster, whose whole time was taken up in the pursuit of natural history and botany, met with a Swedish gentleman, one Mr. Sparman, who understood something of these sciences, having studied under Dr. Linnaeus. He being willing to embark with us, Mr. Forster strongly importuned me to take him on board, thinking he would be of great assistance to him in the course of the voyage. I at last consented, and he embarked with us accordingly, as an assistant to Mr. Forster, who bore his expenses on board, and allowed him a yearly stipend besides. Mr. Hodges employed himself here in drawing a view of the Cape Town, and parts adjacent, in oil colours, which was properly packed up with some others, and left with Mr. Brandt, in order to be forwarded to the Admiralty by the first ship that should sail for England. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 1 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 2. Departure from the Cape of Good Hope, in search of a southern continent. 1772 November. Having at length finished my business at the Cape, and taken leave of the governor and some others of the chief officers, who, with very obliging readiness, had given me all the assistance I could desire, on the 22nd of November we repaired on board, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon weighed, and came to sail with the wind at north by west. As soon as the anchor was up, we saluted the port with 15 guns, which was immediately returned, and after making a few trips, got out of the bay by 7 o'clock, at which time the town bore south-east, distant 4 miles. After this we stood to the westward all night, in order to get clear of the land, having the wind at N.N.W. and N.W., blowing in squalls attended with rain, which obliged us to reef our topsails. The sea was again illuminated for some time, in the same manner as it was the night before we arrived in Table Bay. Having got clear of the land, I directed my course for Cape Circumcision. The wind continued at N.W. a moderate gale until the 24th, when it veered round to the eastward. On the noon of this day, we were in the latitude of 35 degrees 25 minutes south, and 29 minutes west of the Cape, and had abundance of albatrosses about us, several of which were caught with hook and line, and were very well relished by many of the people, notwithstanding they were at this time served with fresh mutton. Judging that we should soon come into cold weather, I ordered slops to be served to such as were in want, and gave each man the fear nought jacket and trousers allowed them by the Admiralty. 1772 December. The wind continued easterly for 2 days, and blew a moderate gale, which brought us into the latitude of 39 degrees 4 minutes, and 2 degrees of longitude west of the Cape. Thermometer 52.5. The wind now came to west and southwest, and on the 29th fixed at west-northwest, and increased to a storm, which continued with some few intervals of moderate weather till the 6th of December, when we were in the latitude of 48 degrees 41 minutes south, and longitude 18 degrees 24 minutes east. This gale, which was attended with rain and hail, blew at times with such violence that we could carry no sails, by which means we were driven far to the eastward of our intended course, and no hopes were left me of reaching Cape Circumcision. But the greatest misfortune that attended us was the loss of a great part of our livestock, which we had brought from the Cape, and which consisted of sheep, hogs, and geese. Indeed, this sudden transition from warm, mild weather to extreme cold and wet, made every man in the ship feel its effects; for by this time the mercury in the thermometer had fallen to 38, whereas at the Cape it was generally at 67 and upwards. I now made some addition to the people's allowance of spirit, by giving them a dram whenever I thought it necessary, and ordered Captain Furneaux to do the same. The night proved clear and serene, and the only one that was so since we left the Cape, and the next morning the rising sun gave us such flattering hopes of a fine day, that we were induced to let all the reefs out of the topsails, and to get top-gallant yards across, in order to make the most of a fresh gale at north. Our hopes, however, soon vanished, for before 8 o'clock the serenity of the sky was changed into a thick haze, accompanied with rain. The gale increasing obliged us to hand the mainsail, close reef our topsails, and to strike top-gallant yards. The barometer at this time was unusually low, which foreboded an approaching storm, and this happened accordingly; for, by 1 o'clock p.m., the wind, which was at north-west, blew with such strength as obliged us to take in all our sails, to strike top-gallant masts, and to get the spritsail yard in; and I thought proper to wear and lie to, under a mizzen staysail, with the ship's heads to the north-east, as they would bow the sea, which ran prodigiously high, better on this tack. At 8 o'clock next morning, being the 8th, we wore and lay on the other tack. The gale was a little abated, but the sea ran too high to make sail, any more than the fore topmast staysail. In the evening, being in the latitude of 49 degrees 40 minutes south, and 1½ degrees east of the Cape, we saw 2 penguins and some sea or rockweed, which occasioned us to sound, without finding ground, at 100 fathoms. At 8 p.m. we wore, and lay with our heads to the north-east till 3 in the morning of the 9th, then wore again to the southward, the wind blowing in squalls accompanied with showers of snow. At 8, being something more moderate, I made the Adventure signal to make sail, and soon after made sail ourselves under the courses and close reefed topsails. In the evening took in the topsails and mainsail, and brought to under foresail and mizzen, thermometer at 36 degrees. The wind still at north-west, blew a fresh gale, accompanied with a very high sea. In the night we had a pretty smart frost with snow. In the morning of the 10th we made sail under courses and topsails close reefed, and made the signal for the Adventure to make sail and lead. At 8 o'clock saw an island of ice to the westward of us, being then in the latitude of 56 degrees 40 minutes south, and longitude 2 degrees 0 minutes east of the Cape of Good Hope. Soon after the wind moderated, and we let all the reefs out of the topsails, got the sprit sail yard out, and topgallant mast up. The weather coming hazy, I called the Adventure by signal under my stern, which was no sooner done than the haze increased so much with snow and sleet, that we did not see an island of ice, which we were steering directly for, till we were less than a mile from it. I judged it to be about 50 feet high, and half a mile in circuit. It was flat on top, and its sides rose in a perpendicular direction, against which the seas broke exceedingly high. Captain Furneaux at first took this ice for land, and hauled off from it, until called back by signal. As the weather was foggy, it was necessary to proceed with caution. We therefore reefed our topsails, and at the same time sounded, but found no ground with 150 fathoms. We kept on to the southward, with the wind at north till night, which we spent in making short trips, first one way and then another, under an easy sail. Thermometer these 24 hours from 36.5 to 31. At daylight in the morning of the 11th, we made sail to the southward with the wind at west, having a fresh gale attended with sleet and snow. At noon we were in the latitude of 51 degrees 50 minutes south, and longitude 21 degrees 3 minutes east, where we saw some white birds about the size of pigeons, with blackish bills and feet. I never saw any such before, and Mr. Forster had no knowledge of them. I believe them to be of the petrel tribe, and natives of these icy seas. At this time we passed between two ice islands, which lay at a little distance from each other. In the night the wind veered to northwest, which enabled us to steer southwest. On the 12th we had still thick hazy weather, with sleet and snow, so that we were obliged to proceed with great caution on account of the ice islands. 6 of these we passed this day, some of them near 2 miles in circuit and 60 feet high. And yet such was the force and height of the waves, that the sea broke quite over them. This exhibited a view, which for a few moments was pleasing to the eye, but when we reflected on the danger, the mind was filled with horror. For were a ship to get against the weather side of one of these islands when the sea runs high, she would be dashed to pieces in a moment. Upon our getting among the ice islands, the albatrosses left us, that is, we saw but one now and then, nor did our other companions, the pintadoes, sheerwaters, small grey birds, fulmars, etc., appear in such numbers. On the other hand, penguins began to make their appearance. 2 of these birds were seen to-day. The wind in the night veered to west, and at last fixed at southwest, a fresh gale, with sleet and snow, which froze on our sails and rigging as it fell, so that they were all hung with icicles. We kept on to the southward, passed no less than 18 ice islands, and saw more penguins. At noon on the 13th, we were in the latitude of 54 degrees south, which is the latitude of Cape Circumcision, discovered by Monsieur Bouvet in 1739, but we were 10 degrees of longitude east of it, that is near 118 leagues in this latitude. We stood on to the south-south-east till 8 o'clock in the evening, the weather still continuing thick and hazy, with sleet and snow. From noon till this time 20 ice islands, of various extent, both for height and circuit, presented themselves to our view. At 8 o'clock we sounded, but found no ground with 150 fathom of line. We now tacked and made a trip to the northward till midnight, when we stood again to the southward, and at half an hour past 6 in the morning of the 14th, we were stopped by an immense field of low ice, to which we could see no end, either to the east, west, or south. In different parts of this field were islands or hills of ice, like those we found floating in the sea, and some on board thought they saw land also over the ice, bearing S.W. by S. I even thought so myself, but changed my opinion upon more narrowly examining these ice hills, and the various appearances they made when seen through the haze; for at this time it was both hazy and cloudy in the horizon, so that a distant object could not be seen distinct. Being now in the latitude of 54 degrees 50 minutes south, and longitude 21 degrees 34 minutes east, and having the wind at northwest, we bore away along the edge of the ice, steering south-south-east and south-east, according to the direction of the north side of it, where we saw many whales, penguins, some white birds, pintadoes, etc. At 8 o'clock we brought to under a point of the ice, where we had smooth water, and I sent on board for Captain Furneaux. After we had fixed on rendezvous, in case of separation, and some other matters for the better keeping company, he returned on board, and we made sail again along the ice. Some pieces we took up alongside, which yielded fresh water. At noon we had a good observation, and found ourselves in latitude 54 degrees 55 minutes south. We continued a south-east course along the edge of the ice till 1 o'clock, when we came to a point round which we hauled south-south-west, the sea appearing to be clear of ice in that direction. But after running 4 leagues upon this course, with the ice on our starboard side, we found ourselves quite embayed, the ice extending from north-north-east round by the west and south to east in one compact body. The weather was indifferently clear, and yet we could see no end to it. At 5 o'clock we hauled up east, wind at north, a gentle gale, in order to clear the ice. The extreme east point of it at 8 o'clock bore east by south, over which appeared a clear sea. We however spent the night in making short boards under an easy sail. Thermometer these 24 hours from 32 to 30. Next day, the 15th, we had the wind at northwest, a small gale, thick foggy weather with much snow. Thermometer from 32 to 27, so that our sails and rigging were all hung with icicles. The fog was so thick at times that we could not see the length of the ship, and we had much difficulty to avoid the many islands of ice that surrounded us. About noon, having but little wind, we hoisted out a boat to try the current, which we found set south-east, near 3/4 mile an hour. At the same time a thermometer, which in the open air was at 32 degrees, in the surface of the sea was at 30 degrees, and after being immerged 100 fathoms deep for about 15 or 20 minutes, came up at 34 degrees, which is only 2 degrees above freezing. Our latitude at this time was 55 degrees 8 minutes. The thick fog continued till 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, when it cleared away a little, and we made sail to the southward, wind still at northwest, a gentle gale. We had not run long to the southward, before we fell in with the main field of ice, extending from south-south-west to east. We now bore away to east along the edge of it, but at night hauled off north, with the wind at west-northwest, a gentle gale attended with snow. At 4 in the morning on the 17th, stood again to the south, but was again obliged to bear up on account of the ice, along the side of which we steered betwixt east and south-south-west, hauling into every bay or opening, in hopes of finding a passage to the south, but we found everywhere the ice closed. We had a gentle gale at northwest, with showers of snow. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 55 degrees 16' south. In the evening the weather was clear and serene. In the course of this day we saw many whales, one seal, penguins, some of the white birds, another sort of peterel, which is brown and white, and not much unlike a pintado, and some other sorts already known. We found the skirts of the loose ice to be more broken than usual, and it extended some distance beyond the main field, insomuch that we sailed amongst it the most part of the day, and the high ice islands without us were innumerable. At 8 o'clock we sounded, but found no ground with 250 fathoms of line. After this we hauled close upon a wind to the northward, as we could see the field of ice extend as far as northeast. But this happened not to be the northern point, for at 11 o'clock we were obliged to tack to avoid it. At 2 o'clock the next morning we stood again to the northward, with the wind at N.W. by west, thinking to weather the ice upon this tack, on which we stood but 2 hours, before we found ourselves quite embayed, being then in latitude 55 degrees 8', longitude 24 degrees 3'. The wind veering more to the north, we tacked and stood to the westward, under all the sail we could carry, having a fresh breeze and clear weather, which last was of short duration; for at 6 o'clock it became hazy, and soon after there was thick fog. The wind veered to the northeast, freshened and brought with it snow and sleet, which froze on the rigging as it fell. We were now enabled to get clear of the field of ice, but at the same time we were carried in amongst the ice islands in a manner equally dangerous, and which with much difficulty we kept clear of. Dangerous as it is to sail among these floating rocks, if I may be allowed to call them so, in a thick fog, this, however, is preferable to being entangled with immense fields of ice under the same circumstances. The great danger to be apprehended in the latter case is the getting fast in the ice, a situation which would be extremely alarming. I had 2 men on board that had been in the Greenland trade, the one of them in a ship that lay 9 weeks, and the other in one that lay 6 weeks, fast in this kind of ice, which they called packed ice. What they called field ice is thicker, and the whole field, be it ever so large, consists of one piece; whereas this which I call field ice, from its immense extent, consists of many pieces of various sizes, both in thickness and surface, from 30 or 40 feet square to 3 or 4, packed close together, and in places heaped one upon another. This, I am of opinion, would be found too hard for a ship's side, that is not properly armed against it. How long it may have lain, or will lie here, is a point not easily determined. Such ice is found in the Greenland seas all the summer long, and I think it cannot be colder there in the summer than it is here. Be this as it may, we certainly had no thaw. On the contrary, the mercury in Fahrenheit's thermometer kept generally below the freezing point, although it was the middle of summer. It is a general opinion that the ice I have been speaking of is formed in bays and rivers. Under this supposition, we were led to believe that land was not far distant, and that it even lay to the southward behind the ice, which alone hindered us from approaching to it. Therefore, as we had now sailed above 30 leagues along the edge of the ice, without finding a passage to the south, I determined to run 30 or 40 leagues to the east, afterwards endeavour to get to the southward, and if I met with no land or other impediment, to get behind the ice, and put the matter out of all manner of dispute. With this view we kept standing to the northwest, with the wind at northeast and north, thick foggy weather, with sleet and snow, till 6 in the evening, when the wind veered to northwest, and we tacked and stood to the eastward. meeting with many islands of ice of different magnitudes, and some loose pieces. The thermometer from 30 to 34, weather very hazy with sleet and snow, and more sensibly colder than the thermometer seemed to point out, insomuch that the whole crew complained. In order to enable them to support this weather the better, I caused the sleeves of their jackets, which were so short as to expose their arms, to be lengthened with baize, and had a cap made for each man of the same stuff, together with canvas, which proved of great service to them. Some of our people appearing to have symptoms of the scurvy, the surgeons began to give them fresh wort every day, made from the malt we had on board for that purpose. One man in particular was highly scorbutic, and yet he had been taking the rob of lemon and orange for some time, without being benefited thereby. On the other hand, Captain Furneaux told me that he had 2 men, who, though far gone in this disease, were now in a manner entirely cured by it. We continued standing to the eastward till 8 o'clock in the morning of the 21st, when, being in the latitude of 53 degrees 50 minutes, and longitude 29 degrees 24 minutes east, we hauled to the south, with the wind at west, a fresh gale and hazy with snow. In the evening the wind fell and the weather cleared up, so as that we could see a few leagues round us, being in the latitude of 54 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 30 minutes east. At 10 o'clock, seeing many islands of ice ahead, and the weather coming on foggy with snow, we wore and stood to the northward till 3 in the morning, when we stood again to the south. At 8 the weather cleared up, and the wind came to W.S.W., with which we made all the sail we could to the south, having never less than 10 or 12 islands of ice in sight. Next day we had the wind at S.W. and S.S.W., a gentle gale, with now and then showers of snow and hail. In the morning, being in the latitude of 55 degrees 20 minutes south, and longitude 31 degrees 30 minutes east, we hoisted out a boat to see if there was any current, but found none. Mr. Forster, who went in the boat, shot some of the small grey birds before mentioned, which were of the petrel tribe, and about the size of a small pigeon. Their back and upper side of their wings, their feet and bills, are of a blue-grey colour. Their bellies and under side of their wings are white, a little tinged with blue. The upper side of their quill feathers is a dark blue tinged with black. A streak is formed by feathers nearly of this colour, along the upper parts of the wings, and crossing the back a little above the tail. The end of the tail feathers is also of the same colour. Their bills are much broader than any I have seen of the same tribe, and their tongues are remarkably broad. These blue petrels, as I shall call them, are seen nowhere but in the southern hemisphere, from about the latitude of 28 degrees and upwards. Thermometer at 33 degrees in the open air, and 32 degrees in the sea at the surface, and at 34½ when drawn, and 6½ minutes in drawing up from 100 fathoms below it, where it had been 16 minutes. On the 24th the wind blew from N.W. to N.E. a gentle gale, fair and cloudy. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 56 degrees 31 minutes south, and longitude 31 degrees 19 minutes east, the thermometer at 35. And being near an island of ice, which was about 50 feet high and 400 fathoms in circuit, I sent the master in the jolly boat to see if any water ran from it. He soon returned with an account that there was not one drop, or any other appearance of thaw. In the evening we sailed through several floats, or fields of loose ice, lying in the direction of S.E. and N.W. At the same time we had continually several islands of the same composition in sight. On the 25th, the wind veering round from the N.E. to the E. by S., it blew a gentle gale, with which we stood to the W.S.W., and at noon, were in the latitude of 57 degrees 50 minutes south, and longitude 29 degrees 32 minutes east. The weather was fair and cloudy, the air sharp and cold, attended with a hard frost; and although this was the middle of summer with us, I much question if the day was colder in any part of England. The wind continued at south, blew a fresh gale, fair and cloudy weather till near noon the next day, when we had clear sunshine, and found ourselves by observation in the latitude of 58 degrees 31 minutes south, longitude 26 degrees 57 minutes east. In the course of the last 24 hours, we passed through several fields of broken loose ice. They were in general narrow, but of a considerable length, in the direction of northwest and southeast. The ice was so close in one, that it would hardly admit the ship through it. The pieces were flat, from 4 to 6 or 8 inches thick, and appeared of that sort of ice which is generally formed in bays or rivers. Others again were different, the pieces forming various honeycombed branches, exactly like coral rocks, and exhibiting such a variety of figures as can hardly be conceived. We supposed this ice to have broke from the main field we had lately left, and which I was determined to get to the south of, or behind if possible, in order to satisfy myself whether or not it joined to any land, as had been conjectured. With this view I kept on to the westward, with a gentle gale at south and south-southwest, and soon after 6 o'clock in the evening we saw some penguins, which occasioned us to sound, but we found no ground with 150 fathoms. In the morning of the 27th we saw more loose ice, but not many islands, and those we did see were but small. The day being calm and pleasant, and the sea smooth, we hoisted out a boat, from which Mr. Forster shot a penguin and some peterels. These penguins differ not from those seen in other parts of the world, except in some minute particulars distinguishable only by naturalists. Some of the peterels are of the blue sort, but differed from those before mentioned, in not having a broad bill, and the ends of their tail feathers were tipped with white instead of dark blue; but whether these were only the distinctions betwixt the male and female, was a matter disputed by naturalists. We were now in the latitude of 58 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 24 degrees 39 minutes east, and took the opportunity of the calm to sound, but found no ground with a line of 220 fathoms. The calm continued until 6 in the evening, when it was succeeded by a light breeze from the east, which afterwards increased to a fresh gale. In the morning of the 28th I made the signal to the Adventure to spread 4 miles on my starboard beam, and in this position we continued sailing west-south-west, till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the hazy weather, attended with snow showers, made it necessary for us to join. Soon after we reefed our topsails, being surrounded on all sides with islands of ice. In the morning of the 29th we let them out again, and set top-gallant sails, still continuing our course to the westward, and meeting with several penguins. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 59 degrees 12 minutes, longitude 19 degrees 1 minute east, which is 3 degrees more to the west than we were when we first fell in with the field of ice, so that it is pretty clear that it joined to no land, as we conjectured. Having come to a resolution to run as far west as the meridian of Cape Circumcision, provided we met with no impediment, as the distance was not more than 80 leagues, the wind favourable, and the sea seemed to be pretty clear of ice, I sent on board for Captain Furneaux, to make him acquainted therewith; and after dinner he returned to his ship. At 1 o'clock we steered for an island of ice, thinking if there were any loose ice round it, to take some on board, and convert it into fresh water. At 4 we brought to, close under the lee of the island, where we did not find what we wanted, but saw upon it 86 penguins. This piece of ice was about half a mile in circuit, and 100 feet high and upwards, for we lay for some minutes with every sail becalmed under it. The side on which the penguins were rose sloping from the sea, so as to admit them to creep up it. It is a received opinion that penguins never go far from land, and that the sight of them is a sure indication of its vicinity. The opinion may hold good where there are no ice islands, but where such are, these birds, as well as many others which usually keep near the shores, finding a roosting place upon these islands, may be brought by them a great distance from any land. It will, however, be said that they must go on shore to breed, that probably the females were there, and that these were only the males which we saw. Be that as it may, I shall continue to take notice of these birds whenever we see them, and leave every one to judge for himself. We continued our course to the westward, with a gentle gale at east-north-east, the weather being sometimes tolerably clear, and at other times thick and hazy with snow. The thermometer for a few days past was from 31 to 36. At 9 o'clock the next morning, being the 30th, we shot one of the white birds, upon which we lowered a boat into the water to take it up, and by that means killed a penguin, which weighed 11 pounds and a half. The white bird was of the petrel tribe. The bill, which is rather short, is of a colour between black and dark blue, and their legs and feet are blue. I believe them to be the same sort of birds that Bouvet mentions to have seen when he was off Cape Circumcision. We continued our westerly course till 8 o'clock in the evening, when we steered north-west, the point on which I reckon the above-mentioned cape to bear. At midnight we fell in with loose ice, which soon after obliged us to tack, and stretch to the southward. At half an hour past 2 o'clock in the morning of the 31st, we stood for it again, thinking to take some on board, but this was found impracticable; for the wind, which had been at north-east, now veered to south-east, and increasing to a fresh gale, brought with it such a sea as made it very dangerous for the ships to remain among the ice. The danger was yet farther increased by discovering an immense field to the north, extending from north-east by east to south-west by west, farther than the eye could reach. As we were not above 2 or 3 miles from this, and surrounded by loose ice, there was no time to deliberate. We presently wore, got our tacks on board, hauled to the south, and soon got clear, but not before we had received several hard knocks from the loose pieces, which were of the largest sort, and among which we saw a seal. In the afternoon, the wind increased in such a manner as to oblige us to hand the topsails, and strike top-gallant yards. At 8 o'clock we tacked and stood to the east, till midnight, when being in the latitude of 60° 21' south, longitude 13° 32' east, we stood again to the west. End of Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 2 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Departure from the Cape of Good Hope. 1773 January. Next day, towards noon, the gale abated, so that we could carry close-reefed topsails. But the weather continued thick and hazy, with sleet and snow, which froze on the rigging as it fell, and ornamented the whole with icicles, the mercury in the thermometer being generally below the freezing point. This weather continued until near noon the next day, at which time we were in the latitude of 59° 12' south, longitude 9 degrees 45 minutes east, and here we saw some penguins. The wind had now veered to the west, and was so moderate that we could bear 2 reefs out of the topsails. In the afternoon we were favoured with the sight of the moon, whose face we had seen but once since we left the Cape of Good Hope. By this a judgment may be formed of the sort of weather we had since we left that place. We did not fail to seize the opportunity to make several observations of the sun and moon. The longitude deduced from it was 9 degrees 34 minutes 30 seconds east, Mr. Kendall's watch at the same time giving 10 degrees 6 minutes east, and the latitude was 58 degrees 53 minutes 30 seconds south. This longitude is nearly the same that is assigned to Cape Circumcision, and at the going down of the sun we were about 95 leagues to the south of the latitude it is said to lie in. At this time the weather was so clear that we might have seen land at 14 or 15 leagues distance. It is therefore very probable that what Bouvet took for land was nothing but mountains of ice, surrounded by loose or field ice. We ourselves were undoubtedly deceived by the ice hills the day we first fell in with the field ice. Nor was it an improbable conjecture that that ice joined to land. The probability was however now greatly lessened, if not entirely set aside, for the space between the northern edge of the ice, along which we sailed, and our route to the west, when south of it, nowhere exceeded 100 leagues, and in some places not 60. The clear weather continued no longer than 3 o'clock the next morning, when it was succeeded by a thick fog, sleet, and snow. The wind also veered to north-east and blew a fresh gale, with which we stood to south-east. It increased in such a manner that before noon we were brought under close reefed topsails. The wind continued to veer to the north, at last fixed at north-west, and was attended with intervals of clear weather. Our course was east 1/4 north, till noon the next day, when we were in the latitude of 59 degrees 2 minutes south, and nearly under the same meridian as we were when we fell in with the last field of ice, 5 days before, so that had it remained in the same situation, we must now have been in the middle of it, whereas we did not so much as see any. We cannot suppose that so large a float of ice as this was, could be destroyed in so short a time. It therefore must have drifted to the northward, and this makes it probable that there is no land under this meridian, between the latitude of 55 degrees and 59 degrees, where we had supposed some to lie, as mentioned above. As we were now only sailing over a part of the sea where we had been before, I directed the course east-south-east, in order to get more to the south. We had the advantage of a fresh gale, and the disadvantage of a thick fog. Much snow and sleet, which, as usual, froze on our rigging as it fell, so that every rope was covered with the finest transparent ice I ever saw. This afforded an agreeable sight enough to the eye, but conveyed to the mind an idea of coldness much greater than it really was, for the weather was rather milder than it had been for some time past, and the sea less encumbered with ice. But the worst was, the ice so clogged the rigging, sails, and blocks, as to make them exceedingly bad to handle. Our people, however, surmounted these difficulties with a steady perseverance, and withstood this intense cold much better than I expected. We continued to steer to the east-south-east with a fresh gale at north-west, attended with sleet and snow till the 8th, when we were in the latitude of 61 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 31 degrees 47 minutes east. In the afternoon we passed more ice islands than we had seen for several days. Indeed, they were now so familiar to us, that they were often passed unnoticed, but more generally unseen on account of the thick weather. At 9 o'clock in the evening we came to one which had a quantity of loose ice about it. As the wind was moderate and the weather tolerably fair, we shortened sail and stood on and off, with a view of taking some on board on the return of light; but at 4 o'clock in the morning, finding ourselves to leeward of this ice, we bore down to an island to leeward of us, there being about it some loose ice, part of which we saw break off. There we brought to, hoisted out 3 boats, and in about 5 or 6 hours took up as much ice as yielded 15 tons of good fresh water. The pieces we took up were hard and solid as a rock. Some of them were so large that we were obliged to break them with pickaxes before they could be taken into the boats. The salt water, which adhered to the ice, was so trifling as not to be tasted, and, after it had lain on deck for a short time, entirely drained off; and the water which the ice yielded was perfectly sweet and well tasted. Part of the ice we broke in pieces and put into casks; some we melted in the coppers and filled up the casks with the water, and some we kept on deck for present use. The melting and stowing away the ice is a little tedious, and takes up some time; otherwise this is the most expeditious way of watering I ever met with. Having got on board this supply of water, and the Adventure about 2/3 as much, of which we stood in great need, as we had once broke the ice, I did not doubt of getting more whenever we were in want. I therefore without hesitation directed our course more to the south, with a gentle gale at N.W., attended as usual with snow showers. In the morning of the 11th, being then in the latitude of 62° 44' south, longitude 37° east, the variation of the compass was 24° 10' west, and the following morning, in the latitude of 64° 12' south, longitude 38° 14' east, by the mean of 3 compasses, it was no more than 23° 52' west. In this situation we saw some penguins; and being near an island of ice, from which several pieces had broken, we hoisted out 2 boats, and took on board as much as filled all our empty casks, and the Adventure did the same. While this was doing, Mr Forster shot an albatross, whose plumage was of a colour between brown and dark grey, the head and upper side of the wings rather inclining to black, and it had white eyebrows. We began to see these birds about the time of our first falling in with the ice islands, and some have accompanied us ever since. These and the dark brown sort with the yellow bill were the only albatrosses that had not now forsaken us. At 4 o'clock p.m. we hoisted in the boats, and made sail to the south-east, with a gentle breeze at south by west, attended with showers of snow. On the 13th, at 2 o'clock a.m. it fell calm. Of this we took the opportunity to hoist out a boat, to try the current, which we found to set N.W. near 1/3 of a mile an hour. At the time of trying the current, a Fahrenheit thermometer was immerged in the sea 100 fathoms below its surface, where it remained 20 minutes. When it came up, the mercury stood at 32, which is the freezing point. Some little time after, being exposed to the surface of the sea, it rose to 33½, and in the open air to 36. The calm continued till 5 o'clock in the evening, when it was succeeded by a light breeze from the south and south-east, with which we stood to the north-east, with all our sails set. Though the weather continued fair, the sky as usual was clouded. However, at 9 o'clock the next morning it was clear, and we were enabled to observe several distances between the sun and moon, the mean result of which gave 39° 30' 30" east longitude. Mr Kendal's watch at the same time gave 38° 27' 45", which is 1° 2' 45" west of the observations; whereas, on the 3rd instant, it was half a degree east of them. In the evening I found the variation by the mean of azimuths taken with Gregory's compass to be 28 degrees 14 minutes 0 seconds. By the mean of 6 azimuths by one of Dr. Knight's, 28 degrees 32 minutes 0 seconds, and by another of Dr. Knight's, 28 degrees 34 minutes 0 seconds. Our latitude at this time was 63 degrees 57 minutes, longitude 39 degrees 38.5 minutes. The succeeding morning, the 15th, being then in latitude 63 degrees 33 minutes south, the longitude was observed by the following persons, viz. Myself, being the mean of 6 distances of the sun and moon, 40 degrees 1 minute 45 seconds east. Mr. Wales, ditto, 39 degrees 29 minutes 45 seconds. Ditto, ditto, 39 degrees 56 minutes 45 seconds. Lieutenant Clerk, ditto, 39 degrees 38 minutes 0 seconds. Mr. Gilbert, ditto, 39 degrees 48 minutes 45 seconds. Mr. Smith, ditto, 39 degrees 18 minutes 15 seconds. Mean, 39 degrees 42 minutes 12 seconds. Mr. Kendall's watch made 38 degrees 41 minutes 30 seconds, which is nearly the same difference as the day before. But Mr. Wales and I took each of us 6 distances of the sun and moon, with the telescopes fixed to our sextants, which brought out the longitude nearly the same as the watch. The results were as follows: by Mr. Wales, 38 degrees 35 minutes 30 seconds, and by me 38 degrees 36 minutes 45 seconds. It is impossible for me to say whether these or the former are the nearest to the truth, nor can I assign any probable reason for so great a disagreement. We certainly can observe with greater accuracy through the telescope than with the common sight, when the ship is sufficiently steady. The use of the telescope is found difficult at first, but a little practice will make it familiar. By the assistance of the watch, we shall be able to discover the greatest error this method of observing the longitude at sea is liable to, which at the present does not exceed 1.5 degrees, and in general will be found to be much less. Such is the improvement navigation has received by the astronomers and mathematical instrument makers of this age. By the former, from the valuable tables they have communicated to the public, under the direction of the Board of Longitude, and contained in the Astronomical Ephemeris, and by the latter, from the great accuracy they observe in making instruments, without which the tables would, in a great measure, lose their effect. The preceding observations were made by 4 different sextants of different workmen. Mine was by Mr. Bird, one of Mr. Wales's by Mr. Dolland, the other and Mr. Clerk's by Mr. Ramsden, and also Mr. Gilbert's and Smith's, who observed with the same instrument. 5 tolerably fine days had now succeeded one another. This, besides giving us an opportunity to make the preceding observations, was very serviceable to us on many other accounts, and came at a very seasonable time. For, having on board a good quantity of fresh water, or ice, which was the same thing, the people were enabled to wash and dry their clothes and linen, a care that can never be enough attended to in all long voyages. The winds during this time blew in gentle gales, and the weather was mild. Yet the mercury in the thermometer never rose above 36, and was frequently as low as the freezing point. In the afternoon, having but little wind, I brought to under an island of ice, and sent the boat to take up some. In the evening the wind freshened at east, and was attended with snow showers and thick hazy weather, which continued a great part of the 16th. As we met with little ice, I stood to the south, close hauled, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, being in the latitude of 64 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 39 degrees 35 minutes east, I found the variation by Gregory's compass to to be 26 degrees 41 minutes west. At this time the motion of the ship was so great that I could by no means observe with any of Dr. Knight's compasses. As the wind remained invariably fixed at east and east by south, I continued to stand to the south, and on the 17th, between 11 and 12 o'clock, we crossed the Antarctic Circle in the longitude of 39 degrees 35 minutes east, for at noon we were by observation in the latitude of 66 degrees 36 minutes 30 seconds south. The weather was now become tolerably clear, so that we could see several leagues round us, and yet we had only seen one island of ice since the morning. But about 4 p.m., as we were steering to the south, we observed the whole sea in a manner covered with ice, from the direction of southeast round to the south by west. In this space 38 ice islands, great and small, were seen, besides loose ice in abundance, so that we were obliged to luff for one piece, and bear up for another, and as we continued to advance to the south, it increased in such a manner, that at 3/4 past 6 o'clock, being then in the latitude of 67 degrees 15 minutes south, we could proceed no farther, the ice being entirely closed to the south, in the whole extent from east to west-south-west, without the least appearance of any opening. This immense field was composed of different kinds of ice, some as high hills, loose or broken pieces packed close together, and what I think Greenland men call field ice. A float of this kind of ice lay to the southeast of us, of such extent that I could see no end to it from the masthead. It was 16 or 18 feet high at least, and appeared of a pretty equal height and surface. Here we saw many whales playing about the ice, and for 2 days before had seen several flocks of the brown and white pintadoes, which we named Antarctic petrels, because they seem to be natives of that region. They are, undoubtedly, of the petrel tribe, are in every respect shaped like the pintadoes, differing only from them in colour. The head and fore part of the body of these are brown, and the hind part of the body, tail, and the ends of the wings are white. The white petrel also appeared in greater numbers than before, some few dark grey albatrosses, and our constant companion the blue petrel. But the common pintadoes had quite disappeared, as well as many other sorts, which are common in lower latitudes. End of Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 1 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 3. Sequel of the Search for a Southern Continent, between the meridian of the Cape of Good Hope in New Zealand, with an account of the separation of the two ships, and the arrival of the Resolution in Dusky Bay. 1773, January. After meeting with this ice, I did not think it was at all prudent to persevere in getting farther to the south, especially as the summer was already half spent, and it would have taken up some time to have got round the ice, even supposing it to have been practicable, which, however, is doubtful. I therefore came to a resolution to proceed directly in search of the land lately discovered by the French, and, as the winds still continued at east by south, I was obliged to return to the north, over some part of the sea I had already made myself acquainted with, and for that reason wished to have avoided. But this was not to be done, as our course made good, was little better than north. In the night the wind increased to a strong gale, attended with sleet and snow, and obliged us to double reef our topsails. About noon the next day the gale abated, so that we could bear all our reefs out, but the wind still remained in its old water. In the evening, being in the latitude of 64 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 40 degrees 15 minutes east. A bird, called by us in my former voyage Port Egmont hen, on account of the great plenty of them at Port Egmont in Falkland Isles, came hovering several times over the ship, and then left us in the direction of northeast. They are a short thick bird, about the size of a large crow, of a dark brown or chocolate colour, with a whitish streak under each wing in the shape of a half moon. I have been told that these birds are found in great plenty at the Faroe Isles north of Scotland, and that they never go far from land. Certain it is, I never before saw them above 40 leagues off, but I do not remember ever seeing fewer than 2 together, whereas here was but one, which, with the islands of ice, may have come a good way from land. At 9 o'clock, the wind veering to east-north-east, we tacked and stood to the south-south-east, but at 4 in the morning of the 20th it returned back to its old point, and we resumed our northerly course. One of the above birds was seen this morning, probably the same we saw the night before, as our situation was not much altered. As the day advanced the gale increased, attended with thick hazy weather, sleet and snow, and at last obliged us to close reef our topsails and strike top-gallant yards. But in the evening the wind abated, so as to admit us to carry whole topsails and top-gallant yards aloft. Hazy weather with snow and sleet continued. In the afternoon of the 21st, being in the latitude of 62 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 42 degrees 19 minutes east, we saw a white albatross with black-tipped wings, and a pintado bird. The wind was now at south and southwest, a fresh gale. With this we steered northeast against a very high sea, which did not indicate the vicinity of land in that quarter, and yet it was there we were to expect it. The next day we had intervals of fair weather, the wind was moderate, and we carried our studding sails. In the morning of the 23rd, we were in latitude of 60 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 45 degrees 33 minutes east. Snow showers continued, and the weather was so cold that the water in our water vessels on deck had been frozen for several preceding nights. Having clear weather at intervals, I spread the ships abreast 4 miles from each other, in order the better to discover anything that might lie in our way. We continued to sail in this manner till 6 o'clock in the evening, when hazy weather and snow showers made it necessary for us to join. We kept our course to northeast till 8 o'clock in the morning of the 25th, when the wind having veered round to northeast by east, by the west and north we tacked, and stood to northwest. The wind was fresh, and yet we made but little way against a high northerly sea. We now began to see some of that sort of petrels so well known to sailors by the name of shearwaters, latitude 58 degrees 10 minutes, longitude 50 degrees 54 minutes east. In the afternoon the wind veered to the southward of east, and at 8 o'clock in the evening it increased to a storm, attended with thick hazy weather, sleet and snow. During night we went under our foresail and main topsail close reefed. At daylight the next morning added to them the fore and mizzen topsails. At 4 o'clock it fell calm, but a prodigious high sea from the northeast, and a complication of the worst of weather, viz. Snow, sleet and rain, continued, together with the calm, till 9 o'clock in the evening. Then the weather cleared up, and we got a breeze at S.E. by S. With this we steered north by east till 8 o'clock the next morning, being the 27th, when I spread the ships and steered north-northeast, all sails set, having a fresh breeze at S. by W. and clear weather. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 56 degrees 28 minutes south, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun and moon appearing at intervals, their distances were observed by the following persons, and the longitude resulting therefrom was: by Mr. Wales, the mean of 2 sets, 50 degrees 59 minutes east. Lieutenant Clerk, 51 degrees 11 minutes. Mr. Gilbert, 50 degrees 14 minutes. Mr. Smith, 50 degrees 50 minutes. Mr. Kendall's watch, 50 degrees 50 minutes. At 6 o'clock in the evening, being in latitude 56 degrees 9 minutes south, I now made signal to the Adventure to come under my stern, and at 8 o'clock the next morning sent her to look out on my starboard beam, having at this time a fresh gale at west and pretty clear weather. But this was not of long duration, for, at 2 in the afternoon, the sky became cloudy and hazy, the wind increased to a fresh gale, blew in squalls attended with snow, sleet, and drizzling rain. I now made signal to the Adventure to come under my stern, and took another reef in each topsail. At 8 o'clock I hauled up the mainsail, and run all night under the foresail and 2 topsails, our course being N.N.E. and N.E. by N, with a strong gale at N.W. The 29th at noon we observed in latitude 52 degrees 29 minutes south, the weather being fair and tolerably clear. But in the afternoon it again became very thick and hazy with rain, and the gale increased in such a manner as to oblige us to strike top-gallant yards, close reef, and hand the topsails. We spent part of the night, which was very dark and stormy, in making a tack to the southwest, and in the morning of the 30th stood again to the northeast, wind at northwest and north, a very fresh gale, which split several of our small sails. This day no ice was seen, probably owing to the thick hazy weather. At 8 o'clock in the evening we tacked and stood to the westward under our courses, but as the sea run high, we made our course no better than S.S.W. At 4 o'clock the next morning the gale had a little abated, and the wind had backed to west by south. We again stood to the northward under courses and double reefed topsails, having a very high sea from the N.N.W., which gave us but little hopes of finding the land we were in search of. At noon we were in the latitude of 50 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 56 degrees 48 minutes east, and presently after we saw 2 islands of ice. One of these we passed very near, and found that it was breaking or falling to pieces by the crackling noise it made, which was equal to the report of a 4-pounder. There was a good deal of loose ice about it, and had the weather been favourable, I should have brought to and taken some up. After passing this we saw no more, till we returned again to the south. 1773 February. Hazy gloomy weather continued, and the wind remained invariably fixed at northwest, so that we could make our course no better than northeast by north, and by this course we held until 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 1st of February, being then in the latitude of 48 degrees 30 minutes and longitude 58 degrees 7 minutes east, nearly in the meridian of the island of Mauritius, and where we were to expect to find the land said to be discovered by the French, of which at this time we saw not the least signs. We bore away east. I now made the signal to the Adventure to keep at the distance of 4 miles on my starboard beam. At half an hour past 6, Captain Furneaux made the signal to speak with me, and upon his coming under my stern, he informed me that he had just seen a large float of sea or rockweed, and about it several birds, divers. These were certainly signs of the vicinity of land, but whether it lay to the east or west was not possible for us to know. My intention was to have got into this latitude 4 or 5 degrees of longitude to the west of the meridian we were in, and then to have carried on my researches to the east. But the west and northwest winds we had had for the 5 preceding days prevented me from putting this in execution. The continual high sea we had lately had from the northeast, north, northwest, and west, left me no reason to believe that land of any extent lay to the west. We therefore continued to steer to the east, only lying to a few hours in the night, and in the morning resumed our course again, 4 miles north and south from each other, the hazy weather not permitting us to spread farther. We passed 2 or 3 small pieces of rockweed, and saw 2 or 3 birds known by the name of egg birds, but saw no other signs of land. At noon we observed in latitude 48 degrees 36 minutes south, longitude 59 degrees 35 minutes east. As we could see only a few miles farther to the south, and as it was not impossible that there might be land not far off in that direction, I gave orders to steer south a half east, and made the signal for the Adventure to follow, she being by this movement thrown astern. The weather continuing hazy till half an hour past 6 o'clock in the evening, when it cleared up so as to enable us to see about 5 leagues round us. Being now in the latitude of 49 degrees 13 minutes south, without having the least signs of land, I wore and stood again to the eastward, and soon after spoke with Captain Furneaux. He told me that he thought the land was to the northwest of us, as he had at one time observed the sea to be smooth when the wind blew in that direction. Although this was not conformable to the remarks we had made on the sea, I resolved to clear up the point, if the wind would admit of my getting to the west in any reasonable time. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the 3rd, being in the latitude of 48 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 60 degrees 47 minutes east, and upwards of 8 degrees to the east of the meridian of the Mauritius, I began to despair of finding land to the east, and as the wind had now veered to the north, resolved to search for it to the west. I accordingly tacked and stood to the west with a fresh gale. This increased in such a manner that, before night, we were reduced to our 2 courses, and at last obliged to lie to under the foresails, having a prodigious high sea from W.N.W., notwithstanding the height of the gale was from north by west. At 3 o'clock the next morning, the gale abating, we made sail, and continued to ply to the west till 10 o'clock in the morning of the 6th. At this time, being in the latitude of 48 degrees 6 minutes south, longitude 58 degrees 22 minutes east, the wind seemingly fixed at W.N.W., and seeing no signs of meeting with land, I gave over plying, and bore away east a little southerly, being satisfied that if there is any land hereabout, it can only be an isle of no great extent, and it was just as probable I might have found it to the east as to the west. While we were plying about here, we took every opportunity to observe the variation of the compass, and found it to be from 27 degrees 50 minutes to 30 degrees 26 minutes west. Probably the mean of the 2 extremes, viz. 29 degrees 4 minutes, is the nearest of the truth, as it nearly agrees with the variation observed on board the Adventure. In making these observations, we found that, when the sun was on the larboard side of the ship, the variation was the least, and when on the starboard side, the greatest. This was not the first time we had made this observation, without being able to account for it. At 4 o'clock in the morning of the 7th, I made the Adventure's signal to keep at a distance of 4 miles on my starboard beam, and continued to steer east-south-east. This being a fine day, I had all our men's bedding and clothes spread on deck to air, and the ship cleaned and smoked betwixt decks. At noon I steered a point more to the south, being then in the latitude of 45 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 61 degrees 48 minutes east. At 6 o'clock in the evening I called in the Adventure, and at the same time took several azimuths, which gave the variation 31 degrees 28 minutes west. These observations could not be taken with the greatest accuracy, on account of the rolling of the ship, occasioned by a very high westerly swell. The preceding evening 3 Port Egmont hens were seen. This morning another appeared. In the evening and several times in the night, penguins were heard, and at daylight in the morning of the 8th, several of these were seen, and divers of 2 sorts, seemingly such as I usually met with on the coast of England. This occasioned us to sound, but we found no ground with a line of 210 fathoms. Our latitude was now 49 degrees 53 minutes south, and longitude 63 degrees 39 minutes east. This was at 8 o'clock. By this time the wind had veered round by the northeast to east, blew a brisk gale, and was attended with hazy weather, which soon after turned to a thick fog, and at the same time the wind shifted to northeast. I continued to keep the wind on the larboard tack, and to fire a gun every hour till noon, when I made the signal to tack, and tacked accordingly. But as neither this signal nor any of the former was answered by the Adventure, we had but too much reason to think that a separation had taken place, though we were at a loss to tell how it had been effected. I had directed Captain Fourneau, in case he was separated from me, to cruise 3 days in the place where he last saw me. I therefore continued making short boards, and firing half our guns, till the 9th in the afternoon, when, the weather having cleared up, we could see several leagues round us, and found that the Adventure was not within the limits of our horizon. At this time we were about 2 or 3 leagues to the eastward of the situation we were in when we last saw her, and were standing to the northwest with a very strong gale at north-northwest, accompanied with a great sea from the same direction. This, together with an increase of wind, obliged us to lie to till 8 o'clock the next morning, during which time we saw nothing of the Adventure, notwithstanding the weather was pretty clear, and we had kept firing guns and burning false fires all night. I therefore gave over looking for her, made sail and steered south-east, with a very fresh gale at west by north, accompanied with a high sea from the same direction. While we were beating about here, we frequently saw penguins and divers, which made us conjecture the land was not far off, but in what direction it was not possible for us to tell. As we advanced to the south we lost the penguins and most of the divers, and as usual met with abundance of albatrosses, blue petrels, shearwaters, etc. The 11th at noon, and in a latitude of 51 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 67 degrees 20 minutes east, we again met with penguins, and saw an egg bird, which we also look upon to be a sign of the vicinity of land. I continued to steer to the south-east, with a fresh gale in the northwest quarter, attended with a long hollow swell, and frequent showers of rain, hail, and snow. The 12th, in the morning, being in the latitude of 52 degrees 32 minutes south, longitude 69 degrees 47 minutes east, the variation was 31 degrees 38 minutes west. In the evening, in the latitude of 53 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude 70 degrees 50 minutes east, it was 32 degrees 30 minutes. And the next morning, in the latitude of 53 degrees 37 minutes south, longitude 72 degrees 10 minutes, it was 33 degrees 8 minutes west. Thus far we had continually a great number of penguins about the ship, which seemed to be different from those we had seen near the ice, being smaller, with reddish bills and brownish heads. The meeting with so many of these birds gave us some hopes of finding land, and occasioned various conjectures about its situation. The great westerly swell, which still continued, made it improbable that land of any considerable extent lay to the west, nor was it very probable that any lay to the north, as we were only about 160 leagues to the south of Tasman's track in 1642, and I conjectured that Captain Fourneau would explore this place, which accordingly happened. In the evening we saw Port Egmont hen, which flew away in the direction of northeast by east, and the next morning a seal was seen, but no penguins. In the evening, being in the latitude of 55 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 75 degrees 52 minutes east, the variation was 34 degrees 48 minutes west, and in the evening of the 15th, in latitude 57 degrees 2 minutes south, longitude 79 degrees 56 minutes east, it was 38 degrees west. 5 seals were seen this day, and a few penguins, which occasioned us to sound, without finding any bottom, with a line of 150 fathoms. At daylight in the morning of the 16th we saw an island of ice to the northward, for which we steered in order to take some on board, but the wind shifting in that direction hindered us from putting this in execution. At this time we were in the latitude of 57 degrees 8' south, longitude 80 degrees 59' east, and had 2 islands of ice in sight. This morning we saw one penguin, which appeared to be of the same sort which we had formerly seen near the ice. But we had now been so often deceived by these birds, that we could no longer look upon them, nor indeed upon any other oceanic birds, which frequent high latitudes, as sure signs of the vicinity of land. The wind continued not long at north, but veered to east by northeast, and blew a gentle gale, with which we stood to the southward, having frequent showers of sleet and snow. But in the night we had fair weather, and a clear serene sky, and between midnight and 3 o'clock in the morning, lights were seen in the heavens, similar to those in the northern hemisphere, known by the name of Aurora Borealis, or Northern Lights. But I never heard of the Aurora Australia being seen before. The officer of the watch observed that it sometimes broke out in spiral rays, and in a circular form. Then its light was very strong, and its appearance beautiful. He could not perceive it had any particular direction, for it appeared at various times in different parts of the heavens, and diffused its lights throughout the whole atmosphere. At 9 o'clock in the morning we bore down to an island of ice, which we reached by noon. It was full half a mile in circuit, and 200 feet high at least, though very little loose ice about it. But while we were considering whether or not we should hoist out our boats to take some up, a great quantity broke from the island. Upon this we hoisted out our boats, and went to work to get some on board. The pieces of ice, both great and small, which broke from the island, I observed, drifted fast to the westward. That is, they left the island in that direction, and were, in a few hours, spread over a large space of sea. This, I have no doubt, was caused by a current setting in that direction, for the wind could have but little effect upon the ice, especially as there was a large hollow swell from the west. This circumstance greatly retarded our taking up ice. We, however, made a shift to get on board about 9 or 10 tons before 8 o'clock, when we hoisted in the boats and made sail to the east, inclining to the south, with a fresh gale at south, which soon after veered to south-southwest and southwest, with fair but cloudy weather. This course brought us among many ice isles, so that it was necessary to proceed with great caution. In the night the mercury in the thermometer fell 2 degrees below the freezing point, and the water in the scuttle casks on deck was frozen. As I have not taken notice of the thermometer of late, I shall now observe, that as we advanced to the north, the mercury gradually rose to 45, and fell again, as we advanced to the south, to what is above mentioned, nor did it rise in the middle of the day to above 34 or 35. In the morning of the 18th, being in the latitude of 57 degrees 54' south, longitude 83 degrees 14' east, the variation was 39 degrees 33' west. In the evening, in latitude 58 degrees 2' south, longitude 84 degrees 35' east, it was only 37 degrees 8' west, which induced me to believe it was decreasing. But in the evening of the 20th, in the latitude of 58 degrees 47' south, longitude 90 degrees 56' east, I took 9 azimuths with Dr. Knight's compass, which gave the variation 40 degrees 7', and 9 others with Gregory's, which gave 40 degrees 15' west. This day at noon, being nearly in the latitude and longitude just mentioned, we thought we saw land to the southwest. The appearance was so strong that we doubted not it was there in reality, and tacked to work up to it accordingly, having a light breeze at south and clear weather. We were, however, soon undeceived, by finding that it was only clouds, which in the evening entirely disappeared, and left us a clear horizon, so that we could see a considerable way round us, in which space nothing was to be seen but ice islands. In the night the Aurora Australis made a very brilliant and luminous appearance. It was seen first in the east a little above the horizon, and in a short time spread over the whole heavens. The 21st in the morning, having little wind and a smooth sea, two favourable circumstances for taking up ice, I steered for the largest ice island before us, which we reached by noon. At this time we were in the latitude of 59 degrees south, longitude 92 degrees 30 minutes east, having about 2 hours before seen 3 or 4 penguins. Finding here a good quantity of loose ice, I ordered 2 boats out, and sent them to take some on board. While this was doing, the island, which was not less than half a mile in circuit and 300 or 400 feet high above the surface of the sea, turned nearly bottom up. Its height, by this circumstance, was neither increased nor diminished apparently. As soon as we had got on board as much ice as we could dispose of, we hoisted in the boats, and made sail to the southeast, with a gentle breeze at north by east, attended with showers of snow and dark gloomy weather. At this time we had but few ice islands in sight, but the next day seldom less than 20 or 30 were seen at once. The wind gradually veered to the east, and at last, fixing at east by south, blew a fresh gale. With this we stood to the south, till 8 o'clock in the evening of the 23rd, at which time we were in the latitude of 61 degrees 52 minutes south, longitude 95 degrees 2 minutes east. We now tacked and spent the night, which was exceedingly stormy, thick and hazy, with sleet and snow, in making short boards. Surrounded on every side with danger, it was natural for us to wish for daylight. This, when it came, served only to increase our apprehensions, by exhibiting to our view those huge mountains of ice, which in the night we had passed without seeing. These unfavourable circumstances, together with dark nights at this advanced season of the year, quite discouraged me from putting in execution a resolution I had taken of crossing the Antarctic Circle once more. Accordingly, at 4 o'clock in the morning we stood to the north, with a very hard gale at east-south-east, accompanied with sleet and snow, and a very high sea from the same point, which made great destruction among the ice islands. This circumstance, far from being of any advantage to us, greatly increased the number of pieces we had to avoid. The large pieces which break from the ice islands are much more dangerous than the islands themselves. The latter are so high out of water, that we can generally see them, unless the weather be very thick and dark, before we are very near them, whereas the others cannot be seen in the night, till they are under our ship's bows. These dangers were, however, now become so familiar to us, that the apprehensions they caused were never of long duration, and were in some measure compensated both by the seasonable supplies of fresh water these ice islands afforded us, without which we must have been greatly distressed, and also by their very romantic appearance, greatly heightened by the foaming and dashing of the waves into the curious holes and caverns which are formed in many of them, the whole exhibiting a view which at once filled the mind with admiration and horror, and can only be described by the hand of an able painter. Towards the evening the gale abated, and in the night we had 2 or 3 hours calm. This was succeeded by a light breeze at west, with which we steered east, under all the sail we could set, meeting with many ice islands. This night we saw a Port Egmont hen, and next morning, being the 25th, another. We had lately seen but few birds, and these were albatrosses, shearwaters, and blue petrels. It is remarkable that we did not see one of either the white or Antarctic petrels, since we came last among the ice. Notwithstanding the wind kept at west and northwest all day, we had a very high sea from the east, by which we concluded that no land could be near in that direction. In the evening, being in the latitude 60 degrees 51 minutes, longitude 95 degrees 41 minutes east, the variation was 43 degrees 6 minutes west, and the next morning being the 26th, having advanced about a degree and a half more to the east, it was 41 degrees 30 minutes, both being determined by several azimuths. We had fair weather all the afternoon, but the wind was unsettled, veering round by the north to the east. With this we stood to the south-east and east till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when, being in the latitude of 61 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 97 degrees 7 minutes east, we tacked and stood to the northward and eastward, as the wind kept veering to the south. This in the evening increased to a strong gale, blew in squalls, attended with snow and sleet, and thick hazy weather, which soon brought us under our close-reefed topsails. Between 8 in the morning of the 26th and noon the next day, we fell in among several islands of ice, from whence such vast quantities had broken as to cover the sea all round us, and render sailing rather dangerous. However, by noon we were clear of it all. In the evening the wind abated and veered to southwest, but the weather did not clear up till the next morning, when we were able to carry all our sails, and met with but very few islands of ice to impede us. Probably the late gale had destroyed a great number of them. Such a very large hollow sea had continued to accompany the wind as it veered from east to southwest, that I was certain no land of considerable extent could lie within 100 or 150 leagues of our situation between these 2 points. The mean height of the thermometer at noon, for several days past, was at about 35, which is something higher than it usually was in the same latitude about a month or 5 weeks before. Consequently the air was something warmer. While the weather was really warm, the gales were not only stronger, but more frequent, with almost continual misty, dirty, wet weather. The very animals we had on board felt its effects. A sow having in the morning farrowed 9 pigs, every one of them was killed by the cold before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, notwithstanding all the care we could take of them. From the same cause, myself as well as several of my people had fingers and toes chilblained. Such is the summer weather we enjoyed. End of Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 2 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 3. Sequel of the Search for a Southern Continent between the meridian of the Cape of Good Hope in New Zealand, with an account of the separation of the 2 ships, and the arrival of the Resolution in Dusky Bay. Part 2. 1773 March. The wind continued unsettled, veering from the south to the west, and blew a fresh gale till the evening. Then it fell little wind, and soon after a breeze sprung up at north, which quickly veered to northeast and northeast by east, attended with a thick fog, snow, sleet, and rain. With this wind and weather we kept on to the southeast till 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, being the 1st of March, when it fell calm, which continued for near 24 hours. We were now in the latitude of 60 degrees 36 minutes south, longitude 107 degrees 54 minutes, and had a prodigious high swell from the southwest, and at the same time another from the south or south-southeast. The dashing of the one wave against the other made the ship both roll and pitch exceedingly, but at length the northwest swell prevailed. The calm continued till noon the next day, when it was succeeded by a gentle breeze from southeast, which afterwards increased and veered to southwest. With this we steered northeast by east and east by north, under all the sail we could set. In the afternoon of the 3rd, being in latitude 60 degrees 13 minutes, longitude 110 degrees 18 minutes, the variation was 39 degrees 4 minutes west. But the observations by which this was determined were none of the best, being obliged to make use of such as we could get, during the very few and short intervals when the sun appeared. A few penguins were seen this day, but not so many islands of ice as usual. The weather was also milder, though very changeable, thermometer from 36 to 38. We continued to have a northwest swell, although the wind was unsettled, veering to northwest by the west and north, attended with hazy sleet and drizzling rain. We prosecuted our course to the east, inclining to the south, till 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 4th, when, being in the latitude of 60 degrees 37 minutes, longitude 113 degrees 24 minutes, the wind shifting at once to southwest and southwest by south, I gave orders to steer east by north a half north, but in the night we steered east a half south, in order to have the wind, which was at south-southwest, more upon the beam, the better to enable us to stand back, in case we fell in with any danger in the dark, for we had not so much time to spare to allow us to lie to. In the morning of the 5th we steered east by north, under all the sail we could set, passing one ice island and many small pieces, and at 9 o'clock the wind, which of late had not remained long up any one point, shifted all at once to east, and blew a gentle gale. With this we stood to the north, at which time we were in the latitude of 60 degrees 44 minutes south, and longitude 116 degrees 50 minutes east. The latitude was determined by the meridian altitude of the sun, which appeared now and then for a few minutes, till 3 in the afternoon. Indeed, the sky was in general so cloudy, and the weather so thick and hazy, that we had very little benefit of sun or moon, very seldom seeing the face of either the one or the other. And yet, even under these circumstances, the weather for some days past could not be called very cold. It, however, had not the least pretension to be called summer weather, according to my ideas of summer in the northern hemisphere, so far as 60 degrees of latitude, which is nearly as far north as I have been. In the evening we had 3 islands of ice in sight, all of them large, especially one, which was larger than any we had yet seen. The side opposed to us seemed to be a mile in extent; if so, it could not be less than 3 in circuit. As we passed it in the night, a continual cracking was heard, occasioned, no doubt, by pieces breaking from it; for, in the morning of the 6th, the sea, for some distance round it, was covered with large and small pieces, and the island itself did not appear so large as it had done the evening before. It could not be less than 100 feet high, yet such was the impetuous force and height of the waves which were broken against it, by meeting with such a sudden resistance, that they rose considerably higher. In the evening we were in latitude of 59 degrees 58 minutes south, longitude 118 degrees 39 minutes east. The 7th, the wind was variable in the northeast and southeast quarters, attended with snow and sleet till the evening. Then the weather became fair, the sky cleared up, and the night was remarkably pleasant, as well as the morning of the next day, which, for the brightness of the sky, and serenity and mildness of the weather, gave place to none we had seen since we left the Cape of Good Hope. It was such as is little known in this sea, and to make it still more agreeable, we had not one island of ice in sight. The mercury in the thermometer rose to 40 degrees. Mr. Wales and the master made some observations of the moon and stars, which satisfied us that, when our latitude was 59 degrees 44 minutes, our longitude was 121 degrees 9 minutes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the calm was succeeded by a breeze at south-east. The sky at the same time was suddenly obscured, and seemed to presage an approaching storm, which accordingly happened. For, in the evening, the wind shifted to south, blew in squalls, attended with sleet and rain, and a prodigious high sea. Having nothing to take care of but ourselves, we kept 2 or 3 points from the wind, and ran at a good rate to the E.N.E. under our 2 courses and close reefed topsails. The gale continued till the evening of the 10th. Then it abated, the wind shifted to the westward, and we had fair weather, and but little wind, during the night, attended with a sharp frost. The next morning, being in the latitude of 57 degrees 56 minutes, longitude 130 degrees, the wind shifted to north-east and blew a fresh gale, with which we stood south-east, having frequent showers of snow and sleet, and a long hollow swell from south-south-east and south-east by south. This swell did not go down till 2 days after the wind which raised it had not only ceased to blow, but had shifted, and blown fresh at opposite points, good part of the time. Whoever attentively considers this, must conclude, that there can be no land to the south, but what must be at a great distance. Notwithstanding so little was to be expected in that quarter, we continued to stand to the south till 3 o'clock in the morning of the 12th, when we were stopped by a calm, being then in the latitude of 58 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 131 degrees 26 minutes east. After a few hours calm, a breeze sprung up at west, with which we steered east. The south-south-east swell having gone down, was succeeded by another from north-west by west. The weather continued mild all this day, and the mercury rose to 39.5. In the evening it fell calm, and continued so till 3 o'clock in the morning of the 13th, when we got the wind at east and south-east, a fresh breeze attended with snow and sleet. In the afternoon it became fair, and the wind veered round to the south and south-south-west. In the evening, being in the latitude of 58 degrees 59 minutes, longitude 134 degrees, the weather was so clear in the horizon that we could see many leagues round us. We had but little wind during the night, some showers of snow, and a very sharp frost. As the day broke, the wind freshened at south-east and south-south-east, and soon after the sky cleared up, and the weather became clear and serene, but the air continued cold, and the mercury in the thermometer rose only 1 degree above the freezing point. The clear weather gave Mr. Wales an opportunity to get some observations of the sun and moon. Their results reduced to noon, when the latitude was 58 degrees 22 minutes south, gave us 136 degrees 22 minutes east longitude. Mr. Kendall's watch at the same time gave 134 degrees 42 minutes, and that of Mr. Arnold the same. This was the first and only time they pointed out the same longitude since we left England. The greatest difference, however, between them, since we left the Cape, had not much exceeded 2 degrees. The moderate, and I might almost say pleasant weather, which we had at times for the last 2 or 3 days, made me wish I had been a few degrees of latitude further south, and even tempted me to incline our course that way. But we soon had weather which convinced us that we were full far enough, and that the time was approaching when these seas were not to be navigated without enduring intense cold, which, by the by, we were pretty well used to. In the afternoon the serenity of the sky was presently obscured. The wind veered round to the south-west to west, and blew in hard squalls, attended with thick and heavy showers of hail and snow, which continually covered our decks, sails, and rigging, till 5 o'clock in the evening of the 15th. At this time the wind abated and shifted to south-east. The sky cleared up, and the evening was so serene and clear, that we could see many leagues round us, the horizon being the only boundary to our sight. We were now in the latitude of 59 degrees 17 minutes south, longitude 140 degrees 12 minutes east. and had such a large hollow swell from W.S.W. as assured us that we had left no land behind us in that direction. I was also well assured that no land lay to the south on this side of 60 degrees of latitude. We had a smart frost during the night, which was curiously illuminated with the southern lights. At 10 o'clock in the morning of the 16th, which was as soon as the sun appeared, in the latitude of 58 degrees 51' south, our longitude was 144 degrees 10' east. This good weather was as usual of short duration. In the afternoon of this day we had again thick snow showers, but at intervals it was tolerably clear, and in the evening, being in the latitude of 58 degrees 58' south, longitude 144 degrees 37' east, I found the variation by several azimuths to be 31' east. I was not a little pleased with being able to determine, with so much precision, this point of the line, in which the compass had no variation; for I look upon half a degree as next to nothing, so that the intersection of the latitude and longitude just mentioned may be reckoned the point without any sensible error. At any rate, the line can only pass a very small matter west of it. I continued to steer to the east, inclining to the south, with a fresh gale at S.W. till 5 o'clock the next morning, when, being in the latitude of 59 degrees 7' south, longitude 146 degrees 53' east, I bore away northeast, and, at noon, north, having come to a resolution to quit the high southern latitudes, and to proceed to New Zealand to look for the Adventure, and to refresh my people. I had also some thoughts, and even a desire to visit the east coast of Van Diemen's Land, in order to satisfy myself if it joined the coast of New South Wales. In the night of the 17th the wind shifted to N.W. and blew in squalls, attended with thick hazy weather and rain. This continued all the 18th, in the evening of which day, being in the latitude of 56 degrees 15' south, longitude 150 degrees, the sky cleared up, and we found the variation by several azimuths to be 13 degrees 30' east. Soon after we hauled up with a log a piece of rockweed, which was in a state of decay and covered with barnacles. In the night the southern lights were very bright. The next morning we saw a seal, and towards noon some penguins, and more rockweed, being at this time in the latitude of 55 degrees 1', longitude 152 degrees 1' east. In the latitude of 54 degrees 4', we also saw a Port Egmont hen and some weed. Navigators have generally looked upon all these to be certain signs of the vicinity of land. I cannot, however, support this opinion. At this time we knew of no land, nor is it even probable that there is any, nearer than New Holland or Van Diemen's Land, from which we were distant 260 leagues. We had at the same time several porpoises playing about us, into one of which Mr. Cooper struck a harpoon, but as the ship was running 7 knots, it broke its hold, after towing it some minutes, and before we could deaden the ship's way. As the wind, which continued between the north and the west, would not permit me to touch at Van Diemen's Land, I shaped my course to New Zealand, and being under no apprehensions of meeting with any danger, I was not backward in carrying sail, as well by night as day, having the advantage of a very strong gale, which was attended with hazy rainy weather, and a very large swell from the west and W.S.W. We continued to meet with, now and then, a seal, Port Egmont hens, and seaweed. On the morning of the 22nd the wind shifted to south, and brought with it fair weather. At noon we found ourselves in the latitude of 49 degrees 55', longitude 159 degrees 28', having a very large swell out of the southwest. For the 3 days past the mercury in the thermometer had risen to 46, and the weather was quite mild. 7 or 8 degrees of latitude had made a surprising difference in the temperature of the air, which we felt with an agreeable satisfaction. We continued to advance to the northeast at a good rate, having a brisk gale between the south and east, meeting with seals, Port Egmont hens, egg birds, seaweed, etc., and having constantly a very large swell from the southwest. At 10 o'clock in the morning of the 25th, the land of New Zealand was seen from the masthead, and at noon from the deck, extending from northeast by east to east, distant 10 leagues. As I intended to put into Dusky Bay, or any other port I could find, on the southern part of Tavai Purnanamu, we steered in for the land, under all the sail we could carry, having the advantage of a fresh gale at west and tolerably clear weather. This last was not of long duration, for, at half an hour after 4 o'clock, the land, which was not above 4 miles distant, was in a manner wholly obscured in a thick haze. At this time we were before the entrance of a bay, which I had mistaken for Dusky Bay, being deceived by some islands that lay in the mouth of it. Fearing to run, in thick weather, into a place to which we were all strangers, and seeing some breakers and broken ground ahead, I tacked in 25 fathom water, and stood out to sea with the wind at northwest. This bay lies on the southeast side of Cape West, and may be known by a white cliff on one of the isles which lies in the entrance of the bay. This part of the coast I did not see but at a great distance, in my former voyage, and we now saw it under so many disadvantageous circumstances, that the less I say about it, the fewer mistakes I shall make. We stood out to sea, under close reefed topsails and courses, till 11 o'clock at night, when we wore and stood to the northward, having a very high and irregular sea. At 5 o'clock next morning the gale abated, and we bore up for the land. At 8 o'clock the West Cape bore east by north 1/2 north, for which we steered, and entered Dusky Bay about noon. In the entrance of it we found 44 fathoms water, a sandy bottom, the West Cape bearing south-south-east, and 5 Fingers Point, or the north point of the bay, north. Here we had a great swell rolling in from the southwest. The depth of water decreased to 40 fathoms, afterwards we had no ground with 60. We were, however, too far advanced to return, and therefore stood on, not doubting but that we should find anchorage. For in this bay we were all strangers, in my former voyage having done no more than discover and name it. After running about 2 leagues up the bay, and passing several of the isles which lay in it, I brought to, and hoisted out 2 boats, one of which I sent away with an officer round a point on the larboard hand to look for anchorage. This he found, and signified the same by signal. We then followed with the ship, and anchored in 50 fathoms water, so near the shore as to reach it with an hawser. This was on Friday the 26th of March, at 3 in the afternoon, after having been 117 days at sea, in which time we had sailed 3,600 leagues, without having once sight of land. After such a long continuance at sea, in a high southern latitude, it is but reasonable to think that many of my people must be ill of the scurvy. The contrary, however, happened. Mention hath already been made of sweet wort being given to such as were scorbutic. This had so far the desired effect, that we had only 1 man on board that could be called very ill of this disease, occasioned chiefly by a bad habit of body and a complication of other disorders. We did not attribute the general good state of health in the crew wholly to the sweet wort, but to the frequent airing and sweetening the ship by fires, etc. We must also allow portable broth and sauerkraut to have had some share in it. This last can never be enough recommended. My first care after the ship was moored was to send a boat and people a-fishing. In the mean time some of the gentlemen killed a seal, out of many that were upon a rock, which made us a fresh meal. Chapter 3, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 1 of Volume 1 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1 by James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 1. Transactions in Dusky Bay, with an account of several interviews with the inhabitants. 1773 March. As I did not like the place we were anchored in, I sent Lieutenant Pickersgill over to the southeast side of the bay to search for a better, and I went myself to the other side for the same purpose, where I met with an exceedingly snug harbour, but nothing else worthy of note. Mr. Pickersgill reported, upon his return, that he had found a good harbour with every conveniency. As I liked the situation of this better than the other of my own finding, I determined to go there in the morning. The fishing boat was very successful, returning with fish sufficient for all hands for supper, and, in a few hours in the morning, caught as many as served for dinner. This gave us certain hopes of being plentifully supplied with this article, nor did the shores and woods appear less destitute of wild fowl, so that we hoped to enjoy with ease what in our situation might be called the luxuries of life. This determined me to stay for some time in this bay, in order to examine it thoroughly, as no one had ever landed before on any of the southern parts of this country. On the 27th, at 9 o'clock in the morning, we got under sail with a light breeze at southwest, and, working over to Pickersgill harbour, entered it by a channel scarcely twice the width of the ship, and in a small creek moored head and stern, so near the shore as to reach it with a brow or stage, which nature had in the manner prepared for us in a large tree, whose end or top reached our gunwale. Wood for fuel and other purposes was here so convenient, that our yards were locked in the branches of the trees, and about 100 yards from our stern was a fine stream of fresh water. Thus situated, we began to clear places in the woods, in order to set up the astronomer's observatory, the forge to repair our ironwork, tents for the sailmakers and coopers to repair the sails and casks in, to land our empty casks to fill water, and to cut down wood for fuel, all of which were absolutely necessary occupations. We also began to brew beer from the branches or leaves of a tree, which much resembles the American black spruce. From the knowledge I had of this tree, and the similarity it bore to the spruce, I judged that, with the addition of inspissated juice of wort and molasses, it would make a very wholesome beer, and supply the want of vegetables which this place did not afford, and the event proved that I was not mistaken. Now I have mentioned the inspissated juice of wort, it will not be amiss in this place to inform the reader that I had made several trials of it since I left the Cape of Good Hope, and found it to answer in a cold climate beyond all expectation. The juice, diluted in warm water, in the proportion of 12 parts water to 1 part juice, made a very good and well tasted small beer. Some juice which I had of Mr. Pelham's own preparing would bear 16 parts water. By making use of warm water, which I think always ought to be done, and keeping it in a warm place if the weather be cold, no difficulty will be found in fermenting it. A little grounds of either small or strong beer will answer as well as yeast. The few sheep and goats we had left were not likely to fare quite so well as ourselves, there being no grass here but what was coarse and harsh. It was, however, not so bad, but that we expected they would devour it with great greediness, and were the more surprised to find that they would not taste it. nor did they seem over fond of the leaves of more tender plants. Upon examination we found their teeth loose, and that many of them had every other symptom of an inveterate sea scurvy. Out of 4 ewes and 2 rams which I brought from the Cape, with an intent to put ashore in this country, I had only been able to preserve 1 of each, and even these were in so bad a state that it was doubtful if they could recover, notwithstanding all the care possible had been taken of them. Some of the officers on the 28th went up the bay in a small boat on a shooting party, but discovering inhabitants, they returned before noon to acquaint me therewith, for hitherto we had not seen the least vestige of any. They had but just got aboard, when a canoe appeared off a point about a mile from us, and soon after returned behind the point out of sight, probably owing to a shower of rain which then fell, for it was no sooner over than the canoe again appeared, and came within musket shot of the ship. There were in it 7 or 8 people. They remained looking at us for some time, and then returned. All the signs of friendship we could make did not prevail on them to come nearer. After dinner I took 2 boats, and went in search of them, in the cove where they were first seen, accompanied by several of the officers and gentlemen. We found the canoe, at least a canoe, hauled up on the shore near to 2 small huts, where were several fireplaces, some fishing nets, a few fish lying on the shore, and some in the canoe. But we saw no people; they probably had retired into the woods. After a short stay, and leaving in the canoe some medals, looking glasses, beads, etc., we embarked and rowed to the head of the cove, where we found nothing remarkable. In turning back, we put ashore at the same place as before, but still saw no people. However, they could not be far off, as we smelled the smoke of fire, though we did not see it. But I did not care to search further, or to force an interview which they seemed to avoid, well knowing that the way to obtain this was to leave the time and place to themselves. It did not appear that anything I had left had been touched. However, I now added a hatchet, and with the night returned on board. On the 29th were showers till the afternoon, when a party of the officers made an excursion up the bay, and Mr. Forster and his party were out botanizing. Both parties returned in the evening without meeting with anything worthy of notice, and the 2 following days every one was confined to the ship on account of rainy stormy weather. 1773 April. In the afternoon of the 1st of April, accompanied by several of the gentlemen, I went to see if any of the articles I had left for the Indians were taken away. We found everything remaining in the canoe, nor did it appear that anybody had been there since. After shooting some birds, one of which was a duck, with a blue-grey plumage and soft bill, we in the evening returned on board. The 2nd being a pleasant morning, Lieutenants Clerk and Edgecombe, and the 2 Mr. Forsters, went in a boat up the bay to search for the productions of nature, and myself, Lieutenant Pickersgill, and Mr. Hodges, went to take a view of the northwest side. In our way we touched at the Seal Rock, and killed 3 seals, one of which afforded us much sport. After passing several isles, we at length came to the most northern and western arms of the bay, the same as is formed by the land of 5 Fingers Point. In the bottom of this arm or cove we found many ducks, wood hens, and other wild fowl, some of which we killed, and returned on board at 10 o'clock in the evening, where the other party had arrived several hours before us, after having had but indifferent sport. They took with them a black dog we had got at the Cape, who at the first musket they fired ran into the woods, from whence he would not return. The 3 following days were rainy, so that no excursions were made. Early in the morning on the 6th, a shooting party, made up of the officers, went to Goose Cove, the place where I was on the 2nd, and myself, accompanied by the two Mr. Forsters and Mr. Hodges, set out to continue the survey of the bay. My attention was directed to the north side, where I discovered a fine capacious cove, in the bottom of which is a freshwater river; on the west side several beautiful small cascades, and the shores are so steep that a ship might lie near enough to convey the water into her by a hose. In this cove we shot 14 ducks, besides other birds, which occasioned my calling it Duck Cove. As we returned in the evening, we had a short interview with 3 of the natives, 1 man and 2 women. They were the first that discovered themselves on the north-east point of Indian Island, named so on this occasion. We should have passed without seeing them, had not the man hallooed to us. He stood with his club in his hand upon the point of a rock, and behind him, at the skirts of the wood, stood the 2 women, with each of them a spear. The man could not help discovering great signs of fear when we approached the rock with our boat. He, however, stood firm, nor did he move to take up some things we threw him ashore. At length I landed, went up and embraced him, and presented him with such articles as I had about me, which at once dissipated his fears. Presently after we were joined by the 2 women, the gentlemen that were with me, and some of the seamen. After this we spent about half an hour in chit-chat, little understood on either side, in which the youngest of the 2 women bore by far the greatest share. This occasioned one of the seamen to say, that women do not want tongue in any part of the world. We presented them with fish and fowl which we had in our boat, but these they threw into the boat again, giving us to understand that such things they wanted not. Night approaching obliged us to take leave of them, when the youngest of the 2 women, whose volubility of tongue exceeded everything I ever met with, gave us a dance; but the man viewed us with great attention. Some hours after we got on board, the other party returned, having had but indifferent sport. Next morning I made the natives another visit, accompanied by Mr. Forster and Mr. Hodges, carrying with me various articles which I presented them with, and which they received with a great deal of indifference, except hatchets and spike nails; these they most esteemed. This interview was at the same place as last night, and now we saw the whole family. It consisted of the man, his 2 wives, as we supposed, the young woman before mentioned, a boy about 14 years old, and 3 small children, the youngest of which was at the breast. They were all well looking except one woman, who had a large wen on her upper lip, which made her disagreeable, and she seemed on that account to be in a great measure neglected by the man. They conducted us to their habitation, which was but a little way within the skirts of the wood, and consisted of 2 mean huts made of the bark of trees. Their canoe, which was a small double one, just large enough to transport the whole family from place to place, lay in a small creek near the huts. During our stay, Mr. Hodges made drawings of most of them. This occasioned them to give him the name of Toto, which word, we suppose, signifies marking or painting. When we took leave, the chief presented me with a piece of cloth, or garment of their own manufacturing, and some other trifles. I at first thought it was meant as a return for the presents I had made him, but he soon undeceived me, by expressing a desire for one of our boat cloaks. I took the hint, and ordered one to be made for him of red baize as soon as I got aboard, where rainy weather detained me the following day. The 9th being fair weather, we paid the natives another visit, and made known our approach by hallooing to them, but they neither answered us nor met us at the shore as usual. The reason of this we soon saw, for we found them at their habitations all dressed and dressing in their very best, with their hair combed and oiled, tied up on the crowns of their heads and stuck with white feathers. Some wore a fillet of feathers round their heads, and all of them had bunches of white feathers stuck in their ears. Thus dressed and all standing, they received us with great courtesy. I presented the chief with the cloak I had got made for him, with which he seemed so well pleased that he took his patapatu from his girdle and gave it me. After a short stay we took leave, and having spent the remainder of the day in continuing my survey of the bay, with the night returned on board. Very heavy rains falling on the 2 following days, no work was done; but the 12th proved clear and serene, and afforded us an opportunity to dry our sails and linen, 2 things very much wanted, not having had fair weather enough for this purpose since we put into this bay. Mr Forster and his party also profited by the day in botanizing. About 10 o'clock the family of the natives paid us a visit. Seeing that they approached the ship with great caution, I met them in a boat, which I quitted when I got to them, and went into their canoe. Yet, after all, I could not prevail on them to put alongside the ship, and at last was obliged to leave them to follow their own inclination. At length they put ashore in a little creek hard by us, and afterwards came and sat down on the shore abreast of the ship, near enough to speak with us. I now caused the bagpipes and fife to play, and the drum to beat. The 2 first they did not regard, but the latter caused some little attention in them. Nothing, however, could induce them to come on board; but they entered with great familiarity into conversation, little understood, with such of the officers and seamen as went to them, paying much greater regard to some than to others, and these, we had reason to believe, they took for women. To one man in particular, the young woman shewed an extraordinary fondness, until she discovered his sex, after which she would not suffer him to come near her. Whether it was that she before took him for one of her own sex, or that the man, in order to discover himself, had taken some liberties with her which she thus resented, I know not. In the afternoon I took Mr Hodges to a large cascade, which falls from a high mountain on the south side of the bay, about a league above the place where we lay. He made a drawing of it on paper, and afterwards painted it in oil colours, which exhibits, at once, a better description of it than any I can give. Huge heaps of stones lay at the foot of this cascade, which had been broken off and brought by the stream from the adjacent mountains. These stones were of different sorts, none, however, according to Mr Forster's opinion, whom I believe to be a judge, containing either minerals or metals. Nevertheless, I brought away specimens of every sort, as the whole country, that is, the rocky part of it, seemed to consist of those stones and no other. This cascade is at the east point of a cove, lying in southwest 2 miles, which I named Cascade Cove. In it is good anchorage and other necessaries. At the entrance lies an island, on each side of which is a passage. That on the east side is much the widest. A little above the isle, and near the south-east shore, are 2 rocks which are covered at high water. It was in this cove we first saw the natives. When I returned aboard in the evening, I found our friends the natives had taken up their quarters at about 100 yards from our watering place, a very great mark of the confidence they placed in us. This evening a shooting party of the officers went over to the north side of the bay, having with them the small cutter to convey them from place to place. Next morning, accompanied by Mr Forster, I went in the pinnace to survey the isles and rocks which lie in the mouth of the bay. I began first with those which lie on the south-east side of Anchor Island. I found here a very snug cove, sheltered from all winds, which we called Luncheon Cove, because here we dined on crayfish, on the side of a pleasant brook, shaded by the trees from both wind and sun. After dinner we proceeded, by rowing, out to the outermost isles, where we saw many seals, 14 of which we killed and brought away with us, and might have got many more, if the surf had permitted us to land with safety on all the rocks. The next morning I went out again to continue the survey, accompanied by Mr Forster. I intended to have landed again on the Seal Isles, but there ran such a high sea that I could not come near them. With some difficulty we rowed out to sea and round the southwest point of Anchor Isle. It happened very fortunately that chance directed me to take this course, in which we found the sportsman's boat adrift, and laid hold of her the very moment she would have been dashed against the rocks. I was not long at a loss to guess how she came there, nor was I under any apprehensions for the gentleman that had been in her, and after refreshing ourselves with such as we had to eat and drink, and securing the boat in a small creek, we proceeded to the place where we supposed them to be. This we reached about 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, and found them upon a small isle in Goose Cove, where, as it was low water, we could not come with our boat until the return of the tide. As this did not happen till 3 o'clock in the morning, we landed on a naked beach, not knowing where to find a better place, and after some time, having got a fire and broiled some fish, we made a hearty supper, having for sauce a good appetite. This done, we lay down to sleep, having a stony beach for a bed, and the canopy of heaven for a covering. At length the tide permitted us to take off the sportsmen, and with them we embarked, and proceeded for the place where we had left their boat, which we soon reached, having a fresh breeze of wind in our favour, attended with rain. When we came to the creek which was on the northwest side of Anchor Isle, we found there an immense number of blue peterels, some on the wing, others in the woods in holes in the ground, under the roots of trees and in the crevices of rocks, where there was no getting them, and where we supposed their young were deposited. As not one was to be seen in the day, the old ones were probably at that time out at sea searching for food, which in the evening they bring to the young. The noise they made was like the croaking of many frogs. They were, I believe, of the broad-bill kind, which are not so commonly seen at sea as the others. Here, however, they were in great numbers, and flying much about in the night. Some of our gentlemen at first took them for bats. After restoring the sportsmen to their boat, we all proceeded for the ship, which we reached by 7 o'clock in the morning, not a little fatigued with our expedition. I now learned that our friends the natives returned to their habitation at night, probably foreseeing that rain was at hand, which sort of weather continued the whole of this day. On the morning of the 15th, the weather having cleared up and become fair, I set out with 2 boats to continue the survey of the northwest side of the bay, accompanied by the 2 Mr Forsters and several of the officers, whom I detached in one boat to Goose Cove, where we intended to lodge the night, while I proceeded in the other, examining the harbours and isles which lay in my way. In the doing of this, I picked up about a score of wild fowl, and caught fish sufficient to serve the whole party; and reaching the place of rendezvous a little before dark, I found all the gentlemen out duck shooting. They, however, soon returned, not overloaded with game. By this time the cooks had done their parts, in which little art was required, and after a hearty repast on what the day had produced, we lay down to rest, but took care to rise early the next morning, in order to have the other bout among the ducks before we left the cove. Accordingly, at daylight we prepared for the attack. Those who had reconnoitred the place before chose their stations accordingly, whilst myself and another remained in the boat, and rowed to the head of the cove to start the game, which we did so effectually, that, out of some scores of ducks, we only detained 1 to ourselves, sending all the rest down to those stationed below. After this I landed at the head of the cove, and walked across the narrow isthmus that disjoins it from the sea, or rather from another cove which runs in from the sea about 1 mile, and lies open to the north winds. It, however, had all the appearance of a good harbour and safe anchorage. At the head is a fine sandy beach, where I found an immense number of wood hens, and brought away 10 couple of them, which recompensed me for the trouble of crossing the isthmus, through the wet woods, up to the middle in water. About 9 o'clock we all got collected together, when the success of every one was known, which was by no means answerable to our expectations. The morning indeed was very unfavourable for shooting, being rainy the most of the time we were out. After breakfast we set out on our return to the ship, which we reached by 7 o'clock in the evening, with about 7 dozen of wild fowl and 2 seals, the most of them shot while I was rowing about, exploring the harbours and coves which we found in my way, every place affording something, especially to us, to whom nothing came amiss. It rained all the 17th, but the 18th bringing fair and clear weather. In the evening our friends, the natives before mentioned, paid us another visit, and the next morning the chief and his daughter were induced to come on board, while the others went out in the canoe fishing. Before they came on board, I showed them our goats and sheep that were on shore, which they viewed for a moment with a kind of stupid insensibility. After this I conducted them to the brow; but before the chief set his foot upon it to come into the ship, he took a small green branch in his hand, with which he struck the ship's side several times, repeating a speech or prayer. When this was over, he threw the branch into the main chains, and came on board. This manner and custom of making peace, as it were, is practised by all the nations in the South Seas that I have seen. End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 1. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 2 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 4. Transactions in Dusky Bay, with an account of several interviews with the inhabitants. Part 2. I took them both down into the cabin, where we were to breakfast. They sat at table with us, but would not taste any of our victuals. The chief wanted to know where we slept, and indeed to pry into every corner of the cabin, every part of which he viewed with some surprise. But it was not possible to fix his attention to any one thing a single moment. The works of art appeared to him in the same light as those of nature, and were as far removed beyond his comprehension. What seemed to strike them most was the number and strength of our decks and other parts of the ship. The chief, before he came aboard, presented me with a piece of cloth and a green talc hatchet. To Mr. Forster he also gave a piece of cloth, and the girl gave another to Mr. Hodges. This custom of making presents before they receive any is common with the natives of the South Sea Isles, but I never saw it practised in New Zealand before. Of all the various articles I gave my guest, hatchets and spike nails were the most valuable in his eyes. These he would never suffer to go out of his hands after he once laid hold of them, whereas many other articles he would lay carelessly down anywhere, and at last leave them behind him. As soon as I could get quit of them, they were conducted into the gun room where I left them, and set out with 2 boats to examine the head of the bay, myself in one, accompanied by Mr. Forster and Mr. Hodges, and Lieutenant Cooper in the other. We proceeded up the south side, and without meeting with anything remarkable, got to the head of the bay by sunset, where we took up our lodging for the night, at the first place we could land upon, for the flats hindered us from getting quite to the head. At daylight in the morning I took 2 men in the small boat, and with Mr. Forster went to take a view of the flat land at the head of the bay, near to where we spent the night. We landed on one side, and ordered the boat to meet us on the other side; but had not been long on shore before we saw some ducks, which, by their creeping through the bushes, we got a shot at, and killed one. The moment we had fired, the natives, whom we had not discovered before, set up a most hideous noise in 2 or 3 places close by us. We hallooed in our turn, and at the same time retired to our boat, which was full half a mile off. The natives kept up their clamouring noise, but did not follow us. Indeed, we found afterwards that they could not, because of a branch of the river between us and them, nor did we find their number as answerable to the noise they made. As soon as we got to our boat, and found that there was a river that would admit us, I rowed in, and was soon after joined by Mr. Cooper in the other boat. With this reinforcement I proceeded up the river, shooting wild ducks, of which there were great numbers, as we went along, now and then hearing the natives in the woods. At length 2 appeared on the banks of the river, a man and a woman, and the latter kept waving something white in her hand as a sign of friendship. Mr. Cooper being near them, I called to him to land, as I wanted to take the advantage of the tide to get up as high as possible, which did not much exceed half a mile, when I was stopped by the strength of the stream, and great stones that lay in the bed of the river. On my return I found that as Mr. Cooper did not land when the natives expected him, they had retired into the woods, but 2 others now appeared on the opposite bank. I endeavoured to have an interview with them, but this I could not effect; for as I approached the shore, they always retired farther into the woods, which were so thick as to cover them from our sight. The falling tide obliged me to retire out of the river to the place where we had spent the night. There we breakfasted, and afterwards embarked, in order to return on board. But, just as we were going, we saw 2 men on the opposite shore, hallooing to us, which induced me to row over to them. I landed with 2 others, unarmed, the 2 natives standing about 100 yards from the water side, with each a spear in his hand. When we 3 advanced they retired, but stood when I advanced alone. It was some little time before I could prevail upon them to lay down their spears. This at last one of them did, and met me with a grass plant in his hand, one end of which he gave me to hold, while he held the other. Standing in this manner, he began a speech, not one word of which I understood, and made some long pauses, waiting, as I thought, for me to answer, for when I spoke he proceeded. As soon as this ceremony was over, which was not long, we saluted each other. He then took out his hahou, or coat, from off his own back, and put it upon mine; after which peace seemed firmly established. More people joining us did not in the least alarm them; on the contrary, they saluted every one as he came up. I gave to each a hatchet and a knife, having nothing else with me. Perhaps these were the most valuable things I could give them; at least they were the most useful. They wanted us to go to their habitation, telling us they would give us something to eat, and I was sorry that the tide and other circumstances would not permit me to accept of their invitation. More people were seen in the skirts of the wood, but none of them joined us. Probably these were their wives and children. When we took leave they followed us to our boat, and seeing the muskets lying across the stern, they made signs for them to be taken away, which being done, they came alongside, and assisted us to launch her. At this time it was necessary for us to look well after them, for they wanted to take away every thing they could lay their hands upon, except the muskets. These they took care not to touch, being taught, by the slaughter they had seen us make among the wild fowl, to look upon them as instruments of death. We saw no canoes or other boats with them. 2 or 3 logs of wood tied together served the same purpose, and were indeed sufficient for the navigation of the river, on the banks of which they lived. There fish and fowl were in such plenty, that they had no occasion to go far for food, and they have but few neighbours to disturb them. The whole number at this place, I believe, does not exceed 3 families. It was noon when we took leave of these 2 men, and proceeded down the north side of the bay, which I explored in my way, and the isles that lie in the middle. Night, however, overtook us, and obliged me to leave one arm unlooked into, and hasten to the ship, which we reached by 8 o'clock. I then learned that the man and his daughter stayed on board the day before till noon, and that having understood from our people what things were left in Cascade Cove, the place where they were first seen, he sent and took them away. He and his family remained near us till to-day, when they all went off, and we saw them no more; which was the more extraordinary, as he never left us empty-handed. From one or another he did not get less than 9 or 10 hatchets, 3 or 4 times that number of large spike nails, besides many other articles. So far as these things may be counted riches in New Zealand, he exceeds every man there, being at this time possessed of more hatchets and axes than are in the whole country besides. In the afternoon of the 21st I went with a party out to the isles on seal hunting. The surf ran so high that we could only land in one place, where we killed 10. These animals served us for 3 purposes. The skins we made use of for our rigging, the fat gave oil for our lamps, and the flesh we eat. Their haslets are equal to that of a hog, and the flesh of some of them eats little inferior to beefsteaks. The following day nothing worthy of notice was done. On the morning of the 23rd, Mr Pickersgill, Mr Gilbert, and 2 others, went to the Cascade Cove, in order to ascend one of the mountains, the summit of which they reached by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as we could see by the fire they made. In the evening they returned on board, and reported that inland nothing was to be seen but barren mountains, with huge craggy precipices, disjoined by valleys, or rather chasms, frightful to behold. On the south-east side of Cape West, 4 miles out at sea, they discovered a ridge of rocks, on which the waves broke very high. I believe these rocks to be the same we saw the evening we first fell in with the land. Having 5 geese left out of those we brought from the Cape of Good Hope, I went with them next morning to Goose Cove, named so on this account, where I left them. I chose this place for 2 reasons. First, there are no inhabitants to disturb them, and secondly, here being the most food, I make no doubt but they will breed, and may in time spread over the whole country, and fully answer my intention in leaving them. We spent the day shooting in and about the cove, and returned aboard about 10 o'clock in the evening. One of the party shot a white heron, which agreed exactly with Mr Pennant's description, in his British Zoology, of the white herons that either now are, or were formerly, in England. The 20th was the 8th fair day we had had successively, a circumstance, I believe, very uncommon in this place, especially at this season of the year. This fair weather gave us an opportunity to complete our wood and water, to overhaul the rigging, caulk the ship, and put her in a condition for sea. Fair weather was, however, now at an end, for it began to rain this evening, and continued without intermission till noon the next day, when we cast off the shore fasts, hove the ship out of the creek to her anchor, and steadied her with an hawser to the shore. On the 27th, hazy weather with showers of rain. In the morning I set out, accompanied by Mr Pickersgill and the 2 Mr Forsters, to explore the arm or inlet I discovered the day I returned from the head of the bay. After rowing about 2 leagues up it, or rather down, I found it to communicate with the sea, and to afford a better outlet for ships bound to the north than the one I came in by. After making this discovery, and refreshing ourselves on broiled fish and wild fowl, we set out for the ship, and got on board at 11 o'clock at night, leaving 2 arms we had discovered, and which ran into the east unexplored. In this expedition we shot 44 birds, sea pies, ducks, etc., without going 1 foot out of our way, or causing any other delay than picking them up. Having got the tents and every other article on board on the 28th, we only now waited for a wind to carry us out of the harbour, and through New Passage, the way I proposed to go to sea. Everything being removed from the shore, I set fire to the top-wood, etc., in order to dry a piece of the ground we had occupied, which next morning I dug up, and sowed with several sorts of garden seeds. The soil was such as did not promise success to the planter. It was, however, the best we could find. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we weighed with a light breeze at S.W., and stood up the bay for the New Passage. Soon after we had got through, between the east end of Indian Island and the west end of Long Island, it fell calm, which obliged us to anchor in 43 fathom water, under the north side of the latter island. In the morning of the 30th, we weighed again with a light breeze at west, which, together with all our boats ahead towing, was hardly sufficient to stem the current; for, after struggling till 6 o'clock in the evening, and not getting more than 5 miles from our last anchoring place, we anchored under the north side of Long Island, not more than 100 yards from the shore, to which we fastened a hawser. 1773 May. At daylight next morning, May 1st, we got again under sail, and attempted to work to windward, having a light breeze down the bay. At first we gained ground, but at last the breeze died away, when we soon lost more than we had got, and were obliged to bear up for a cove on the north side of Long Island, where we anchored in 19 fathom water, a muddy bottom. In this cove we found 2 huts not long since inhabited, and near them 2 very large fireplaces or ovens, such as they have in the Society Isles. In this cove we were detained by calms, attended with continual rain, till the 4th in the afternoon, when, with the assistance of a small breeze at S.W., we got the length of the reach or passage leading to sea. The breeze then left us, and we anchored under the east point, before a sandy beach, in 30 fathoms water; but this anchoring place hath nothing to recommend it like the one we came from, which hath every thing in its favour. In the night we had some very heavy squalls of wind, attended with rain, hail, and snow, and some thunder. Daylight exhibited to our view all the hills and mountains covered with snow. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a light breeze sprung up at S.S.W., which, with the help of our boats, carried us down the passage to our intended anchor place, where, at 8 o'clock, we anchored in 16 fathoms water, and moored with a hawser to the shore, under the first point on the starboard side as you come in from sea, from which we were covered by the point. In the morning on the 6th, I sent Lieutenant Pickersgill, accompanied by the 2 Mr. Forsters, to explore the second arm which turns into the east, myself being confined on board by a cold. At the same time I had every thing got up from between decks, the decks well cleaned and well aired with fires, a thing that ought never to be long neglected in wet moist weather. The fair weather, which had continued all this day, was succeeded in the night by a storm from N.W., which blew in hard squalls, attended with rain, and obliged us to strike top gallant and lower yards, and to carry out another hawser to the shore. The bad weather continued the whole day and the succeeding night, after which it fell calm, with fair weather. At 7 o'clock in the morning on the 8th, Mr. Pickersgill returned, together with his companions, in no very good plight, having been at the head of the arm he was sent to explore, which he judged to extend in to the eastward about 8 miles. In it is a good anchoring place, wood, fresh water, wild fowl and fish. At 9 o'clock I set out to explore the other inlet, or the one next the sea, and ordered Mr. Gilbert, the master, to go and examine the passage out to sea, while those on board were getting everything in readiness to depart. I proceeded up the inlet till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when bad weather obliged me to return before I had seen the end of it. As this inlet lay nearly parallel with the sea coast, I was of opinion that it might communicate with Doubtful Harbour, or some other inlet to the northward. Appearances were, however, against this opinion, and the bad weather hindered me from determining the point, although a few hours would have done it. I was about 10 miles up, and thought I saw the end of it. I found on the north side 3 coves, in which, as also on the south side, between the main and the isles that lie 4 miles up the inlet, is good anchorage. Wood, water, and what else can be expected, such as fish and wild fowl. Of the latter we killed in this excursion 3 dozen. After a very hard row, against both wind and rain, we got on board about 9 o'clock at night, without a dry thread on our backs. This bad weather continued no longer than till the next morning, when it became fair, and the sky cleared up. But, as we had not wind to carry us to sea, we made up 2 shooting parties, myself accompanied by the 2 Mr. Forsters and some others, went to the area I was in the day before, and the other party to the coves and isles Mr. Gilbert had discovered when he was out, and where he found many wild fowl. We had a pleasant day, and the evening brought us all on board. Myself and party met with good sport, but the other party found little. All the forenoon of the 10th we had strong gales from the west, attended with heavy showers of rain, and blowing in such flurries over high land, as made it unsafe for us to get under sail. The afternoon was more moderate and became fair, when myself, Mr. Cooper, and some others, went out in the boats to the rocks, which lie at the entrance of the bay, to kill seals. The weather was rather unfavourable for this sport, and the sea ran high, so as to make landing difficult. We, however, killed 10, but could only wait to bring away 5, with which we returned on board. In the morning of the 11th, while we were getting under sail, I sent a boat for the other 5 seals. At 9 o'clock we weighed with a light breeze at south-east, and stood out to sea, taking up the boat in our way. It was noon before we got clear of the land, at which time we observed in 45 degrees 34 minutes 30 seconds south. The entrance of the bay bore S.E. by east, and Breaksea Isles, the outermost isles that lie at the south point of the entrance of the bay, bore S.S.E. distant 3 miles. The southernmost point, or that of Five Fingers Point, bore south 42 degrees west, and the northernmost land N.N.E. In this situation we had a prodigious swell from the southwest, which broke with great violence on all the shores that were exposed to it. End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 2. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 1, Chapter 5 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 5. Directions for sailing in and out of Dusky Bay, with an account of the adjacent country, its produce and inhabitants, astronomical and nautical observations. 1773 May. As there are few places where I have been in New Zealand that afford the necessary refreshments in such plenty as Dusky Bay, a short description of it, and of the adjacent country, may prove of use to some future navigators, as well as acceptable to the curious reader. For although this country be far remote from the present trading part of the world, we can, by no means, tell what use future ages may make of the discoveries made in the present. The reader of this journal must already know that there are two entrances to this bay. The south entrance is situated on the north side of Cape West, in latitude 45 degrees 48 minutes south. It is formed by the land of the Cape to the south, and Five Fingers Point to the north. This point is made remarkable by several pointed rocks lying off it, which, when viewed from certain situations, have some resemblance to the five fingers of a man's hand, from whence it takes its name. The land of this point is still more remarkable by the little similarity it bears to any other of the lands adjacent, being a narrow peninsula lying north and south, of a moderate and equal height, and all covered with wood. To sail into the bay by this entrance is by no means difficult, as I know of no danger but what shows itself. The worst that attends it is the depth of water, which is too great to admit of anchorage, except in the coves and harbours, and very near the shores. And even in many places this last cannot be done. The anchoring places are, however, numerous enough, and equally safe and commodious. Pickersgill Harbour, where we lay, is not inferior to any other bay for 2 or 3 ships. It is situated on the south shore abreast of the west end of Indian Island, which island may be known from the others by its greater proximity to that shore. There is a passage into the harbour on both sides of the isle, which lies before it. The most room is on the upper or east side, having regard to a sunken rock, near the main, abreast this end of the isle. Keep the isle close aboard, and you will not only avoid the rock, but keep in anchoring ground. The next place on this side is Cascade Cove, where there is room for a fleet of ships, and also a passage in on either side of the isle, which lies in the entrance, taking care to avoid a sunken rock which lies near the south-east shore, a little above the isle. This rock, as well as the one in Pickersgill Harbour, may be seen at half ebb. It must be needless to enumerate all the anchoring places in this capacious bay. The north entrance lies in the latitude of 45 degrees 38 minutes south, and 5 leagues to the north of Five Fingers Point. To make this entrance plain, it will be necessary to approach the shore within a few miles, as all the land within and on each side is of considerable height. Its situation may, however, be known at a greater distance, as it lies under the first craggy mountains which rise to the north of the land of Five Fingers Point. The southernmost of these mountains is remarkable, having at its summit 2 small hillocks. When this mountain bears south-south-east, you will be before the entrance, on the south side of which are several isles. The westernmost and outermost is the most considerable, both for height and circuit, and this I have called Breaksea Isle, because it effectually covers this entrance from the violence of the south-west swell, which the other entrance is so much exposed to. In sailing in, you leave this isle, as well as all the others, to the south. The best anchorage is in the first or north arm, which is on the larboard hand going in, either in one of the coves, or between the isles that lie under the south-east shore. The country is exceedingly mountainous, not only about Dusky Bay, but through all the southern part of the western coast of Tavai Panamu. A prospect more rude and craggy is rarely to be met with, for inland appears nothing but the summits of mountains of a stupendous height, and consisting of rocks that are totally barren and naked, except where they are covered with snow. But the land bordering on the sea coast and all the islands are thickly clothed with wood, almost down to the water's edge. The trees are of various kinds, such as are common to other parts of this country, and are fit for the shipwright, house carpenter, cabinet maker, and many other uses. Except in the river Thames, I have not seen finer timber in all New Zealand. Both here and in that river, the most considerable for size is the spruce tree, as we called it, from the similarity of its foliage to the American spruce, though the wood is more ponderous, and bears a greater resemblance to the pitch pine. Many of these trees are from 6 to 8 and 10 feet in girth, and from 60 to 80 or 100 feet in length, large enough to make a mainmast for a 50-gun ship. Here are, as well as in all other parts of New Zealand, a great number of aromatic trees and shrubs, most of the myrtle kind, but amidst all this variety we met with none which bore fruit fit to eat. In many parts the woods are so overrun with supple-jacks that it is scarcely possible to force one's way among them. I have seen several which were 50 or 60 fathoms long. The soil is a deep black mould, evidently composed of decayed vegetables, and so loose that it sinks under you at every step. And this may be the reason why we meet with so many large trees as we do, blown down by the wind, even in the thickest part of the woods. All the ground amongst the trees is covered with moss and fern, of both which there is a great variety. But except the flax or hemp plant, and a few other plants, there is very little herbage of any sort, and none that was eatable that we found, except about a handful of watercresses, and about the same quantity of celery. What Dusky Bay most abounds with is fish. A boat with 6 or 8 men, with hooks and lines, caught daily sufficient to serve the whole ship's company. Of this article the variety is almost equal to the plenty, and of such kinds as are common to the more northern coast, but some are superior, and in particular the coal fish, as we called it, which is both larger and finer flavoured than any I had seen before, and was, in the opinion of most on board, the highest luxury the sea afforded us. The shellfish are mussels, cockles, scallops, crayfish, and many other sorts, all such as are to be found in every other part of the coast. The only amphibious animals are seals. These are to be found in great numbers about this bay, on the small rocks and isles near the sea coasts. We found here 5 different kinds of ducks, some of which I do not recollect to have anywhere seen before. The largest are as big as a Muscovy duck, with a very beautiful variegated plumage, on which account we called it the painted duck, both male and female having a large white spot in each wing. The head and neck of the latter is white, but all the other feathers, as well as those on the head and neck of the drake, are of a dark variegated colour. The second sort have a brown plumage, with bright green feathers in their wings, and are about the size of an English tame duck. The third sort is the blue-grey duck, before mentioned, or the whistling duck, as some call them, from the whistling noise they made. What is most remarkable in these is, that the end of their beaks is soft, and of a skinny, or more properly cartilaginous substance. The fourth sort is something bigger than a teal, and all black except the drake, which has some white feathers in his wings. There are but few of this sort, and we saw them nowhere but in the river at the head of the bay. The last sort is a good deal like a teal, and very common, I am told, in England. The other fowls, whether belonging to the sea and land, are the same that are to be found in common in other parts of this country, except the blue petrel before mentioned, and the water or wood hens. These last, although they are numerous enough here, are so scarce in other parts, that I never saw but one. The reason may be that, as they cannot fly, they inhabit the skirts of the woods, and feed on the sea beach, and are so very tame or foolish, as to stand and stare at us till we knock them down with a stick. The natives may have, in a manner, wholly destroyed them. They are a sort of rail, about the size and a good deal like a common dunghill hen. Most of them are of a dirty black or dark brown colour, and eat very well in a pie or fricassee. Amongst the small birds I must not omit to particularize the wattle bird, poy bird, and fantail, on account of their singularity, especially as I find they are not mentioned in the narrative of my former voyage. The wattle bird, so called, because it has two wattles under its beak as large as those of a small dunghill cock, is larger, particularly in length, than an English blackbird. Its bill is short and thick, and its feathers of a dark lead colour. The colour of its wattles is a dull yellow, almost an orange colour. The poy bird is less than the wattle bird. The feathers of a fine mazarine blue, except those of its neck, which are of a most beautiful silver grey, and 2 or 3 short white ones, which are on the pinion joint of the wing. Under its throat hang 2 little tufts of curled snow-white feathers, called its poys, which being the Otaheitan word for earrings, occasioned our giving that name to the bird, which is not more remarkable for the beauty of its plumage than for the sweetness of its note. The flesh is also most delicious, and was the greatest luxury the woods afforded us. Of the fantail there are different sorts, but the body of the most remarkable one is scarcely larger than a good filbert, yet it spreads a tail of most beautiful plumage, full 3/4 of a semicircle, of at least 4 or 5 inches radius. For 3 or 4 days after we arrived in Pickersgill harbour, and as we were clearing the woods to set up our tents, etc., a 4-footed animal was seen by 3 or 4 of our people, but as no 2 gave the same description of it, I cannot say of what kind it is. All, however, agreed that it was about the size of a cat, with short legs and of a mouse colour. One of the seamen, and he who had the best view of it, said that it had a bushy tail, and was most like a jackal of any animal he knew. The most probable conjecture is, that it is of a new species. Be this as it may, we are now certain that this country is not so destitute of quadrupeds as was once thought. The most mischievous animals here are the small black sandflies, which are very numerous, and so troublesome that they exceed everything of the kind I ever met with. Whenever they bite they cause a swelling, and such an intolerable itching, that it is not possible to refrain from scratching, which at last brings on ulcers like the smallpox. The almost continual rains may be mentioned another evil attending this bay, though perhaps this may only happen at this season of the year. Nevertheless, the situation of the country, the vast height, and the nearness of the mountains, seem to subject it to much rain at all times. Our people, who were daily exposed to the rain, felt no ill effects from it. On the contrary, such as were sick and ailing when we came in, recovered daily, and the whole crew soon became strong and vigorous, which can only be attributed to the healthiness of the place, and the fresh provisions it afforded. The beer certainly contributed not a little. As I have already observed, we at first made it of a decoction of the spruce leaves, but finding that this alone made the beer too astringent, we afterwards mixed it with an equal quantity of the tea plant, a name it obtained in my former voyage, from our using it as tea then, as we also did now, which partly destroyed the astringency of the other, and made the beer exceedingly palatable, and esteemed by every one on board. We brewed it in the same manner as spruce beer, and the process is as follows. First, make a strong decoction of the small branches of the spruce and tea plants, by boiling them 3 or 4 hours, or until the bark will strip with ease from off the branches. Then take them out of the copper and put in the proper quantity of molasses, 10 gallons of which is sufficient to make a ton, or 240 gallons of beer. Let this mixture just boil, and pot it into the casks, and to it add an equal quantity of cold water, more or less, according to the strength of the decoction or your taste. When the whole is milk warm, put in a little grounds of beer, or yeast if you have it, or anything else that will cause fermentation, and in a few days the beer will be fit to drink. After the casks have been brewed in 2 or 3 times, the beer will generally ferment itself, especially if the weather is warm. As I had inspissated juice of wort on board, and could not apply it to a better purpose, we used it together with molasses or sugar to make these 2 articles go further. For of the former I had but 1 cask, and of the latter little to spare for this brewing. Had I known how well this beer would have succeeded, and the great use it was of to the people, I should have come better provided. Indeed, I was partly discouraged by an experiment made during my former voyage, which did not succeed then, owing, as I now believe, to some mismanagement. Any one who is in the least acquainted with spruce pines will find the tree which I have distinguished by that name. There are 3 sorts of it. That which has the smallest leaves and deepest colour is the sort we brewed with, but doubtless all 3 might safely serve that purpose. The tea plant is a small tree or shrub, with 5 white petals or flower leaves, shaped like those of a rose, having smaller ones of the same figure in the intermediate spaces, and 20 or more filaments or threads. The tree sometimes grows to a moderate height, and is generally bare on the lower part, with a number of small branches growing close together towards the top. The leaves are small and pointed, like those of the myrtle. It bears a dry roundish seed case, and grows commonly in dry places near the shores. The leaves, as I have already observed, were used by many of us as tea, which has a very agreeable bitter and flavour when they are recent, but loses some of both when they are dried. When the infusion was made strong, it proved emetic to some in the same manner as green tea. The inhabitants of this bay are of the same race as people with those in the other parts of the country, speak the same language, and observe nearly the same customs. These indeed seem to have a custom of making presents before they receive any, in which they come nearer to the Otaheitans than the rest of their countrymen. What could induce 3 or 4 families, for I believe there are not more, to separate themselves so far from the society of the rest of their fellow creatures, is not easy to guess. By our meeting with inhabitants in this place, it seems probable that there are people scattered all over this southern island. But the many vestiges of them in different parts of this bay, compared with the number we actually saw, indicates that they live a wandering life. And if one may judge from appearances and circumstances, few as they are, they live not in perfect amity, one family with another. For if they did, why do they not form themselves into some society, a thing not only natural to man, but observed even by the brute creation? I shall conclude this account of Dusky Bay with some observations made and communicated to me by Mr. Wales. He found, by a great variety of observations, that the latitude of his observatory at Pickersgill Harbour was 45 degrees 47 minutes 26 seconds half south, and by the mean of several distances of the moon from the sun, that its longitude was 106 degrees 18 minutes east, which is about half a degree less than it is laid down in my chart constructed in my former voyage. He found the variation of the needle or compass, by the mean of 3 different needles, to be 13 degrees 49 minutes east, and the dip of the south end 70 degrees 5 minutes 3/4. The times of high water, on the full and change days, he found to be 10 degrees 57 minutes, and the tide to rise and fall, at the former 8 feet, at the latter time 5 feet 8 inches. This difference, in the rise of the tides between the new and full moon, is a little extraordinary, and was probably occasioned at this time by some accidental cause, such as winds, etc., but be that as it will, I am well assured there was no error in the observations. Supposing the longitude of the observatory to be as above, the error of Mr. Kendall's watch in longitude will be 1 degree 48 minutes minus, and that of Mr. Arnold's 39 degrees 25 minutes. The former was found to be gaining 6 minutes .461 a day on mean time, and the latter losing 99 seconds .361. Agreeably to these rates the longitude by them was to be determined until an opportunity of trying them again. I must observe that in finding the longitude by Mr. Kendall's watch, we suppose it to have gone mean time from the Cape of Good Hope. Had its Cape rate been allowed, the error would not have been so great. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 1, Chapter 6 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 6. Passage from Dusky Bay to Queen Charlotte's Sound, with an account of some waterspouts, and of our joining the Adventure. 1773, May. After leaving Dusky Bay, as hath been already mentioned, I directed my course along shore for Queen Charlotte's Sound, where I expected to find the Adventure. In this passage we met with nothing remarkable or worthy of notice till the 17th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Being then about 3 leagues to the westward of Cape Stephens, having a gentle gale at west by south and clear weather, the wind at once flattened to a calm, the sky became suddenly obscured by dark dense clouds, and seemed to forebode much wind. This occasioned us to clew up all our sails, and presently after 6 waterspouts were seen. 4 rose and spent themselves between us and the land, that is, to the southwest of us. The 5th was without us. The 6th first appeared in the southwest, at a distance of 2 or 3 miles at least from us. Its progressive motion was to the northeast, not in a straight but in a crooked line, and passed within 50 yards of our stern, without our feeling any of its effects. The diameter of the base of this spout I judged to be about 50 or 60 feet. That is, the sea within this space was much agitated, and foamed up to a great height. From this a tube or round body was formed, by which the water or air, or both, was carried in a spiral stream up to the clouds. Some of our people said that they saw a bird in the one near us, which was whirled round like the fly of a jack as it was carried upwards. During the time these spouts lasted, we had now and then light puffs of wind from all points of the compass, with some few slight showers of rain, which generally fell in large drops, and the weather continued dark and hazy for some hours after, with variable light breezes of wind. At length the wind fixed in its old point, and the sky resumed its former serenity. Some of these spouts appeared at times to be stationary, and at other times to have a quick but very unequal progressive motion, and always in a crooked line, sometimes one way and sometimes another, so that, once or twice, we observed them to cross each other. From the ascending motion of the bird, and several other circumstances, it was very plain to us that these spouts were caused by whirlwinds, and that the water in them was violently hurried upwards, and did not descend from the clouds, as I have heard some assert. The first appearance of them is by the violent agitation and rising up of the water, and presently after you see a round column or tube forming from the clouds above, which apparently descends till it joins the agitated water below. I say apparently, because I believe it not to be so in reality, but that the tube is already formed from the agitated water below and ascends, though at first it is either too small or too thin to be seen. When the tube is formed, or becomes visible, its apparent diameter increaseth till it is pretty large, after that it decreaseth, and at last it breaks or becomes invisible towards the lower part. Soon after, the sea below resumes its natural state, and the tube is drawn, by little and little, up to the clouds, where it is dissipated. The same tube would sometimes have a vertical, and sometimes a crooked or inclined direction. The most rational account I have read of waterspouts is in Mr. Falconer's Marine Dictionary, which is chiefly collected from the philosophical writings of the ingenious Dr. Franklin. I have been told that the firing of a gun will dissipate them, and I am very sorry I did not try the experiment, as we were near enough and had a gun ready for the purpose. But as soon as the danger was past, I thought no more about it, being too attentive to viewing these extraordinary meteors. At the same time this happened, the barometer stood at 29.75, and the thermometer at 56. In coming from Cape Farewell to Cape Stephens, I had a better view of the coast than I had when I passed in my former voyage, and observed that about 6 leagues to the east of the first mentioned cape is a spacious bay, which is covered from the sea by a low point of land. This is, I believe, the same that Captain Tasman anchored in on the 18th of December 1642, and by him called Murderer's Bay, by reason of some of his men being killed by the natives. Blind Bay, so named by me in my former voyage, lies to the south-east of this, and seems to run a long way inland to the south, the sight in this direction not being bounded by any land. The wind having returned to the west, as already mentioned, we resumed our course to the east, and at daylight the next morning, being the 18th, we appeared off Queen Charlotte's Sound, where we discovered our consort the Adventure, by the signal she made to us, an event which every one felt with an agreeable satisfaction. The fresh westerly wind now died away, and was succeeded by light airs from the south and south-west, so that we had to work in with our boats ahead towing. In the doing of this we discovered a rock, which we did not see in my former voyage. It lies in the direction of south by east 1/2 east, distant 4 miles from the outermost of the Two Brothers, and in a line with the White Rocks, on with the middle of Long Island. It is just even with the surface of the sea, and hath deep water all round it. At noon, Lieutenant Kemp of the Adventure came on board, from whom I learnt that their ship had been here about 6 weeks. With the assistance of a light breeze, our boats and the tides, we at 6 o'clock in the evening got to an anchor in Ship Cove, near the Adventure, when Captain Furneaux came on board, and gave me the following account of his proceedings, from the time we parted to my arrival here. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 1, Chapter 7 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 7. Captain Furneaux's narrative, from the time the two ships were separated, to their joining again in Queen Charlotte's Sound, with some account of Van Diemen's Land. 1773 February. On the 7th of February 1773 in the morning, the Resolution then being about 2 miles ahead, the wind shifting then to the westward, brought on a very thick fog, so that we lost sight of her. We soon after heard a gun, the report of which we imagined to be on the larboard beam. We then hauled up south-east, and kept firing a 4-pounder every half hour, but had no answer nor further sight of her. Then we kept the course we steered on before the fog came on. In the evening it began to blow hard, and was at intervals more clear, but could see nothing of her, which gave us much uneasiness. We then tacked and stood to the westward, to cruise in the place where we last saw her, according to agreement in case of separation. But next day came on a very heavy gale of wind and thick weather, that obliged us to bring to, and thereby prevented us reaching the intended spot. However, the wind coming more moderate, and the fog in some measure clearing away, we cruised as near the place as we could get for 3 days, when, giving over all hopes of joining company again, we bore away for winter quarters, distant 1400 leagues, through a sea entirely unknown, and reduced the allowance of water to 1 quart per day. We kept between the latitude of 52 and 53 degrees south, had much westerly wind, hard gales with squalls, snow and sleet, with a long hollow sea from the southwest, so that we judge there is no land in that quarter. After we reached the longitude of 95 degrees east, we found the variation decrease very fast. On the 26th at night we saw a meteor of uncommon brightness in the north-northwest. It directed its course to the southwest, with a very great light in the southern sky, such as is known to the northward by the name of Aurora Borealis, or Northern Lights. We saw the light for several nights running, and what is remarkable, we saw but one ice island after we parted company with the Resolution, till our making land, though we were most of the time 2 or 3 degrees to the southward of the latitude we first saw it in. We were daily attended by great numbers of sea birds, and frequently saw porpoises, curiously spotted white and black. 1773 March. On the 1st of March we were alarmed with a cry of land, by the man at the masthead, on the larboard beam, which gave us great joy. We immediately hauled our wind and stood for it, but to our mortification were disappointed in a few hours, for what we took to be land proved no more than clouds, which disappeared as we sailed towards them. We then bore away, and directed our course towards the land laid down in the charts by the name of Van Diemen's Land, discovered by Tasman in 1642, and laid down in the latitude 44 degrees south, and longitude 140 degrees east, and supposed to join to New Holland. On the 9th of March, having little wind and pleasant weather, about 9 a.m., being then in the latitude of 43 degrees 37 minutes south, longitude, by lunar observation, 145 degrees 36 minutes east, and by account 143 degrees 10 minutes east from Greenwich, we saw the land bearing north-northeast, about 8 or 9 leagues distant. It appeared moderately high and uneven near the sea. The hills farther back formed a double land, and much higher. There seemed to be several islands or broken land to the northwest, as the shore trenched, but by reason of clouds that hung over them, we could not be certain whether they did not join to the main. We hauled immediately up for it, and by noon were within 3 or 4 leagues of it. A point much like the Ram Head off Plymouth, which I take to be the same that Tasman calls South Cape, bore north 4 leagues off us. The land from this cape runs directly to the eastward. About 4 leagues along shore are 3 islands about 2 miles long, and several rocks resembling the Mewstone, particularly one which we so named, about 4 or 5 leagues east-south-east, half east, off the above cape, which Tasman has not mentioned, or laid down in his drafts. After you pass these islands, the land lies east by north and west by south by the compass nearly. It is a bold shore, and seems to afford several bays or anchoring places, but believe deep water. From the southwest cape, which is in the latitude of 43 degrees 39' south, and longitude 145 degrees 50' east, to the southeast cape, in the latitude 43 degrees 36' south, longitude 147 degrees east, is nearly 16 leagues, and sounding from 48 to 70 fathoms, sand and broken shells 3 or 4 leagues offshore. Here the country is hilly and full of trees, the shore rocky and difficult landing, occasioned by the wind blowing here continually from the westward, which occasions such a surf that the sand cannot lie on the shore. We saw no inhabitants here. The morning, on the 10th of March, being calm, the ship, then about 4 miles from the land, sent the great cutter on shore with the second lieutenant, to find if there was any harbour or good bay. Soon after, it beginning to blow very hard, made the signal for the boat to return several times, but they did not see or hear anything of it, the ship then 3 or 4 leagues off, that we could not see anything of the boat, which gave us great uneasiness, as there was a very great sea. At 1:30 p.m., to our great satisfaction, the boat returned on board safe. They landed, but with much difficulty, and saw several places where the Indians had been, and one they lately had left, where they had a fire, with a great number of pearl escallop shells round it, which shells they brought on board, with some burnt sticks and green boughs. There was a path from this place through the woods, which in all probability leads to their habitations, but by reason of the weather had not time to pursue it. The soil seems to be very rich. The country well clothed with wood, particularly on the lee side of the hills, plenty of water which falls from the rocks in beautiful cascades, for 200 or 300 feet perpendicular into the sea, but they did not see the least sign of any place to anchor in with safety. Hoisted in the boat, and made sail for Frederick Henry Bay. From noon to 3 p.m., running along shore east by north, at which time we were abreast of the westernmost point of a very deep bay, called by Tasman Stormy Bay. From the west to the east point of this bay there are several small islands and black rocks, which we call the Friars. While crossing this bay, we had very heavy squalls and thick weather. At times, when it cleared up, I saw several fires in the bottom of the bay, which is near 2 or 3 leagues deep, and has, I doubt not, good places for anchoring; but the weather being so bad, did not think it safe to stand into it. From the Friars the land trenches away about N. by E. 4 leagues. We had smooth water, and kept in shore, having regular soundings from 20 to 15 fathoms water. At 6:30 we hauled round a high bluff point, the rocks whereof were like so many fluted pillars, and had 10 fathoms water, fine sand, within half a mile of the shore. At 7, being abreast of a fine bay, and having little wind, we came to, with a small bower, in 24 fathoms, sandy bottom. Just after we anchored, being a fine clear evening, had a good observation of the star Antares and the moon, which gave the longitude of 147 degrees 34' east, being in the latitude of 43 degrees 20' south. We first took this bay to be that which Tasman called Frederick Henry Bay, but afterwards found that his is laid down 5 leagues to the northward of this. At daybreak the next morning I sent the master inshore to sound the bay, and to find out a watering place. At 8 he returned, having found a most excellent harbour, clear ground from side to side, from 18 to 5 fathom water all over the bay, gradually decreasing as you go inshore. We weighed and turned up into the bay, the wind being westerly and very little of it, which baffled us much in getting in. At 7 o'clock in the evening we anchored in 7 fathoms water, with a small bower. and moored with a coasting anchor to the westward, the north point of the bay north-north-east 1/2 east, which we take to be Tasman's Head, and the easternmost point, which we named Penguin Island, from the curious one we caught there, north-east by east 3/4 east. The watering place west 1/2 north, about 1 mile from the shore on each side. Maria's Island, which is about 5 or 6 leagues off, shut in with both points, so that you are quite landlocked in a most spacious harbour. We lay here 5 days, which time was employed in wooding and watering, which is easily got, and overhauling the rigging. We found the country very pleasant, the soil a black, rich, though thin one, the sides of the hills covered with large trees and very thick, growing to a great height before they branch off. They are all of the evergreen kind, different from any I ever saw. The wood is very brittle and easily split. There is a very little variety of sorts, having seen but 2. The leaves of one are long and narrow, and the seed, of which I got a few, is in the shape of a button, and has a very agreeable smell. The leaves of the other are like the bay, and it has a seed like the whitethorn, with an agreeable spicy taste and smell. Out of the trees we cut down for firewood, there issued some gum, which the surgeon called gum lac. The trees are mostly burnt or scorched near to the ground, occasioned by the natives setting fire to the underwood in the most frequented places, and by these means they have rendered it easy walking. The land birds we saw are a bird like a raven, some of the crow kind, black, with the tips of the feathers of the tail and wings white, their bill long and very sharp, some paroquets, and several kinds of small birds. The sea-fowl are ducks, teal, and the sheldrake. I forgot to mention a large white bird that one of the gentlemen shot, about the size of a large kite of the eagle kind. As for beasts, we saw but one, which was an opossum, but we observed the dung of some, which we judged to be of the deer kind. The fish in the bay are scarce. Those we caught were mostly sharks, dogfish, and a fish called by the seamen nurses, like the dogfish, only full of small white spots, and some small fish not unlike sprats. The lagoons, which are brackish, abound with trout, and several other sorts of fish, of which we caught a few with lines, but being much encumbered with stumps of trees, we could not haul the seine. While we lay here, we saw several smokes and large fires, about 8 or 10 miles inshore to the northward, but did not see any of the natives, though they frequently come into this bay, as there were several wigwams or huts, where we found some bags and nets made of grass, in which I imagine they carry their provisions and other necessaries. In one of them there was the stone they strike fire with, and tinder made of bark, but of what tree could not be distinguished. We found in one of their huts one of their spears, which was made sharp at one end, I suppose with a shell or stone. These things we brought away, leaving in the room of them medals, gunflints, a few nails, and an old empty barrel with the iron hoops on it. They seem to be quite ignorant of every sort of metal. The boughs, of which their huts are made, are either broken or split, and tied together with grass in a circular form, the largest end stuck in the ground, and the smaller parts meeting in a point at the top, and covered with fern and bark, so poorly done, that they will hardly keep out a shower of rain. In the middle is the fireplace, surrounded with heaps of mussel, pearl, scallop, and crayfish shells, which I believe to be their chief food, though we could not find any of them. They lie on the ground, on dried grass, round the fire, and I believe they have no settled place of habitation, as their houses seem built only for a few days, but wander about in small parties from place to place in search of food, and are actuated by no other motive. We never found more than 3 or 4 huts in a place, capable of containing 3 or 4 persons each only. And what is remarkable, we never saw the least marks either of canoe or boat, and it is generally thought they have none, being altogether, from what we could judge, a very ignorant and wretched set of people, though natives of a country capable of producing every necessary of life, and a climate the finest in the world. We found not the least signs of any minerals or metals. Having completed our wood and water, we sailed from Adventure Bay, intending to coast it up along shore, till we should fall in with the land seen by Captain Cook, and discover whether Van Diemen's Land joins with New Holland. On the 16th we passed Maria's Islands, so named by Tasman. They appear to be the same as the mainland. On the 17th, having passed Shouten's Islands, we hauled in for the mainland, and stood along shore at a distance of 2 or 3 leagues off. The country here appears to be very thickly inhabited, as there was a continual fire along shore as we sailed. The land hereabouts is much pleasanter, low and even, but no signs of a harbour or bay, where a ship might anchor with safety. The weather being bad and blowing hard at S.S.E., we could not send a boat on shore to have any intercourse with the inhabitants. In the latitude of 40° 50' south, the land trenches away to the westward, which I believe forms a deep bay, as we saw from the deck several smokes arising aback of the islands that lay before it, when we could not see the least signs of land from the masthead. From the latitude of 40° 50' south to the latitude of 39° 50' south is nothing but islands and shoals, the land high, rocky, and barren. On the 19th, in the latitude of 40° 30' south, observing breakers about half a mile within shore of us, we sounded, and finding but 8 fathoms, immediately hauled off, deepened our water to 15 fathoms, then bore away and kept along shore again. From the latitude of 39° 50' to 39° south, we saw no land, but had regular soundings from 15 to 30 fathoms. As we stood on to the northward, we made land again in about 39 degrees. After which we discontinued our northerly course, as we found the ground very uneven, and shoal water some distance off. I think it is a very dangerous shore to fall in with. The coast from Adventure Bay to the place where we stood away for New Zealand lies in the direction south a half west and north a half east, about 75 leagues, and it is my opinion that there are no straits between New Holland and Van Diemen's Land, but a very deep bay. I should have stood farther to the northward, but the wind blowing strong at S.S.E., and looking likely to haul round to the eastward, which would have blown right on the land, I therefore thought it more proper to leave the coast and steer for New Zealand. After we left Van Diemen's Land, we had very uncertain weather, with rain and very heavy gusts of wind. On the 24th, we were surprised with a very severe squall, which reduced us from top-gallant sails to reefed courses in the space of an hour. The sea rising equally quick, we shipped many waves, one of which stove the large cutter, and drove the small one from her lashing in the waist, and with much difficulty we saved her from being washed overboard. This gale lasted 12 hours, after which we had more moderate weather, intermixed with calms. We frequently hoisted out the boats to try the currents, and in general found a small drift to the W.S.W. We shot many birds, and had, upon the whole, good weather, but as we got near to the land it came on thick and dirty for several days, till we made the coast of New Zealand in 40° 30' south, having made 24 degrees of longitude from Adventure Bay, after a passage of 15 days. We had the winds much southerly in this passage, and I was under some apprehensions of not being able to fetch the straits, which would have obliged us to steer away for George's Island. I would therefore advise any who sail to this part to keep to the southward, particularly in the fall of the year, when the south and southeast winds prevail. 1773 April. The land when we first made it appeared high, and formed a confused jumble of hills and mountains. We steered along shore to the northward, but were much retarded in our course by reason of the swell from the northeast. At noon on the 3rd of April, Cape Farewell, which is the south point of the entrance of the west side of the straits, bore east by north a half north, by the compass 3 or 4 leagues distant. About 8 o'clock we entered the straits and steered northeast till midnight, then brought to till daylight, and had soundings from 45 to 58 fathoms, sand and broken shells. At daylight made sail and steered southeast by east, had light airs, Mount Egmont north-northeast 11 or 12 leagues, and Point Stevens southeast a half east 7 leagues. At noon, Mount Egmont north by east 12 leagues, Stevens Island southeast 5 leagues. In the afternoon we put the dredge overboard in 65 fathoms, but caught nothing except a few small scallops, 2 or 3 oysters and broken shells. Standing to the eastward for Charlotte Sound, with a light breeze at northwest in the morning on the 5th, Stevens Island bearing southwest by west 4 leagues, we were taken aback with a strong easterly gale, which obliged us to haul our wind to the southeast, and work to windward up under Port Jackson. The course from Stevens Island to Point Jackson is nearly southeast by the compass, 11 leagues distance, depth of water from 40 to 32 fathoms, sandy ground. As we stood off and on we fired several guns, but saw no signs of any inhabitants. In the afternoon at 2:30 o'clock, finding the tide set the ship to the westward, we anchored with a coasting anchor in 39 fathoms water, muddy ground. Point Jackson southeast a half east 3 leagues. The east point of an inlet, about 4 leagues to the westward of Point Jackson, and which appears to be a good harbour, southwest by west a half west. At 8 p.m. the tide slackening, we weighed and made sail, having while at anchor caught several fish with hook and line, and found the tide to run to the westward, at a rate of 2½ knots per hour. Standing to the east, we found no ground at 70 fathoms, off Point Jackson north-northwest 2 leagues. At 8 the next morning had the sound open, but the wind being down, it obliged us to work up under the western shore, as the tide sets up strong there when it runs down in mid-channel. At 10, the tide being done, was obliged to come to with the best bower in 38 fathoms, close to some white rocks, Point Jackson bearing northwest a half north, the northernmost of the brothers east by south, and the middle of Entry Island, which lies on the north side of the straits, northeast. We made 15 degrees 30 minutes east variation in the straits. As we sailed up the sound, we saw the tops of high mountains covered with snow, which remains all the year. When the tide slackened we weighed and sailed up the sound, and about 5 o'clock on the 7th anchored in Ship Cove in 10 fathoms water, muddy ground, and moored the best bower to the north-northeast and small to south-southwest. In the night we heard the howling of dogs, and people hallooing on the east shore. The 2 following days were employed in clearing a place on Motuara Island for erecting our tents for the sick, having then several on board much afflicted with the scurvy, the sailmakers and coopers. On the top of the island was a post erected, by the Endeavour's people, with her name and time of departure on it. On the 9th we were visited by 3 canoes with about 16 of the natives, and to induce them to bring us fish and other provisions, we gave them several things, with which they seemed highly pleased. One of our young gentlemen, seeing something wrapped up in a better manner than common, had the curiosity to examine what it was, and to his great surprise found it to be the head of a man lately killed. They were very apprehensive of its being forced from them, and particularly the man who seemed most interested in it, whose very flesh crept on his bones, for fear of being punished by us, as Captain Cook had expressed his great abhorrence of this unnatural act. They used every method to conceal the head, by shifting it from one to another, and by signs endeavouring to convince us that there was no such thing amongst them, though we had seen it but a few minutes before. They then took their leave of us and went on shore. They frequently mentioned Tupia, which was the name of the native of George's Island, or Otaheite, brought here by the Endeavour, and who died at Batavia, and when we told them he was dead, some of them seemed to be very much concerned, and, as well as we could understand them, wanted to know whether we killed him, or if he died a natural death. By these questions they are the same tribe Captain Cook saw. In the afternoon they returned again with fish and fern roots, which they sold for nails and other trifles, though the nails are what they set the most value on. The man and woman who had the head did not come off again. Having a catalogue of words in their language, we called several things by name, which surprised them greatly. They wanted it much, and offered a great quantity of fish for it. Next morning they returned again, to the number of 50 or 60, with their chief at their head, as we supposed, in 5 double canoes. They gave us their implements of war, stone hatchets, and clothes, etc., for nails and old bottles, which they put a great value on. A number of the head men came on board us, and it was with some difficulty we got them out of the ship by fair means, but on the appearance of a musket with a fixed bayonet, they all went into their canoes very quickly. We were daily visited by more or less, who brought us fish in great plenty for nails, beads, and other trifles, and behaved very peacefully. We settled the astronomer with his instruments, and a sufficient guard, on a small island, that is joined to Motuara at low water, called the Hippa, where there was an old fortified town that the natives had forsaken. Their houses served our people to live in, and by sinking them about a foot inside, we made them very comfortable. Having done this, we struck our tents on the Motuara, and having removed the ship farther into the cove on the west shore, moored her for the winter. We then erected our tents near the river or watering place, and sent ashore all the spars and lumber off the decks, that they might be caulked, and gave her a winter coat to preserve the hull and rigging. 1773 May. On the 11th of May we felt 2 severe shocks of an earthquake, but received no kind of damage. On the 17th we were surprised by the people firing guns on the Hippa, and having sent the boat, as soon as she opened the sound, had the pleasure of seeing the Resolution off the mouth of it. We immediately sent out the boats to tow her in, it being calm. In the evening she anchored about a mile without us, and next morning weighed and warped within us. Both ships felt uncommon joy at our meeting, after an absence of 14 weeks. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 1, Chapter 8 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 8. Transactions in Queen Charlotte Sound, with some remarks on the inhabitants. 1773 May. Knowing that scurvy grass, celery, and other vegetables were to be found in this sound, I went myself the morning after my arrival, at daybreak, to look for some, and returned on board at breakfast with a boatload. Being now satisfied that enough was to be got for the crews of both ships, I gave orders that they should be boiled, with wheat and portable broth, every morning for breakfast, and with peas and broth for dinner, knowing from experience that these vegetables thus dressed are extremely beneficial in removing all manner of scorbutic complaints. I have already mentioned a desire I had of visiting Van Diemen's Land, in order to inform myself if it made a part of New Holland, and I certainly should have done this had the winds proved favourable. But as Captain Furneaux had now, in a great measure, cleared up that point, I could have no business there, and therefore came to a resolution to continue our researches to the east, between the latitudes of 41 degrees and 46 degrees. I acquainted Captain Furneaux therewith, and ordered him to get his ship in readiness to put to sea as soon as possible. In the morning of the 20th I sent ashore to the watering place near the Adventure's tent, the only ewe and ram remaining, of those which I brought from the Cape of Good Hope, with an intent to leave them in this country. Soon after I visited the several gardens Captain Furneaux had caused to be made and planted with various articles, all of which were in a flourishing state, and, if attended to by the natives, may prove of great utility to them. The next day I set some men to work to make a garden on Long Island, which I planted with garden seeds, roots, etc. On the 22nd in the morning, the ewe and ram I had with so much care and trouble brought to this place, were both found dead, occasioned, as was supposed, by eating some poisonous plant. Thus my hopes of stocking this country with a breed of sheep were blasted in a moment. About noon we were visited, for the first time since I arrived, by some of the natives, who dined with us, and it was not a little they devoured. In the evening they were dismissed with presents. Early in the morning of the 24th I sent Mr. Gilbert the master to sound about the rock we had discovered in the entrance of the sound. Myself, accompanied by Captain Furneaux and Mr. Forster, went in a boat to the West Bay on a shooting party. In our way we met a large canoe in which were 14 or 15 people. One of the first questions they asked was for Tupia, the person I brought from Otaheite on my former voyage, and they seemed to express some concern when we told them he was dead. These people made the same enquiry of Captain Furneaux when he first arrived, and on my return to the ship in the evening, I was told that a canoe had been alongside, the people in which seemed to be strangers, and who also enquired for Tupia. Late in the evening Mr. Gilbert returned, having sounded all round the rock, which he found to be very small and steep. Nothing worthy of notice happened till the 29th, when several of the natives made us a visit, and brought with them a quantity of fish, which they exchanged for nails, etc. One of these people I took over to Motuara, and showed him some potatoes planted there by Mr. Fannin, master of the Adventure. There seemed to be no doubt of their succeeding, and the man was so well pleased with them, that he, of his own accord, began to hoe the earth up about the plants. We next took him to the other gardens, and showed him the turnips, carrots, and parsnips, roots which, together with the potatoes, will be of more real use to them than all the other articles we had planted. It was easy to give them an idea of these roots, by comparing them with such as they knew. 2 or 3 families of these people now took up their abode near us, employing themselves daily in fishing, and supplying us with the fruits of their labour, the good effects of which we soon felt; for we were by no means such expert fishers as they are, nor were any of our methods of fishing equal to theirs. 1773 June. On the 2nd of June, the ships being nearly ready to put to sea, I sent on shore on the east side of the sound 2 goats, male and female. The former was something more than a year old, but the latter was much older. She had 2 fine kids some time before we arrived, in Dusky Bay, which were killed by cold, as hath been already mentioned. Captain Furneaux also put on shore in Cannibal Cove a boar and 2 breeding sows, so that we have reason to hope this country will in time be stocked with these animals, if they are not destroyed by the natives before they become wild, for afterwards they will be in no danger. But as the natives know nothing of their being left behind, it may be some time before they are discovered. In our excursion to the east we met with the largest seal I had ever seen. It was swimming on the surface of the water, and suffered us to come near enough to fire at it, but without effect, for, after a chase of near an hour, we were obliged to leave it. By the size of this animal, it probably was a sea lioness. It certainly bore much resemblance to the drawing in Lord Anson's Voyage. Our seeing a sea lion when we entered this sound, in my former voyage, increaseth the probability, and I am of opinion they have their abode on some of the rocks, which lie in the strait, or off Admiralty Bay. On the 3rd I sent a boat with a carpenter over to the east side of the sound, to cut down some spars which we were in want of. As she was returning, she was chased by a large double canoe full of people, but with what intent is not known. Early the next morning some of our friends brought us a large supply of fish. One of them agreed to go away with us, but afterwards, that is, when it came to the point, he changed his mind, as did some others who had promised to go with the Adventure. It was even said that some of them offered their children to sail. I, however, found that this was a mistake. The report first took its rise on board the Adventure, where they were utter strangers to their language and customs. It was very common for these people to bring their children with them, and present them to us, in expectation that we would make them presents. This happened to me the preceding morning. A man brought his son, a boy about 9 or 10 years of age, and presented him to me. As the report of selling their children was then current, I thought at first that he wanted me to buy the boy. But at last I found that he wanted me to give him a white shirt, which I accordingly did. The boy was so fond of his new dress, that he went all over the ship, presenting himself before every one that came in his way. This freedom used by him offended old Will, the ram goat, who gave him a butt with his horns, and knocked him backward on the deck. Will would have repeated his blow, had not some of the people come to the boy's assistance. The misfortune, however, seemed to him irreparable. The shirt was dirtied, and he was afraid to appear in the cabin before his father, until brought in by Mr. Forster, when he told a very lamentable story against Gowry, the great dog, for so they call all the quadrupeds we had aboard, nor could he be reconciled till his shirt was washed and dried. This story, though extremely trifling in itself, will show how liable we are to mistake these people's meaning, and to ascribe to them customs they never knew even in thought. About 9 o'clock a large double canoe, in which were 20 or 30 people, appeared in sight. Our friends on board seemed much alarmed, telling us that these were their enemies. 2 of them, the one with a spear and the other with a stone hatchet in his hand, mounted the arm chests on the poop, and there, in a kind of bravado, bid those enemies defiance, while the others, who were on board, took to their canoe and went ashore, probably to secure the women and children. All I could do, I could not prevail on the 2 that remained to call these strangers alongside. On the contrary, they were displeased at my doing it, and wanted me to fire upon them. The people in the canoe seemed to pay very little regard to those on board, but kept advancing slowly towards the ship, and after performing the usual ceremonies put alongside. After this the chief was easily prevailed upon to come on board, followed by many others, and peace was immediately established on all sides. Indeed, it did not appear to me that these people had any intention to make war upon their brethren. At least, if they had, they were sensible enough to know that this was neither the time nor place for them to commit hostilities. One of the first questions these strangers asked was for Tupia, and when I told them he was dead, one or two expressed their sorrow by a kind of lamentation, which to me appeared more formal than real. A trade soon commenced between our people and them. It was not possible to hinder the former from selling the clothes from off their backs for the merest trifles, things that were neither useful nor curious. This caused me to dismiss the strangers sooner than I would have done. When they departed, they went to Matuara, where, by the help of our glasses, we discovered 4 or 5 canoes and several people on the shore. This induced me to go over in my boat, accompanied by Mr. Forster and one of the officers. We were well received by the chief and the whole tribe, which consisted of between 90 and 100 persons, men, women, and children, having with them 6 canoes and all their utensils, which made it probable that they were come to reside in this sound. But this is only conjecture, for it is very common for them, when they go but a little way, to carry their whole property with them, every place being alike if it affords them the necessary subsistence, so that it can hardly be said that they are ever from home. Thus we may easily account for the emigration of those few families we found in Dusky Bay. Living thus dispersed in small parties, knowing no head but the chief of the family or tribe, whose authority may be very little, they feel many inconveniences to which well-regulated societies, united under one head or any other form of government, are not subject. These form laws and regulations for their general good. They are not alarmed at the appearance of every stranger, and, if attacked or invaded by a public enemy, have strongholds to retire to, where they can with advantage defend themselves, their property, and their country. This seems to be the state of most of the inhabitants of Eahai Nam Awe, whereas those of Tavai Pounamu, by living a wandering life in small parties, are destitute of most of these advantages, which subjects them to perpetual alarms. We generally found them upon their guard, travelling and working, as it were with their arms in their hands. Even the women are not exempted from bearing arms, as appeared by the first interview I had with the family in Dusky Bay, where each of the 2 women was armed with a spear, not less than 18 feet in length. I was led into these reflections by not being able to recollect the face of any one person I had seen here 3 years ago, nor did it once appear that any one of them had the least knowledge of me, or of any person with me that was here at that time. It was therefore highly probable that the greatest part of the people which inhabited this sound in the beginning of the year 1770 have been since driven out of it, or have, of their own accord, removed somewhere else. Certain it is, that not 1/3 of the inhabitants were here now, that were then. Their stronghold on the point of Matuara hath been long deserted, and we found many forsaken habitations in all parts of the sound. We are not, however, wholly to infer from this, that this place hath been once very populous, for each family may, for their own convenience, when they move from place to place, have more huts than 1 or 2. It may be asked, if these people had never seen the Endeavour, nor any of their crew, how could they become acquainted with the name of Tupia, or have in their possession, which many of them had, such articles as they could only have got from that ship? To this it may be answered, that the name of Tupia was so popular among them when the Endeavour was here, that it would be no wonder if, at this time, it was known over great part of New Zealand, and as familiar to those who never saw him as to those who did. Had ships of any other nation whatever arrived here, they would have equally inquired of them for Tupia. By the same way of reasoning, many of the articles left here by the Endeavour may be now in possession of those who never saw her. I got from one of the people now present an ear ornament, made of glass very well formed and polished. The glass they must have got from the Endeavour. After passing about an hour on Motuara with these people, and having distributed among them some presents, and showed to the chief the gardens we have made, I returned on board, and spent the remainder of our royal master's birthday in festivity, having the company of Captain Furneaux and all his officers. Double allowance enabled the seamen to share in the general joy. Both ships being now ready for sea, I gave Captain Furneaux an account in writing of the route I intended to take, which was to proceed to the east between the latitudes of 41 and 46 degrees south, until I arrived in the longitude of 140 or 135 degrees west. Then, provided no land was discovered, to proceed to Otaheite, from thence back to this place by the shortest route, and, after taking in wood and water, to proceed to the south, and explore all the unknown parts of the sea between the meridian of New Zealand and Cape Horn. Therefore, in case of separation before we reached Otaheite, I appointed that island for the place of rendezvous, where he was to wait till the 20th of August. If not joined by me before that time, he was then to make the best of his way back to Queen Charlotte's Sound, where he was to wait till the 20th of November. After which, if not joined by me, he was to put to sea, and carry into execution their lordships' instructions. Some may think it an extraordinary step in me to proceed on discoveries as far south as 46 degrees of latitude in the very depth of winter. But though it must be owned that winter is by no means favourable for discoveries, it nevertheless appeared to me necessary that something should be done in it, in order to lessen the work I was upon, lest I should not be able to finish the discovery of the southern part of the South Pacific Ocean the ensuing summer. Besides, if I should discover any land in my route to the east, I should be ready to begin, with the summer, to explore it. Setting aside all these considerations, I had little to fear, having 2 good ships well provided and healthy crews. Where then could I spend my time better? If I did nothing more, I was at least in hopes of being able to point out to posterity that these seas may be navigated, and that it is practicable to go on discoveries, even in the very depth of winter. During our stay in the Sound, I had observed that this second visit made to this country had not mended the morals of the natives of either sex. I had always looked upon the females of New Zealand to be more chaste than the generality of Indian women. Whatever favours a few of them might have granted to the people in the Endeavour, it was generally done in a private manner, and the men did not seem to interest themselves much in it. But now, I was told, they were the chief promoters of a shameful traffic, and that for a spike nail, or any other thing of value, they would oblige the women to prostitute themselves, whether they would or no, and even without any regard to that privacy which decency required. During our stay here, Mr. Wales lost no opportunity to observe equal altitudes of the sun, for obtaining the rates of the watches. The result of his labours proved that Mr. Kendall's was gaining 9 seconds 5 per day, and Mr. Arnold's losing 94 seconds 15 per day on mean time. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 1, Chapter 9 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Route from New Zealand to Otaheite, with an account of some low islands, supposed to be the same that were seen by Monsieur de Bougainville. 1773 June. On the 7th of June at 4 in the morning, the wind being more favourable, we unmoored, and at 7 weighed and put to sea, with the Adventure in company. We had no sooner got out of the Sound than we found the wind at south, so that we had to ply through the straits. About noon, the tide of ebb setting out in our favour, made our boards advantageous, so that at 5 o'clock in the evening, Cape Palliser, on the island of Iahai Nom Awe, bore S.S.E. 1/2 S, and Cape Koamaru, or the southeast point of the Sound, north by west 3/4 west. Presently after it fell calm, and the tide of flood now making against us, carried us at a great rate back to the north. A little before high water, the calm was succeeded by a breeze from the north, which soon increased to a brisk gale. This, together with the ebb, carried us by 8 o'clock the next morning quite through the strait. Cape Palliser at this time bore east-north-east, and at noon north by west, distant 7 leagues. This day at noon, when we attended the winding up of the watches, the fusee of Mr. Arnold's would not go round, so that after several unsuccessful trials we were obliged to let it go down. After getting clear of the straits, I directed my course S.E. by east, having a gentle gale, but variable between the north and west. The late south-east winds having caused a swell from the same quarter, which did not go down for some days, we had little hopes of meeting with land in that direction. We, however, continued to steer to the south-east, and on the 11th crossed the meridian of 180 degrees, and got into the west longitude, according to my way of reckoning. On the 16th, at 7 in the morning, the wind having veered round to south-east, we tacked and stretched to north-east, being at this time in the latitude of 47 degrees 7', longitude 173 degrees west. In this situation we had a great swell from north-east. The wind continued at south-east and south-south-east, blew fresh at intervals, and was attended with sometimes fair and at other times rainy weather till the 20th, on which day, being in the latitude of 44 degrees 30', longitude 165 degrees 45' west, the wind shifted to the west, blew a gentle gale, and was attended with fair weather. With this we steered east by north, east by south, and east, till the 23rd at noon, when, being in the latitude of 44 degrees 38' south, longitude 161 degrees 27' west, we had a few hours calm. The calm was succeeded by a wind at east, with which we stood to the north. The wind increased and blew in squalls, attended with rain, which at last brought us under our courses, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day we were obliged to lie to under the foresail, having a very hard gale from east-north-east, and a great sea from the same direction. At 7 o'clock in the morning of the 25th, the gale being more moderate, we made sail under the courses, and in the afternoon set the topsails close reefed. At midnight, the wind having veered more to the north, we tacked and stretched to the south-east, being at this time in the latitude of 42 degrees 53' south, longitude 163 degrees 20' west. We continued to stretch to the south-east, with a fresh gale and fair weather, till 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, when we stood again to the north-east, till midnight, between the 27th and 28th. Then we had a few hours calm, which was succeeded by faint breezes from the west. At this time we were in the latitude of 42 degrees 32', longitude 161 degrees 15' west. The wind remained not long at west before it veered back to the east by the north, and kept between the south-east and north-east, but never blew strong. 1773 July. On July 2nd, being in the latitude of 53 degrees 3 minutes, longitude 156 degrees 17 minutes west, we had again a calm, which brought the wind back to the west; but it was of no longer continuance than before. For the next day it returned to the east and south-east, blew fresh at times and by squalls with rain. On the 7th, being in the latitude of 41 degrees 22 minutes, longitude 156 degrees 12 minutes west, we had 2 hours calm, in which time Mr. Wales went on board the Adventure to compare the watches, and they were found to agree, allowing for the difference of their rates of going; a probable, if not a certain proof, that they had gone well since we had been in this sea. The calm was succeeded by a wind from the south, between which point and the northwest it continued for the 6 succeeding days, but never blew strong. It was, however, attended with a great hollow swell from the southwest and west, a sure indication that no large land was near in those directions. We now steered east, inclining to the south, and on the 10th, in the latitude of 43 degrees 39 minutes, longitude 144 degrees 43 minutes west, the variation was found, by several azimuths, to be more than 3 degrees east, but the next morning it was found to be 4 degrees 5 minutes 30 seconds, and in the afternoon 5 degrees 56 minutes east. The same day at noon we were in the latitude of 43 degrees 44 minutes, longitude 141 degrees 56 minutes west. At 9 o'clock in the morning of the 12th, the longitude was observed as follows, viz. Self, first set, 139 degrees 47 minutes 15 seconds. Ditto, second set, 140 degrees 7 minutes 30 seconds. Mr. Wales, first set, 141 degrees 22 minutes 15 seconds. Mr. Wales, second set, 140 degrees 10 minutes 0 seconds. Mr. Clerk, 140 degrees 56 minutes 45 seconds. Mr. Gilbert, 140 degrees 2 minutes 0 seconds. Mean, 140 degrees 24 minutes 17.5 seconds west. This differed from my reckoning only 2 degrees and a half. The next morning, in the latitude of 43 degrees 3 minutes, longitude 139 degrees 20 minutes west, we had several lunar observations, which were consonant to those made the day before, allowing for the ship's run in the time. In the afternoon we had, for a few hours, variable light airs next to a calm, after which we got a wind from the northeast, blowing fresh and in squalls, attended with dark gloomy weather, and some rain. We stretched to the south-east till 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the 14th, at which time, being in the latitude of 43 degrees 15 minutes, longitude 137 degrees 39 minutes west, we tacked and stood to the north under our courses, having a very hard gale with heavy squalls attended with rain, till near noon the next day, when it ended in a calm. At this time we were in the latitude of 42 degrees 39 minutes, longitude 137 degrees 58 minutes west. In the evening the calm was succeeded by a breeze from southwest, which soon after increased to a fresh gale, and fixing at south-southwest, with it we steered northeast to half-east, in the latitude of 41 degrees 25 minutes, longitude 135 degrees 58 minutes west. We saw floating in the sea a billet of wood, which seemed to be covered with barnacles, so that there was no judging how long it might have been there, or from whence, or how far it had come. We continued to steer northeast to half-east, before a very strong gale which blew in squalls, attended with showers of rain and hail, and a very high sea from the same quarter till noon on the 17th. Being then in the latitude of 39 degrees 44 minutes, longitude 133 degrees 32 minutes west, which was a degree and a half further east than I intended to run, nearly in the middle between my track to the north in 1769 and the return to the south in the same year; and seeing no signs of land, I steered north-easterly, with a view of exploring that part of the sea lying between the two tracks just mentioned, down as low as the latitude of 27 degrees, a space that had not been visited by any preceding navigator that I knew of. On the 19th, being in the latitude of 36 degrees 34 minutes, longitude 133 degrees 7 minutes west, we steered north a half west, having still the advantage of a hard gale at south, which the next day veered to south east and east. Blew hardened by squalls, attended with rain and thick hazy weather. This continued till the evening of the 21st, when the gale abated, the weather cleared up, and the wind back to the south and southeast. We were now in the latitude of 32 degrees 30 minutes, longitude 133 degrees 40 minutes west. From this situation we steered north-northwest till noon the next day, when we steered a point more to the west, being at this time in the latitude of 31 degrees 6 minutes, longitude 134 degrees 12 minutes west. The weather was now so warm that it was necessary to put on lighter clothes. The mercury in the thermometer at noon rose to 63. It had never been lower than 46, and seldom higher than 54, at the same time of the day since we left New Zealand. The day was remarkable by our not seeing a single bird. Not one had passed since we left the land, without seeing some of the following birds, viz. Albatrosses, shearwaters, pintadoes, blue petrels, and Port Egmont hens. But these frequent every part of the Southern Ocean in the higher latitudes. Not a bird, nor any other thing, was seen that could induce us to think that we might have ever been in the neighbourhood of any land. The wind kept veering round from the south by the west to north-northwest, with which we stretched north till noon the next day, when, being in the latitude of 29 degrees 22 minutes, we tacked and stretched to the westward. The wind soon increased to a very hard gale, attended with rain, and blew in such heavy squalls as to split the most of our sails. This weather continued till the morning of the 25th, when the wind became more moderate, and veered to northwest and west-northwest, with which we steered and stretched to northeast, being at that time in the latitude of 29 degrees 51 minutes, longitude 130 degrees 28 minutes west. In the afternoon the sky cleared up, and the weather became fair and settled. We now met the first tropic bird we had seen in this sea. On the 26th in the afternoon, being in the latitude of 28 degrees 44 minutes, we had several observations of the sun and moon, which gave the longitude 135 degrees 30 minutes west. My reckoning at the same time was 135 degrees 27 minutes, and I had no occasion to correct it since I left the land. We continued to stretch to the north with light breezes from the westward till noon the next day, when we were stopped by a calm, our latitude at this time being 27 degrees 53 minutes, longitude 135 degrees 17 minutes west. In the evening the calm was succeeded by a breeze from the north and northwest, with which we plied to the north. On the 29th, I sent on board the Adventure to inquire into the state of her crew, having heard that they were sickly, and this I now found was but too true. Her cook was dead, and about 20 of her best men were down in the scurvy in flux. At this time we had only 3 men on the sick list, and only one of them attacked with the scurvy. Several more, however, began to show symptoms of it, and were accordingly put upon the wort, marmalade of carrots, rub of lemons and oranges. I know not how to account for the scurvy raging more in the one ship than the other, unless it was owing to the crew of the Adventure being more scorbutic when they arrived in New Zealand than we were, and to their eating few or no vegetables while they lay in Queen Charlotte's Sound, partly for want of knowing the right sorts, and partly because it was a new diet, which alone was sufficient for seamen to reject it. To introduce any new article of food among seamen, let it be ever so much for their good, requires both the example and authority of a commander. Without both, of which it will be dropped before the people are sensible of the benefits resulting from it. Were it necessary, I could name 50 instances in support of this remark. Many of my people, officers as well as seamen, at first disliked celery, scurvy grass, etc., being boiled in the peas and wheat, and some refused to eat it. But as this had no effect upon my conduct, this obstinate kind of prejudice by little and little wore off. They began to like it as well as the others, and now I believe there was hardly a man in the ship that did not attribute our being so free from the scurvy to the beer and vegetables we made use of at New Zealand. After this I seldom found it necessary to order any of my people to gather vegetables, whenever we came where there were any to be got, and if scarce, happy was he who could lay hold on them first. I appointed one of my seamen to be cook of the Adventure, and wrote to Captain Furneaux, desiring him to make use of every method in his power to stop the spreading of the disease amongst his people, and proposing such as I thought might tend towards it. But I afterwards found all this unnecessary, as every method had been used they could think of. 1773 August. The wind continued in the northwest quarter, and blew fresh at times, attended with rain, with which we stood to the northeast. On the 1st of August at noon, we were in the latitude of 25 degrees 1 minute, longitude 134 degrees 6 minutes west, and had a great hollow swell from northwest. The situation we were now in was nearly the same as Captain Carteret assigns for Pitcairn's Island, discovered by him in 1767. We therefore looked well out for it, but saw nothing. According to the longitude in which he has placed it, we must have passed about 15 leagues to the west of it. But as this was uncertain, I did not think it prudent, considering the situation of the Adventure's people, to lose any time in looking for it. A sight of it would, however, have been of use in verifying or correcting not only the longitude of this isle, but of the others that Captain Carteret discovered in this neighbourhood. His longitude not being confirmed, I think, by astronomical observations, and therefore liable to errors, which he could have no method to correct. As we had now got to the northward of Captain Carteret's tracks, all hopes of discovering a continent vanished. Islands were all we were to expect to find, until we returned again to the south. I had now, that is, on this and my former voyage, crossed this ocean in the latitude of 40 degrees and upwards, without meeting any thing that in the least induced me to think I should find what I was in search after. On the contrary, everything conspired to make me believe there is no southern continent between the meridian of America and New Zealand. At least, this passage did not produce any indubitable signs of any, as will appear by the following remarks. After leaving the coast of New Zealand, we daily saw floating on the sea rockweed, for the space of 18 degrees of longitude. In my passage to New Zealand in 1769, we also saw this weed, for the space of 12 or 14 degrees of longitude, before we made the land. The weed is undoubtedly the produce of New Zealand, because the nearer the coast, the greater the quantity you see. At the greatest distance from the coast, we saw it only in small pieces, generally more rotten and covered with barnacles, an indubitable sign that it had been long at sea. Were it not for this, one might be led to conjecture that some other large land lay in the neighbourhood; for it cannot be a small extent of coast to produce such a quantity of weed, as to cover so large a space of sea. It hath been already mentioned, that we were no sooner clear of the straits, than we met with a large hollow swell from the south-east, which continued till we arrived in the longitude of 177 degrees west, and latitude 46 degrees. There we had large billows from the north and northeast for 5 days successively, and until we got 5 degrees of longitude more to the east, although the wind, great part of the time, blew from different directions. This was a strong indication that there was no land between us and my track to the west in 1769. After this we had, as is usual in all great oceans, large billows from every direction, in which the wind blew a fresh gale, but more especially from the south-west. These billows never ceased with the cause that first put them in motion, a sure indication that we were not near any large land, and that there is no continent to the south, unless in a very high latitude. But this was too important a point to be left to opinions and conjectures. Facts were to determine it, and these could only be obtained by visiting the southern parts, which was to be the work of the ensuing summer, agreeable to the plan I had laid down. As the winds continued to blow from the north-west and west, we had no other choice but to stand to the north, inclining more or less every day to the east. In the latitude of 21 degrees we saw flying fish, gannets, and egg birds. On the 6th I hoisted a boat out, and sent for Captain Furneaux to dinner, from whom I learnt that his people were much better, the flux having left them, and the scurvy was at a stand. Some cider, which he happened to have, and which he gave to the scorbutic people, contributed not a little to this happy change. The weather to-day was cloudy, and the wind very unsettled. This seemed to announce the approach of the so much wished-for trade wind, which at 8 o'clock in the evening, after 2 hours calm, and some heavy showers of rain, we actually got at south-east. We were, at this time, in the latitude of 19 degrees 36' south, longitude 131 degrees 32' west. The not meeting with the south-east trade wind sooner, is no new thing in this sea. As we had now got it, I directed my course to the west-north-west, as well to keep in the strength of it, as to get to the north of the islands discovered in my former voyage, that if any other islands lay in the way, I might have a chance to discover them. During the day time we made all the sail we could, but in the night either run an easy sail or lay to. We daily saw flying fish, albacores, dolphins, etc., but neither by striking, nor with hook and line, could we catch any of them. This required some art, which none of my people were masters of. On the 11th at daybreak, land was seen to the south. This, upon a nearer approach, was found to be an island of about 2 leagues in extent, in the direction of north-west and south-east, and clothed with wood, above which the cocoa-nut trees showed their lofty heads. I judged it to be one of those isles discovered by Mr. Bougainville. It lies in the latitude of 70 degrees 24', longitude 141 degrees 39' west, and I called it after the name of the ship, Resolution Island. The sickly state of the Adventure's crew made it necessary for me to make the best of my way to Otaheite, where I was sure of finding refreshments. Consequently, I did not wait to examine this island, which appeared too small to supply our wants, but continued our course to the west, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, land was seen from the masthead bearing west by south. Probably this was another of Bougainville's discoveries. I named it Doubtful Island, and it lies in the latitude of 17 degrees 20', longitude 141 degrees 38' west. I was sorry I could not spare time to haul to the north of Mr. Bougainville's track, but the getting to a place where we could procure refreshments was more an object at this time than discovery. During the night we steered west by north in order to pass the north of the island above mentioned. At daybreak the next morning we discovered land right ahead, distant about 2 miles, so that daylight advised us of our danger but just in time. This proved another of these low or half-drowned islands, or rather a large coral shoal of about 20 leagues in circuit. A very small part of it was land, which consisted of little islets ranged along the north side, and connected by sandbanks and breakers. These islets were clothed with wood, among which the cocoa-nut trees were only distinguishable. We ranged the south side of this isle or shoal, at a distance of 1 or 2 miles from the coral bank, against which the sea broke in a dreadful surf. In the middle is a large lake or inland sea, in which was a canoe under sail. This island, which I named after Captain Furneaux, lies in the latitude of 17 degrees 5 minutes, longitude 143 degrees 16 minutes west. The situation is nearly the same that is assigned for one of those discovered by Bougainville. I must here observe, that amongst these low and half-drowned isles, which are numerous in this part of the ocean, Mr. Bougainville's discoveries cannot be known to that degree of accuracy which is necessary to distinguish them from others. We were obliged to have recourse to his chart for the latitudes and longitudes of the islands he discovered, as neither the one nor the other is mentioned in his narrative. Without waiting to examine this island, we continued to steer to the west, all sails set, till 6 o'clock in the evening, when we shortened sail to 3 topsails, and at 9 brought to. The next morning at 4 a.m. we made sail, and at daybreak saw another of these low islands, situated in the latitude of 17 degrees 4 minutes, longitude 144 degrees 30 minutes west, which obtained the name of Adventure Island. Monsieur de Bougainville very properly calls this cluster of low overflowed islands the Dangerous Archipelago. The smoothness of the sea sufficiently convinced us that we were surrounded by them, and how necessary it was to proceed with the utmost caution, especially in the night. At 5 o'clock p.m. we again saw land bearing S.W. by S., which we afterwards found to be Chain Island, discovered in my former voyage. But as I was not sure of it at this time, and being desirous of avoiding the delay which lying by in the night occasioned, I hoisted out the cutter, and manned her with an officer and 7 men, with orders to keep as far ahead of the ships, with a light at her mast head, as a signal could be distinguished, which she was to make in case she met with any danger. In this manner we continued to run all night, and at 6 o'clock the next morning I called her on board, and hoisted her in; for it did not appear she would be wanted again for this purpose, as we now had a large swell from the south, a sure sign we were clear of the low islands. Therefore I steered for Otaheite, without being apprehensive of meeting with any danger. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 1, Chapter 10 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 10. Arrival of the ships at Otaheite, with an account of the critical situation they were in, and of several incidents that happened while they lay in Oaiti Piha Bay. 1773 August. On the 15th at 5 o'clock in the morning we saw Osnaburg Island, or Maitea, discovered by Captain Wallis, bearing south by west a half west. Soon after I brought to, and waited for the Adventure to come up with us, to acquaint Captain Furneaux that it was my intention to put into Oaiti Piha Bay, near the south-east end of Otaheite, in order to get what refreshments we could from that part of the island, before we went down to Matavia. This done, we made sail, and at 6 in the evening saw the land bearing west. We continued to stand on till midnight, when we brought to, till 4 o'clock in the morning, and then made sail for the land, with a fine breeze at east. At daybreak we found ourselves not more than half a league from the reef. The breeze now began to fail us, and at last fell to a calm. This made it necessary to hoist out our boats to tow the ships off, but all their efforts were not sufficient to keep them from being carried near the reef. A number of the inhabitants came off in canoes from different parts, bringing with them a little fish, a few cocoa nuts, and other fruits, which they exchanged for nails, beads, etc. The most of them knew me again, and many inquired for Mr. Banks and others who were with me before, but not one asked for Tupia. As the calm continued, our situation became still more dangerous. We were, however, not without hopes of getting round the western point of the reef and into the bay, till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when we came before an opening or break in the reef, through which I hoped to get with the ships. But on sending to examine it, I found there was not a sufficient depth of water, though it caused such an indraft of the tide of flood through it, as was very near proving fatal to the Resolution, for as soon as the ships got into the stream, they were carried with great impetuosity towards the reef. The moment I perceived this, I ordered one of the warping machines, which we had in readiness, to be carried out with about 400 fathoms of rope, but it had not the least effect. The horrors of shipwreck now stared us in the face. We were not more than 2 cables' length from the breakers, and yet we could find no bottom to anchor, the only probable means we had left to save the ships. We, however, dropped an anchor, but before it took hold and brought us up, the ship was in less than 3 fathom water, and struck at every fall of the sea, which broke close under our stem in a dreadful surf, and threatened us every moment with shipwreck. The Adventure, very luckily, brought up close upon our bow, without striking. We presently carried out 2 kedge anchors, with hawsers to each. These found ground a little without the bower, but in what depth we never knew. By heaving upon them, and cutting away the bower anchor, we got the ship afloat, where we lay some time in the greatest anxiety, expecting every minute that either the kedges would come home, or the hawsers be cut in two by the rocks. At length the tide ceased to act in the same direction. I ordered all the boats to try to tow off the Resolution, and when I saw this was practicable, we hove up the 2 kedges. At that moment a light air came off from the land, which so much assisted the boats, that we soon got clear of all danger. Then I ordered all the boats to assist the Adventure, but before they reached her, she was under sail with the land breeze, and soon after joined us, leaving behind her 3 anchors, her coasting cable and 2 hawsers, which were never recovered. Thus we were once more safe at sea, after narrowly escaping being wrecked on the very island we but a few days before so ardently wished to be at. The calm, after bringing us into this dangerous situation, very fortunately continued, for had the sea breeze, as is usual, set in, the Resolution must inevitably have been lost, and probably the Adventure too. During the time we were in this critical situation, a number of the natives were on board and about the ships. They seemed to be insensible of our danger, showing not the least surprise, joy, or fear, when we were striking, and left us a little before sunset, quite unconcerned. We spent the night, which proved squally and rainy, making short boards, and the next morning, being the 17th, we anchored in Oaatihipiha Bay, in 12 fathoms water, about 2 cables' length from the shore, both ships being by this time crowded with a great number of the natives, who brought with them cocoanuts, plantains, bananas, apples, yams, and other roots, which they exchanged for nails and beads. To several, who call themselves chiefs, I made presents of shirts, axes, and several other articles, and in return they promised to bring me hogs and fowls, a promise they never did, nor ever intended to perform. In the afternoon I landed in company with Captain Furneaux, in order to view the watering place, and to sound the disposition of the natives. I also sent a boat to get in some water for present use, having scarcely any left on board. We found this article as convenient as could be expected, and the natives to behave with great civility. Early in the morning I sent the 2 launches and the Resolution's cutter, under the command of Mr Gilbert, to endeavour to recover the anchors we had left behind us. They returned about noon, with the Resolution's bower anchor, but could not recover any of the Adventures. The natives came off again with fruit as the day before, but in no great quantity. I also had a party on shore trading under the protection of a guard. Nothing, however, was brought to market but fruit and roots, though many hogs were seen, I was told, about the houses of the natives. The cry was, that they belonged to Wahitoon, the Iredehi, or king, and him we had not yet seen, nor, I believe, any other chief of note. Many, however, who called themselves Eries, came on board, partly with a view of getting presents, and partly to pilfer whatever came in their way. One of this sort of Eries I had most of the day in the cabin, and made presents to him and all his friends, which were not few. At length he was caught taking things which did not belong to him, and handing them out of the quarter gallery. Many complaints of a like nature were made to me against those on deck, which occasioned my turning them all out of the ship. My cabin guest made good haste to be gone. I was so much exasperated at his behaviour, that after he had gone some distance from the ship, I fired 2 muskets over his head, which made him quit the canoe and take to the water. I then sent a boat to take up the canoe, but as she came near the shore, the people from thence began to pelt her with stones. Being in some pain for her safety, as she was unarmed, I went myself in another boat to protect her, and ordered a great gun, loaded with ball, to be fired along the coast, which made them all retire from the shore, and I was suffered to bring away 2 canoes without the least show of opposition. In one of the canoes was a little boy, who was much frightened, but I soon dissipated his fears, by giving him beads and putting him on shore. A few hours later we were all good friends again, and the canoes were returned to the first person who came for them. It was not till the evening of this day that any one inquired after Tupia, and then but 2 or 3. As soon as they learnt the cause of his death, they were quite satisfied. Indeed, it did not appear to me, that it would have caused a moment's uneasiness in the breast of any one, had his death been occasioned by any other means than by sickness. As little inquiry was made after Oturu, the man who went away with Monsieur de Bougainville; but they were continually asking for Mr Banks, and several others who were with me in my former voyage. These people informed us that Toutaha, the regent of the greater peninsula of Otaheite, had been killed in a battle, which was fought between the 2 kingdoms about 5 months before, and that Otoo was the reigning prince. Tubore Tamede, and several more of our principal friends about Matavai, fell in this battle, as also a great number of common people; but at present a peace subsisted between the 2 kingdoms. On the 19th we had gentle breezes easterly, with some smart showers of rain. Early in the morning the boats were again sent to recover the Adventure's anchors, but returned with the same ill success as the day before; so that we ceased to look for them any longer, thinking ourselves very happy in having come off so well, considering the situation we had been in. In an excursion which Captain Furneaux and I made along the coast, we met with a chief who entertained us with excellent fish, fruit, etc. In return for his hospitality, I made him a present of an axe and other things, and he afterwards accompanied us back to the ships, where he made but a short stay. Nothing worthy of note happened on the 20th, till the dusk of the evening, when one of the natives made off with a musket belonging to the guard on shore. I was present when this happened, and sent some of our people after him, which would have been to little purpose, had not some of the natives, of their own accord, pursued the thief. They knocked him down, took from him the musket, and brought it to us. Fear, on this occasion, certainly operated more with them than principle. They deserve, however, to be applauded for this act of justice, for, if they had not given their immediate assistance, it would hardly have been in my power to have recovered the musket by any gentle means whatever, and by making use of any other, I was sure to lose more than 10 times its value. The 21st the wind was at north, a fresh breeze. This morning a chief made me a visit, and presented me with a quantity of fruit, among which were a number of cocoanuts we had drawn the water from, and afterwards thrown overboard. These he had picked up, and tied in bundles so artfully, that we did not at first perceive the cheat. When he was told of it, without betraying the least emotion, and as if he knew nothing of the matter, he opened 2 or 3 of them himself, signified to us that he was satisfied it was so, and then went ashore and sent off a quantity of plantains and bananas. Having got on board a supply of water, fruit, and roots, I determined to sail in the morning to Matavai, as I found it was not likely that I should get an interview with Waheatua, without which it was very improbable we should get any hogs. 2 of the natives who knew my intention slept on board, with a view of going with us to Matavai, but in the morning the wind blew fresh at N.W., and as we could not sail, I sent the trading party on shore as usual. In the evening I was informed that Waheatua was come into the neighbourhood, and wanted to see me. In consequence of this information, I determined to wait 1 day longer, in order to have an interview with this prince. Accordingly, early the next morning, I set out in company with Captain Furneaux, Mr. Forster, and several of the natives. We met the chief about a mile from the landing place, towards which he was advancing to meet us; but as soon as he saw us, he stopped, with his numerous train, in the open air. I found him seated upon a stool, with a circle of people round him, and knew him at first sight, and he me, having seen each other several times in 1769. At that time he was but a boy, and went by the name of Tearee, but, upon the death of his father, Waheatoun, he took upon him that name. After the first salutation was over, having seated me on the same stool with himself, and the other gentlemen on the ground by us, he began to inquire after several by name who were with me on my former voyage. He next inquired how long I would stay, and when I told him no longer than next day, he seemed sorry, asked me to stay some months, and at last came down to 5 days, promising that in that time I should have hogs in plenty; but as I had been here already a week, without so much as getting one, I could not put any faith in this promise; and yet, I believe, if I had stayed, we should have fared much better than at Matavai. The present I made him consisted of a shirt, a sheet, a broad axe, spike nails, knives, looking glasses, medals, beads, etc. In return he ordered a pretty good hog to be carried to our boat. We stayed with him all the morning, during which time he never suffered me to go from his side, where I was seated. I was also seated on the same stool, which was carried from place to place by one of his attendants, whom he called stool bearer. At length we took leave, in order to return on board to dinner, after which we visited him again, and made him more presents, and he, in return, gave Captain Furneaux and me, each of us, an hog. Some others were got by exchanges at the trading places, so that we got in for the whole to day as much fresh pork as gave the crews of both the ships a meal, and this in consequence of our having had this interview with the chief. The 24th, early in the morning, we put to sea with a light land breeze. Soon after we were out, we got the wind at west, which blew in squalls, attended with heavy showers of rain. Many canoes accompanied us out to sea, with cocoanuts and other fruits, and did not leave us till they had disposed of their cargoes. The fruits we got here greatly contributed towards the recovery of the Adventure's sick people. Many of them, who had been so ill as not to be able to move without assistance, were, in this short time, so far recovered, that they could walk about of themselves. When we put in here, the Resolution had but one scorbutic man on board, and a marine, who had been long sick, and who died the second day after our arrival, of a complication of disorders, without the least mixture of the scurvy. I left Lieutenant Pickersgill, with the cutter, behind the bay to purchase hogs, as several had promised to bring some down to day, and I was not willing to lose them. On the 25th, about noon, Mr. Pickersgill returned with 8 hogs, which he had got at Oaatipiha. He spent the night at Ohidea, and was well entertained by Ereti, the chief of that district. It was remarkable that this chief never once asked about Uturu, nor did he take the least notice when Mr. Pickersgill mentioned his name. And yet Monsieur de Bougainville tells us this is the very chief who presented Oturu to him, which makes it the more extraordinary that he should neither inquire after him now, nor when he was with us at Matavai, especially as they believed that we and Monsieur de Bougainville came from the same country, that is, from Pretane, for so they called our country. They had not the least knowledge of any other European nation, nor probably will they, unless some of their men should return, who had lately gone from the isle, of which mention shall be made by and by. We told several of them that Monsieur de Bougainville came from France, a name they could by no means pronounce, nor could they pronounce that of Paris much better, so that it is not likely that they will remember either the one or the other long, whereas Pretane is in every child's mouth, and will hardly ever be forgotten. It was not till the evening of this day that we arrived in Matavai Bay. End of Book 1, Chapter 10. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.